Meet Me at World's End, Bunker Book 2, written by Jordan Rivet, narrated by Kate Marson. Chapter 1. Charlotte. T-minus 9 months and 6 days. Charlotte refused to look at the time on her phone. Damien must have a good reason for being late. She waited on the snowy quad near the ice-encrusted statue of the college's founder, wiggling her toes inside her snow boots to keep warm. The humanities building blocked her view of the dorms, but any minute now, Damien would traipse around the corner with his long limbs swinging. She needed to give him more time. The afternoon class period ended, and students flooded out of the red brick buildings around the quad, wrapping scarves around their necks and shuddering at the sudden cold. The icy wind blew Charlotte's blonde curls into her face. She pulled her turquoise peacoat tighter, dividing her attention between the passing students and the corner of the humanities building. Still no Damien. She must have been waiting for 40 minutes. She snuck a glance at the clock tower on the science building across the quad. Make that 42 minutes. Her friends Ashlyn and Safwan, from astronomy class, waved at her from the science building steps. Coffee cups steamed invitingly in their hands. Charlotte should really join them. 42 minutes was too long to wait in the cold for a boy. Still, she couldn't help watching for Damien's sandy hair and jaunty stride. Maybe his phone had died, or maybe she'd gotten the time wrong. Charlotte was chronically over-organized, but she could have made a mistake. She'd met the lanky economics major when she was lugging her new suitcase, a gift from her grandpa, up a slush-covered path the day she returned from winter break. Damien flashed her a grin and offered to carry the suitcase up the snowy hill and 3 flights of stairs to her dorm room. She fixed him hot chocolate from a packet while he told her about the pranks he'd pulled as a freshman, making her laugh until her sides ached. Over the next few days, they'd exchanged flirtatious texts and agreed to meet again on the quad. But Damien still hadn't appeared, and Charlotte was running out of excuses for him. She fumbled her phone from her pocket to check the time. 47 minutes. It was official. He'd stood her up without so much as a text. She abandoned control of her curls to the wind. She shouldn't have waited so long. 47 minutes. Pathetic. Her mom said she needed to show more backbone. Insisted upon it, in fact. She wouldn't have waited more than 20 minutes. A breaking news alert scrolled across Charlotte's phone screen. She tried to swipe it out of the way, but it didn't respond to her gloved fingers. She tapped absently at the screen, thinking about her strong-willed mother, Rebecca, back in Portland. Her mother had one of those big, effervescent personalities that made people want to stop and chat and bask in her laughter. Charlotte, shorter, rounder, and less magnetic, tended to fade at her side. Charlotte's mom hadn't wanted her to attend this snow and ivy-covered New England college at all. Despite being estranged from her mom for over a decade, Grandpa Hartland had paid Charlotte's tuition, and her decision to accept his assistance had become a sticky source of tension between them. Charlotte couldn't tell her mom that fitting in here was harder than she'd expected. Another news alert appeared on Charlotte's phone screen, then another, flashing so fast she couldn't read the first. The screen still wouldn't respond to her gloved fingers. Charlotte glanced up. Students all across the quad had their eyes glued to their phones, a common enough sight, but they were holding their screens a little too close to their faces, tapping frantically, moving into small, anxious groups. That wasn't normal at all. Heart beating faster, Charlotte removed her glove with her teeth and tapped the first alert. Breaking news. Comet bound for Earth. She read the phrase 3 times before the meaning sank in. A comet, a huge hunk of rock and metal, was hurtling through space on a direct course for Earth. She tapped through the stories, unable to process much beyond the headlines. It's going to hit us. Scientists predict total annihilation. Apocalypse approaches. Charlotte's ears and fingers started to sting, but she barely registered the cold. Anxious murmurs rippled across the quad, repeating the same phrases over and over. A comet. An apocalypse. The end of the world. It has to be a joke. Charlotte seized onto the thought. This was one of those social media stunts to sell a video game or something. A boy leaned against the college founder's statue nearby and declared he wouldn't fall for it like all you sheeple. But his friends were too busy reading the news on their phones to pay attention. Charlotte couldn't ignore the reports either. The announcement was breaking all over the world, exploding onto every front page, shattering normality with momentous force. This was really happening. It's going to hit us. Charlotte! She jumped as Ashlyn and Safwan appeared in front of her. They had discarded their coffee cups, and they tugged anxiously at their scarves and coat buttons. We're going to find Professor Choi. Ashlyn brushed her blunt red bangs out of her eyes, revealing a worried crinkle in her forehead. We can ask him if it's true what the comet will do. Want to come? I can't. I'm meeting someone for... Charlotte broke off as she realized what she was saying. She looked at the corner of the Humanities building, getting the eerie sensation that this was the last moment of her normal life. Waiting in the cold for a boy who stood her up. What a way to spend her final 47 minutes in the old world. She wiped her nose on her coat sleeve and turned to her friends. Let's go talk to the professor. Hunching their shoulders against the wind, they crossed the quad to the huge red brick science building where they'd taken Professor Choi's astronomy class together. He'll say it's not real, won't he? Safwan asked. It's a mistake. Charlotte curled her fingers around the phone in her pocket as if she could squeeze the terrifying news back into the device. I hope so. Ashlyn gave a slightly frantic laugh. Some mistake. They entered the building and climbed the stairs to the 5th floor, their boots squeaking with every step. They didn't talk, each occupied with their own spiraling thoughts. Charlotte repeated the headlines as if they were seared to her eyelids. Comet bound for Earth. Apocalypse approaches. Scientists predict total annihilation. Her breathing grew heavier, her limbs warming after her long wait in the cold. Maybe it was a mistake. It couldn't be as bad as the headlines made it sound. The comet would pass them, and the world would keep spinning, and everything would sort itself out. Charlotte, Ashlyn, and Safwan weren't the only ones who thought to go straight to the astronomy professor. A large group of chattering students milled in the hallway outside the 5th floor faculty offices. Many hadn't bothered removing their winter gear, and melting snow and salt smeared the floor. Professor Choi hasn't come out yet, Ashlyn reported after speaking to a junior she knew from lab. Janine says he's going to make a statement. Someone will fix all this, right? Safwan asked, tugging on his earlobe. Yes, Charlotte said. The government will have a plan. Or the military, Ashlyn said. Right, Charlotte said. Experts, they'll know what to do. Similar conversations played out around them as they crammed into the hallway, their boots slipping on the slick linoleum. The students reassured each other, even though they had no idea what was going to happen. They shared information on their phones, offered possible solutions. Maybe they'll resurrect the space program, said a scrawny freshman as he elbowed past. Like they had back in the day. Can a rocket ship stop a comet that big? His friend asked. Do I look like I know anything about space? I'm a classics major. The pair shoved forward, eager to reach the astronomy faculty. Charlotte felt about as equipped to handle the threat as the classics major. She'd taken a bunch of survey courses to placate both her mom and her grandpa last semester, but she planned to declare history as her major. She liked organizing sources, piecing together the mysteries of the past. She didn't know anything about the future. I read the comet's going to kill everyone, said a girl crowding close behind Charlotte. Like the dinosaurs. It's bigger than the one that killed the dinosaurs, another girl said. Actually, the comet didn't kill all the dinosaurs, put in a boy hovering next to them. It altered the atmosphere and they couldn't survive the changing... Will you shut up about the dinosaurs? Ashlyn snapped, rounding on the surprised group. Charlotte touched her friend's arm, hoping to prevent a confrontation. Let's get closer. We won't be able to hear anything back here. Ashlyn glared at the other group, daring them to mention dinosaurs again. Ashlyn, Charlotte said quietly. Her friend shook herself, brushing her bangs out of her eyes. Safwan had switched from tugging his earlobes to chewing his fingernails. They were all on edge, barely keeping it together. Then a boy with spiky blue hair climbed onto a filing cabinet at the front of the crowd and shouted over the clamor, "Professor Choi is here!" Charlotte linked arms with Ashlyn, and they jostled forward, Safwan following in their wake. Last semester, they had taken an intro-level course with Professor Choi, an affable, sharp-witted man who maintained a friendly rivalry with the head of the better-funded cryogenics department on the ground floor. Now the diminutive professor looked drained, as if he'd lost 30 pounds he didn't have to spare. His shirt was untucked, his cartoon planet bow tie askew. Professor Choi always wore science-themed bow ties, never the same one twice. Charlotte, Safwan, and Ashlyn had kept a tally on their group chat last semester. None of that matters now. Charlotte kept fixating on insignificant things. The bow tie, the slippery linoleum beneath her boots, the scratchy wool of her coat against her neck, the last thing she'd said to her mom at the airport. That one wasn't insignificant, but she couldn't remember her words. Had they been loving? Harsh? Had she been too distracted to say a proper goodbye as she juggled her ID, phone, and laptop in the security line? Fearing she'd regret her words if she remembered them, she reached for her phone to call her mom. Then the professor spoke. "I understand you all have questions." Professor Choi cleared his throat and fumbled with his loose shirt tails. "I will answer to the best of my—" "Are we going to die?" shouted the blue-haired boy on the filing cabinet. Professor Choi blinked. "We can't yet be certain." "The news said it's going to hit on September 20th, someone else called out. The professor searched for the speaker in the crowd. "Oh, yes. Well, I do not—" "That sounds certain to me," called the boy with the blue hair. Voices spilled over each other, the students competing to have their questions answered and their fears allayed. They pressed closer to the professor. "Can we stop the comet? What if it hits the ocean? Can the army blow it up before it gets here?" "Ah," Professor Choi managed to interject. "In that case, the fragments would likely alter our atmosphere so much that—" "Did you know it was coming?" shouted someone in the back. Murmurs swelled through the crowd. "People had to know, right? Were they hiding it? Did you know? What are we going to do?" Charlotte felt sorry for Professor Choi as the questions bombarded him. He rubbed his face, pushing his glasses up his forehead. All these years of being relegated to the top floor of the sciences building while the cryogenics department got the best funding, and now everyone expected him to save the world. "We should get people to calm down and listen," she said to her friends. But Ashlyn and Safwan were shouting questions too, trying to be heard over the noise. Maybe noise wasn't an adequate word. Some students were arguing. Others were trying to force their way into an astrophysics professor's office. At least 3 people were crumpled on the salt-slick linoleum, in the throes of full-blown anxiety attacks. Chaos. Panic. That was what this was. Charlotte wasn't panicking. The foggy paralysis of a dream had her in its grip, as if everything since that 47th minute when she looked at her phone wasn't really happening. But she wasn't dreaming. She wouldn't wake up. And she wanted answers. She filled her lungs. "Everybody shut up and let him talk." Ashlyn gave her a startled look. Charlotte was usually soft-spoken, and she tended to fade into crowds. Shouting wasn't like her. But if this was the last day of the old world, it was the last day of the old Charlotte, too. "Keep quiet, please," she called out. "Professor Choi will help us if we give him a chance to speak." To her surprise, the group nearest to her listened and took up the call, helping to quiet their fellow students. A ripple of tenuous calm spread outward until Professor Choi's voice could be heard over the clamor. "The college will make an official statement this evening," he told them. "The only answer I can give you is this. The comet is bigger than anything we've encountered in my 27-year career, and it's on a direct path for Earth." He paused. No one moved or breathed, the calm hanging by a thread. "I do not believe humanity will survive this. Please find a way to make peace with your loved ones, and do your best not to If Professor Choi had more advice, no one heard it. The truth dropped into the middle of the crowd like a grenade, and somewhere between direct path for Earth and make peace with your loved ones, the students lost their grips. They spun and jostled, starting and stopping, unsure what to do with their voices or their bodies or their fear. Then panic burst loose like water from a dam, and as if they had all decided at the same moment, the students began to run. It was a mad dash of flailing limbs and skidding boots. Some people cried as they ran, gasping, open-mouthed sobs contorting their faces. It wasn't clear how running or crying would help, but no one could stand still in the face of this new reality. The flood of students surged down the hall, sweeping Charlotte up on the way to the stairwell. She couldn't resist the torrent. Ashlyn was with her one moment and gone the next. Safwan struggled farther back in the crowd, but she couldn't slow down to wait for him. The crowd carried her along with too much force. Halfway down the hall, Charlotte passed an elevator crammed so full the doors wouldn't close, the persistent dinging beating in time with the cacophony. In the next classroom, another anxious mob surrounded another science professor. The stampede forced Charlotte onward, right past the elusive Damien, who crouched behind a water fountain, tears streaming down his face. In the old world, Charlotte might have adjusted her hair and pretended not to see him, or she might have asked innocently whether she'd gotten the meeting time wrong. She might even have believed some excuse about a dead phone battery and an unexpected commitment. But this wasn't the old world. Charlotte picked up speed as she reached the stairs, still not sure where anyone was going. They couldn't outrun the comet. They couldn't turn back the clock. They couldn't fight it. Or could they? Humans had achieved remarkable things in their relatively short history. They had discovered fire and sent airplanes soaring into the sky. They had learned to delay death through cryogenic sleep. With the internet, they had connected the world. They could find a solution. But her faith in humanity stuttered as she started down the stairs with the screaming, panicking students. It was utter madness, all shoving and stumbling and bleeding cries. A girl slipped on the steps and crashed to the landing a floor below. No one so much as slowed as they trampled her legs with their snow boots. Charlotte paused to haul the girl to her feet, taking an elbow to the ribs in the process. "Are you all— Let go of me!" the girl shrieked. "I'm just trying to help. We have to get out of here." The girl wrenched free and limped on down the stairs. Before Charlotte could move, someone collided with her from behind, knocking her against the wall. She glimpsed a white-haired professor shoving past, as panicked as the students. Another elbow slammed her solar plexus, making her keel over and gasp for breath. She had to keep moving, or she'd be trampled too. Charlotte rejoined the stampede, rushing along with the wild flood. At the second-floor landing, traffic slowed as a huge mass of students tried to escape the large lecture hall named after the founder of modern cryogenics. A girl from Charlotte's dorm brandished the jagged edge of a broken beaker to clear a path. Another did the same with a heavy textbook. Charlotte ducked the swinging textbook. She was almost to the bottom. She'd make it out of this madhouse, and then— She didn't know what she'd do then. "I need to call Mom." She should have done it sooner, but she'd wanted to make sure this was all really happening. She pulled out her phone as she approached the ground floor. The doors at the bottom were open, the students streaming out in a riotous mass. Charlotte's phone screen showed 17 texts and 11 missed calls, mostly from her mom. Her phone must have been buzzing unheard in her coat pocket. She was about to tap the screen to return the calls when someone crashed into her, knocking the phone from her hand. Charlotte reeled into the banister, catching herself before she tumbled the rest of the way down the stairs. Her phone wasn't so lucky. It bounced down 5 steps and landed with a crunch at the bottom. The shattered screen lit up as another call started to come through. Charlotte reached desperately, still too far away. Then a boot landed on the screen. Another. Each crunch felt like a blow to her kidneys. By the time Charlotte reached the bottom of the stairs, the phone was in pieces, its light silenced forever. She couldn't even bend down to pick up the fragments or she'd be crushed. She had no choice but to let the flood carry her down the hallway and out the front doors to the quad. Cold air blasted her cheeks, helping to clear her head. She pulled away from the mad throng, tramping into the deep snow to get some space, and paused to catch her breath. To think. She was thousands of miles from her mom. The world was ending, and her phone had just been pulverized. The late afternoon sun glistened on the white-dusted campus. Students ran in every direction or shambled along, staring at nothing. Some had dark stains on their pants. Others banded together, linking arms as if preparing to hold a line against invisible enemies. They needed each other in these first moments after all safety and certainty had been blown to bits. Charlotte searched for familiar faces, hoping to borrow someone's phone. She couldn't tell if Ashlyn and Safwan had made it out of the science building. Thankfully, she knew her mom's number by heart. A flicker of red hair, possibly Ashlyn's, caught Charlotte's eye. She pulled her coat tighter and started toward her friend. Abruptly, a grumbling roar sounded over the cacophony. Engines. Charlotte looked up, expecting to see fighter jets streaking overhead. The sky was clear and lovely, powder blue above the snowy rooftops. Not a comet or jet was in sight. The roar was coming from behind her. She turned as two black SUVs drove directly onto the quad. Students shouted and dove out of the way as the heavy-duty vehicles muscled up a pedestrian path, ice crunching under their tires. The rules don't matter anymore. The world is ending and no one cares about traffic laws or public safety or... The SUVs skidded to a halt, throwing ice and powdery snow not 10 feet away from her. The passenger door of the second vehicle opened, and a man in a gray overcoat got out. Charlotte's mouth fell open. She knew him. The man marched toward her, his face a brutalist sculpture of severe lines and stark eyebrows. Casimir Orlov was her grandfather's chauffeur, a man who had frightened her with his silent, emotionless ways on the rare visits her mom had allowed to Grandpa Hartland's Connecticut mansion. Sensing this was not a person to mess with, the distressed students skirted around him as they continued their aimless flight, still trying to outrun the apocalypse. Casimir's steps were anything but aimless. He walked with a grim purpose only age and absolute self-confidence could produce. Still, it wasn't until he stopped in front of Charlotte that it clicked. He had come for her. "Get in the car, please, Miss Hartland." "Where are we going?" "Your questions will be answered later." Casimir dropped a heavy hand on her shoulder and steered her toward the SUVs. "I already retrieved your belongings from your dormitory." "How—" "You had no classes scheduled," he said. "I expected to find you there as well." "Wait." Charlotte tried to stop, but Casimir's momentum was inexorable. "First, can you tell me—" "We should have left the campus before the news broke, Miss Hartland. We cannot delay." Charlotte couldn't argue with his implacable authority. She crossed the trampled, snowy quad, leaving behind the panicked students, and climbed into the black SUV. The door slammed shut, sealing her off from the chaotic new world. Chapter 2. Jack. T-minus 9 months and 6 days. The news flickered on the old TV. Jack drummed his fingers on the threadbare arm of the couch, watching the ticker scroll beneath the newscasters' faces. It repeated the same information he'd been reading for the past hour. Comet, September 20th. Extinction, inevitable. He kept hoping something would change on that jittery blue banner. His phone rested on the mud-stained knee of his jeans and occasionally lit up with a text, news alert, or call. He ignored it. He had access to instant updates, but he needed the TV to confirm this was actually happening. Only the anchors his dad used to watch on the flat screen could make him believe the comet was legit. Jack drummed faster. He was full of nervous energy, itching to leap into action, but he couldn't move from the TV in case something changed. A patch of sunlight cut through the blinds and illuminated the dirt under his fingernails. He hadn't washed up when he got home from his shift. The news broke through a song on the radio as he was pulling his truck into the neighborhood, and he'd gone straight to the living room to rummage for the remote. The screen sputtered, switching to a dead channel. Jack stabbed at the buttons, not paying attention to which network the glitchy old thing ended up on. They were all sharing the same bleak news. Comet, September 20th. Extinction, inevitable. Jack felt scared. He'd never shied away from a fight in his life, even when he should have. But this news was too big. He couldn't fight it. He couldn't run from it. All he could do was sit and stare and read the updates over and over. The world can't just end. I'm only 21. Jack hadn't done anything with his life except skid through high school and work construction. But he had plans. He'd gotten decent grades, despite his tendency to solve interpersonal problems with his fists, and he'd been taking an aeronautics class online. He was planning to apply to flight school as soon as he figured out the financing, and had to tell his big brother. He wanted to see the world, ideally from 30,000 feet. He wanted to make something of himself. Angry voices rose outside. The next-door neighbors were shouting at each other again. The houses on this street were too close together, and the neighbors all knew too much about each other's business. After his brother put him on the early shift at the job site, Jack had started wearing earplugs to bed so the neighbors wouldn't wake him. He appreciated the noise now. It was one normal thing in a world that had just tipped off its axis. The world can't just end. Gravel crunched as a car pulled into the driveway, the engine sputtering and choking. Jack vaulted to his feet, sending his phone flying to the shag carpet. He knew that engine. He reached the door at the same time as his brother, yanking it open while Kyle was still fumbling with his keys. "Did you hear?" Kyle rocked back a step, fists rising in self-defense. "Don't startle me like that." He lowered his fists. "I heard." "They'll stop it, right?" Jack asked. "You don't think everyone's going to die, do you?" "Will you let me inside?" Kyle grumbled. "People are going nuts out here." "Right, sure." Jack pulled his brother through the door. He'd been waiting for Kyle to arrive before deciding what to do. Kyle was the most sensible person Jack knew. If the comet turned out to be some sick joke, Kyle would never fall for it. Jack took a quick look outside before closing the door. A car sped down the street, going much too fast. It took the corner without slowing, wheels squealing, and roared out of sight. Across the street, the Diazes were packing their belongings and children into their faded blue minivan. Other neighbors stood at the low chain-link fences between their yards, talking anxiously. The couple next door was still shouting at each other. Sirens blared in the distance. Jack had lived in this neighborhood on the shabby side of Modesto, California for his entire life. It was rough at times, and he'd often wished they could afford to move to a better part of town. But now he, too, wanted to wander over to the chain link and make sure everyone was okay. If the news was true, none of them were. "I see what you mean about it being nuts out there," Jack said as he joined his brother in the kitchen. Kyle was chugging water from the gallon jug he kept in the fridge, some of it trickling into his short brown beard. Concrete dust from the job site still smudged his clothes, but he'd taken the time to thoroughly wash his hands. Both brothers were tall and sun-browned and broad, with nearly identical jug ears. Their noses would be identical too, except that Jack had gotten his broken in a fight in high school, and it had healed crooked. Kyle's beard and the beginnings of a gut made it clear who was older, by almost 8 years. Kyle lowered the water jug and reached into the fridge for a beer. "I almost got in 2 accidents on the way here and saw half a dozen more." "You think the comet's really going to hit us?" Jack asked. "Sounds like it," Kyle said. "What'll we do?" "Do?" "The news says we have 9 months and 6 days until impact." Jack began to pace. He felt as if pressure was building up in his chest, needing release. He had to do something. There has to be a way to stop the comet. Kyle popped open his beer and took a swig. "If someone can stop the thing, it ain't us. So we do whatever we want. Get drunk, get laid. What's it matter now?" Jack stopped in his tracks, feeling as if he'd been hit with a crowbar. "That's it?" Kyle grimaced. "What do you want me to say, Jack?" "How do we survive? We've got to build a bunker, or get out of town, or stock up on rations. We don't have much time." "From the looks of things, none of that will help." Jack scrubbed a hand through his hair. "I thought you'd have a plan." Kyle was usually a step or two ahead of everyone else, and Jack had fully expected to leap into action as soon as Kyle got home. But his brother looked scared, even defeated. Instead of answering, he chugged the rest of his beer and reached for another. Jack stared, as shaken as he'd been upon hearing the news of the comet. Kyle had always been the protector and provider. When their parents got killed in a car accident, Kyle had dropped out of basic training to look after 10-year-old Jack. He'd made it through 8.5 weeks of boot camp, only to sacrifice his lifelong dream of becoming a soldier. Kyle had started his construction business the year before Jack graduated high school and made Jack his first employee, giving him direction and a surrogate family in the form of the crew. In recent months, Jack had been itching to prove he could take care of himself. Kyle still saw him as a hot-headed kid, and Jack wanted to show he could stand on his own. But faced with a real crisis, he wanted his brother to fix everything. "Is this really it?" Jack said at last. "We're all gonna die?" Kyle's mouth twisted in a pained expression that was probably supposed to be a smile. "At least you won't have to finish paying off the Chevy. I was looking forward to that." Kyle met his eyes. "I hear you." They stared at each other across the small kitchen. Water droplets clung to Kyle's beard, and a line creased his forehead. Lately, that line had remained visible even when he wasn't frowning. Jack would never get the chance to prove that Kyle didn't need to worry about him now. He would never get the chance to do a lot of things. He clenched his fists, fingernails cutting into his palms, veins popping in his forearms. He wanted to hit something, to fight this. The world can't just... Suddenly, Kyle's phone rang, making them both jump. He pulled it out of his back pocket. "Hello. Yeah, this is Kyle Woodward. From Modesto, that's right." Kyle listened to the person on the phone, punctuating the silences with the occasional, "Okay," and "I understand." After a minute, his eyes widened. He glanced at Jack and moved over to the cluttered kitchen table to dig for a notepad and pen among the bills and takeout boxes. "Yep, I'm ready. Go ahead." Jack tried to read the notes over his shoulder, but Kyle jabbed an elbow at him and gave him a familiar, warning glare. Jack raised his hands and backed off. Too restless to stand still, Jack returned to the living room to see if there were any updates. The news ticker was telling the same story. Comet, apocalypse, September 20th, inevitable. Then something new blinked into the corner of the screen. A countdown clock. T-minus 276 days until impact. T-minus 276 days until the end of the world. Jack shivered. In the next room, Kyle's voice rose a little. "Yes, I understand. Highly classified. I won't tell a soul." There was a clatter as Kyle tossed his phone onto the pile of clutter. "Never doubt a Woodward." Jack rushed back to the kitchen. "What? That was the Army." "The Army?" "Yup." Kyle slapped the notepad on the table. "We got ourselves a ticket to safety." Jack narrowed his eyes. "Explain." "It's classified, bro." "Are you kidding me?" "Hold your horses." Kyle went to the window and pulled down the blinds, plunging the kitchen into shadow. "It's classified, so when I brief the crew, you have to pretend it's your first time hearing this. Got it?" Jack frowned. "What does the crew have to do with anything?" "You know how I've been bidding on government contracts?" "Yeah." Kyle had recently gone through an extensive registration process, so his construction company would be eligible for Department of Defense contracts. Certain projects were specifically open to small businesses, and Kyle was always trying to keep work coming in for the crew. But none of that stuff mattered anymore, not with a literal doomsday clock counting down. Kyle was grinning like a loon. "We got ourselves a job." "But..." Jack gestured broadly around the place. "It's the end of the world." "I know." Kyle peeked through the blinds he just closed, then turned back to Jack. "But they say we'll get spots in the future for our troubles." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Survival, bro." Kyle chuckled. "The government has a plan to save us from the apocalypse, and we're going to help pull it off." Jack was afraid his brother was cracking up. "Why us?" "They must have liked the last bit I put in." Kyle danced a brief jig in the middle of the kitchen as sirens blared in the distance. "Haven't I always told you I'd take care of you?" Jack couldn't argue with that. He rolled his shoulders to loosen the tension in his muscles, feeling as if a pressure valve had opened in his chest. Of course, Kyle had pulled a solution out of thin air. It was what Jack had expected all along. Still, Something felt strange about the situation. It was too quick, too simple. Kyle had been bidding on defense contracts for almost a year. He must have applied for this one specifically. How long had the government known the comet was coming? Kyle didn't appear to have the same worries as Jack. "We need to report to this address with the crew in a week." He tapped the notepad. "Then what?" Kyle spread his arms wide. "They want construction workers. We build something for these government dudes, and in exchange, they make sure we survive the end of the damn world." Chapter 3. Charlotte. T-minus 9 months and 5 days. Charlotte pressed her face to the window as the jet flew over the scrubland. Jagged scars crossed the earth, evidence of ancient rivers and long-ago floods. It must be cold down there. Even Nevada was cold in the middle of January. "More water, Miss Hartland?" A young man in a crisp blazer appeared at her side with a tray of plastic water bottles. He had the clean-cut, preppy look of a kid from a wealthy family, exactly the sort of person who would intern for her grandfather and ride around on his private jet. "Thank you." Charlotte took a water bottle and glanced at the seat across from her. Casimir slumped against his window, apparently dozing. She caught the sleeve of the young man's blazer. "Could you tell me where we're going exactly? Which airport?" "I'm not supposed to talk about that." "Please?" She smiled up at him, hoping her blonde hair and dimples would make up for the shadows under her eyes and the stress pimples breaking out on her chin. "I'll find out soon anyway." Casimir stirred in his sleep. The forbidding chauffeur had told her precious little since picking her up from school in the black SUV. She knew only that they were on their way to see Grandpa Hartland. "Sorry." The young man nodded at her keeper. "I really can't. It's classified. I understand." Charlotte slumped in her seat as the young man returned to the galley at the rear of the private jet. Everyone she'd encountered over the past 24 hours had told her the same thing. Highly classified, top secret, her grandfather would explain everything. Yesterday, Casimir had driven her from her college campus to a nearby parking lot where a helicopter was waiting. They'd flown over snow-covered fields and little farmhouses until they reached a town with a regional airport where they stayed overnight in a Holiday Inn. Charlotte wanted nothing more than to hear her mom's voice, but Casimir removed her room phone, insisting it was too dangerous for them to report their movements. Charlotte kept replaying the moment when she dropped her cell phone in the stairwell. If only she'd called her mom before starting down the stairs. Charlotte watched the news on the hotel TV all through a sleepless night. The cameras switched between scenes of chaos, shell-shocked reactions to the comet, and endless repetition of the facts. The comet would strike on September 20th and obliterate all human life. 2 different anchors broke down in tears as they relayed the news about the end of everything. But Charlotte's eyes remained dry, as if she'd locked away her emotions for safekeeping. This was too big, too much. She was holding her breath with her head underwater, and she had no idea when she'd next come up for air. She'd finally dropped to sleep as the sun was rising, unable to separate her dreams from this new reality. Casimir woke her a few hours later, and they boarded the private jet. Charlotte followed their flight path as well as she could using landmarks. She had figured out they were above Nevada because she'd recognized the Great Salt Lake amid glittering salt flats half an hour ago, and they were flying west. At this point, she wouldn't be surprised if they headed south toward Area 51. Charlotte shifted in her seat, the leather squeaking beneath her. She had actually flown in this jet once before, during a brief interval when her mom was trying to be on better terms with Grandpa Hartland. She remembered the beige seats, the lavender-scented air freshener in the bathroom, the bar cart stocked with bottles. She retained a vivid image of her grandfather strolling the aisle, clinking glasses with other old men in business suits. She must have been 5 or 6 then. Their visits to the East Coast had stopped soon after. Her mom and Grandpa Hartland couldn't occupy the same room for long without arguing about his politics or her life choices. Grandpa Hartland had reached out again when Charlotte needed money for her education. They'd spoken on the phone several times since then, but she was nervous about seeing him in person. Hopefully, her mom would be with him. Charlotte hugged her turquoise peacoat to her chest. the familiar gingery scent of her favorite shampoo lingering on the wool. Her suitcase, filled with a random selection of clothes Casimir had brought from her dorm, occupied a seat across the aisle. The jet shuddered with turbulence, jolting Casimir awake. He scanned the cabin before his gaze settled on Charlotte. "The attendant doesn't know anything." "Okay, maybe he'd been awake already." "I was just asking." "Have patience," Casimir said. "You're about to become more informed than the majority of the country." "When will—" "Patience." "Sorry." Charlotte turned to press her face against the window again, squirming under Casimir's disapproving gaze. She had no right to complain. He'd removed her from a dangerously escalating situation. No SUVs had plucked Ashlyn or Safwan from the chaos on campus. No preppy interns in blazers were delivering spring water to Professor Choi. The window glass cooled her forehead as she studied the landscape below. She wanted to know what was happening down there. A full day had passed since the world found out about its impending destruction, and it had been 5 hours since she last saw a news report. Had the rule of law failed yet? She'd seen the movies. There would be gridlock, looting, children's shoes dropped on the road. She shuddered. Last night, the news had reported that the Army and National Guard were being deployed to maintain order. Governments around the world struggled to keep the peace, as everyone on the planet received death sentences on the same day. Charlotte couldn't accept that the destruction was inevitable. Someone had to be working on a way to fix this. Her grandfather, for one, must have known about the comet. Casimir had planned to pick Charlotte up before the chaos kicked off. Grandpa Hartland worked for the government, in addition to owning a successful chemical manufacturing business, but she didn't understand exactly what he did. He'd been appointed to the position rather than elected, and any discussion of it made her mom suck her teeth and slam doors a little too hard, supposedly because of a conflict between his business interests and his official position. But maybe that was never the real story. Maybe his job was a front for the CIA or some top-secret comet-fighting organization. A sinking sensation in Charlotte's belly told her they were descending. An airstrip came into view in a scrubby basin not far from a deserted highway, the details sharpening as they approached. A cluster of Quonset huts and concrete buildings nestled discreetly behind a low, flat mountain. Scrubby plants and pockets of melting snow frosted the ground, and a convoy of military vehicles stirred up dust as it bounced along a dirt road toward a barbed wire fence. The jet went in for a fast landing on the narrow airstrip, engines screaming. Charlotte gripped her armrest, her seatbelt pulling tight against her flesh. They touched down with a violent jolt and screeched to a halt. The silence afterward disoriented her all over again. Casimir unbuckled and stood. "Come." "Where are we?" Charlotte pulled on her turquoise coat, feeling jaggy from lack of sleep. Casimir ignored the question. He opened the plane door and clunked down the metal stairs. The blazer-clad attendant followed with Charlotte's suitcase. She emerged last and found the sun setting straight ahead, its saffron light blazing in her eyes. Her grandfather stood on the tarmac, silhouetted against the evening glow. Charlotte descended the steps and started toward him, still a little nervous to see him after so long apart. Everything about Rutherford J. Hartland was distinguished, from his thick silver hair to his expensive wool coat and silver-framed glasses. Like Charlotte, he carried extra weight on his frame, and he carried it well. He cut an intimidating figure on that desolate runway. Then he smiled at her, and the lock on Charlotte's emotions cracked open, as if it had been waiting for this. Relief tore through her. They hadn't seen each other in a while, but they were still family. She ran the last few steps and flung her arms around him. Grandpa Hartland hugged her back without hesitation. "Charlotte, my dear," he boomed, "you're safe now. Don't be afraid a minute longer." She pressed her cheek against the fine wool of his coat, which smelled of cologne and cigars, tears welling up in her eyes. The tension of the past 24 hours began to release its hold on her. Grandpa Hartland had just the sort of larger-than-life presence she needed right now. "What's happening, Grandpa? Where's Mom?" "I will explain everything. But first, let me look at you." He pulled back and studied her at arm's length, his sharp green eyes taking in every detail. Rumpled clothes, blotchy skin, tears and all. He smiled. "You changed your hair." "It's just longer." "Very nice." He tightened his grip on her shoulders, lowering his voice. "Your mother is not here. Have you spoken to her?" "I lost my phone. Casimir wouldn't let me call anyone." Grandpa Hartland glanced at the severe man standing to one side, the sunset light emphasizing the blunt angles of his face. "That was probably wise, but I hoped you could persuade her to join us here." "Where is she?" Charlotte asked, panic scratching at the insides of her rib cage. Now that her emotions were loose, they threatened to overwhelm her. "Home in Portland. I sent a car for her, but she refused to come." "What?" "Don't worry, my dear," Grandpa Hartland said. "Everyone responds differently when something as frightening and unusual as this comet happens. She'll come around." "Does she know I'm here?" "I told her you were on your way. You should speak to her as soon as possible." Charlotte didn't understand. Her mom had issues with Grandpa Hartland, but everything was different now, wasn't it? How could she just refuse to come, especially when Grandpa Hartland was offering safety? Beyond the runway, double rows of barbed wire fences cast ragged shadows in the sunset. She was safe here, wasn't she? Charlotte pulled her coat tighter. "What is this place?" "This is the headquarters of the United States Bunker Reservation Project." Pride thrummed in Grandpa Hartland's voice. "We call it BRP." "What's a bunker reservation?" "The salvation of humanity, unless something goes very wrong indeed," Grandpa Hartland said. "But let us talk inside. You must be freezing." He spoke quietly to the young man holding her suitcase, then ushered Charlotte toward the Quonset huts clumped beside the runway. Soldiers in tan fatigues and men and women in dark suits strode among the buildings. Soldiers in suits alike nodded respectfully at Grandpa Hartland and stole curious glances at Charlotte. She felt young and out of place among all these stern people, as if she were a sitcom actress who'd accidentally stumbled onto the set of a serious war movie. Grandpa Hartland led the way to the largest Quonset hut and held the door open for her. Inside, the place hummed like a beehive. People gathered around computer terminals, muttered into headsets, and marched about with tablets and charts. Many wore lab coats. They were nothing like the torrent of scared undergrads Charlotte had left behind. These people moved with purpose. They must have known the comet was coming long before the news broke. A dizzying sense of relief spun through her. Someone really was going to make everything okay again. Grandpa Hartland escorted her to a vast honeycomb of private cubicles at the back of the hut. They passed dozens of earnest meetings in the little square silos, conducted by more people in suits, lab coats, and military uniforms. Grandpa Hartland entered an unoccupied cubicle off the center aisle and offered Charlotte a folding plastic chair. He sat behind a flimsy metal desk, his equally flimsy chair squeaking as it took his weight. Casimir planted himself in the doorway to stand guard. "Okay, my dear." Grandpa Hartland folded his hands on the desk and smiled at Charlotte. "I'm sure you have many questions." "You said this is a bunker reservation." She leaned forward. "What is that?" "It is the headquarters of the Bunker Reservation Project," he corrected. "What do you know about cryogenic sleep?" "Just the basics," Charlotte said. "It can preserve a human body in stasis indefinitely. Thousands of people are in cryosleep tanks all over the world, some for short stretches, some who've specified awakening dates in the far future." She trailed off, beginning to understand. "Very good," Grandpa Hartland said. "At its most basic level, cryosleep buys time. We are preparing to put groups of people to sleep in secure underground bunkers. This will preserve our society until enough time passes for the effects of the meteorite strike to clear." "So it's true?" Charlotte sat back. "The comet is really going to destroy life on Earth?" "I'm afraid so." Grandpa Hartland removed his glasses and cleaned them with a silk handkerchief from his pocket. "Those who don't perish in the impact will face a global firestorm. The ash and ejecta will poison the atmosphere and reduce temperatures drastically. The Earth will be unlivable for a while." He put his glasses back on. "But we now have the technology to hibernate while Mother Nature heals herself." Charlotte didn't understand how he could be so calm. She wondered for the first time if she'd slipped on the snowy quad and hit her head. Maybe none of this is real. She touched the hard plastic chair beneath her, pressed her dry tongue against the roof of her mouth, and sniffed the ginger scent lingering on her coat. She listened to the hum of voices beyond the cubicle walls. The sparrow had gotten trapped inside the curved roof of the Quonset hut, and it was flitting about, chirping frantically. She was really here. Charlotte shook herself, not wanting to lose track of the conversation. Grandpa Hartland had said something about hibernation. How long will it take for the Earth to return to normal? A century at least, maybe more. We are still working out the details. A century? Charlotte asked faintly. Can people even survive in cryosleep for that long? We hope so, Grandpa Hartland said. Other departments are also pursuing remedies for the comet, but I believe cryosleep bunkers are humanity's best and only chance. BRP is the solution. The idea of preserving their bodies for 100 or more years seemed absurd. But what did she know? She was just a random college freshman, not a cryogenics expert. Why did you bring me here? You are to have a spot in a cryosleep bunker. Grandpa Hartland glanced over at Casimir, who was standing guard against eavesdroppers, and lowered his voice. We have a limited number of cryotanks. I pulled some strings to make sure you and your mother each get a place. Charlotte found herself thinking of the Titanic. There aren't enough lifeboats for everyone. People are going to drown. How many people will be left out of cryosleep? Most people, I'm afraid. Grandpa Hartland's chair squeaked as he adjusted his bulk, a shadow darkening his eyes. We will be lucky if we can save even half of 1% of the U.S. population. 0.5%? Half of a percent? That meant almost everyone would die. Every classmate, teacher, dentist, and cashier Charlotte had ever talked to, every stranger she'd ever walked by on the street, every celebrity and politician and criminal, every friend, every child. Charlotte couldn't process this. Maybe she should be crying, but that was too simple a response. The tragedy was too enormous for tears. That's a lot of people, she said at last. Indeed. Grandpa Hartland nodded sadly. Are you sure you can give Mom and me a spot? Charlotte asked. Shouldn't you be saving doctors and people like that? We are still debating how to select the bunker populace, Grandpa Hartland said. But I won't risk subjecting you to whatever process we settle upon. No matter what, you will have a cryotank on the day the comet hits. Are you in charge here? After a fashion, Grandpa Hartland said. I was brought in to serve as the BRP Civil Director. There are civil, scientific, and military components to this project. I'm working closely with the Army, the FCRA, that's the Federal Cryosleep Regulation Agency, and research scientists from the Department of Health and Human Services to develop and implement the program. Charlotte rubbed her eyes, the names and acronyms swirling into an alphabet soup in her mind. And this place is the headquarters of the BRP. Now it is. Until a few weeks ago, it was a federal cryo research facility. Charlotte remembered the more permanent structures clustered between the Quonset huts. Is the bunker here? One of them is. We are preparing bunker facilities in deep mines and bases all over the country. There will be several dozen bunkers. Charlotte struggled to sort through this onslaught of information. She wasn't going to die after all. That was the important bit. Her grandpa and his program were going to save her. Suddenly, the accumulated weariness of the past 24 hours hit her like a sledgehammer. She hid a yawn behind her hand. Grandpa Hartland's eyes crinkled in a smile. I'll have someone show you to your quarters. I'm terribly busy, but I will spend as much time with you and your mother as possible over the next few months, assuming she joins us here. Won't we have plenty of time afterward? Charlotte asked. I don't want to get in your way while you're so busy. That's thoughtful of you, my dear, Grandpa Hartland said. But I will not be entering cryosleep. I'm too old to endure the stresses. Saving the human race, and my only daughter and grandchild, will be enough legacy for me. Charlotte took in the age spots on her grandfather's hands, the pouches under his sharp green eyes. He was an old man already, and he was expecting to die within the year, along with over 99% of the population. It was all too much. If she'd really hit her head, she was ready to wake up now. "Can I go home?" Charlotte asked. "Please, the TV said the comet won't hit until September."
"Oh, Charlotte, I am sorry."
Grandpa Hartland took her clammy hands between his cool, dry ones.
"We don't know how the public will respond to all this. We'd hoped to keep the comet secret for longer to minimize the panic, but the information leaked. I'd much rather keep you safe here until you can join your cohort."
"You're saying I can't go home ever?"
"I'm afraid not."
Compared to dying in a comet apocalypse, it was a small sadness, but Charlotte's throat tightened at the knowledge that she would never see their little house in Portland again, with its solar panels on the roof and the herb garden window boxes she and her mom had planted together. They'd spilled half the soil on the floor and spent an hour on their hands and knees, trying to rescue the tiny basil seeds while singing along to the radio. Somehow, it was easier to feel sad about the little seeds trapped in the cracks in the floorboards than about the catastrophic loss of life, including her grandpa's life, that was about to happen. Casimir's gruff voice cut into Charlotte's thoughts like an axe.
"The sergeant is on his way."
"Ah, good." Grandpa Hartland released her hands and stood, adjusting his silver-framed glasses.
"A soldier I trust will get you settled and arrange a secure line so you can call your mother. You must convince her to join us soon. I wish that she and I—"
A flash of regret crossed his face.
"No matter. The outside world is no longer safe."
"I'll talk her into it." Charlotte tried to sound certain, even though her mom was normally the one talking her into things. She had to join them here.
"I have every confidence in you," Grandpa Hartland said. "Oh, please don't tell anyone here what we discussed, including the sergeant. Some may object if they learn I've used my position to arrange safety for my family. I am much too busy for a mutiny."
"A mutiny?"
"You can hardly hide our connection given the way you arrived."
Grandpa Hartland went on as if he hadn't heard her.
"Best not to mention I guaranteed you a spot in a bunker, though."
Charlotte swallowed, uneasiness scurrying through her. It wasn't fair that she'd been assured a cryotank solely because of her grandfather's position. What would the people here do if they found out? Brisk footsteps sounded on the concrete.
"He's here,"
Casimir said. He stepped aside as a man in fatigues strode to the cubicle entrance and snapped off a salute. A few years older than Charlotte, the soldier had black hair, razor-sharp cheekbones, and a tilt to his brown eyes. He stood with the easy confidence of a person who knew exactly who he was. He reminded her of Casimir, even though they looked nothing alike.
"Ah, excellent to see you again, Levi," Grandpa Hartland boomed, all signs of his earlier sadness disappearing. "Charlotte, this is Sergeant Leviticus Yamamoto."
Chapter 4. Jack. T-minus 9 months and 2 days. Jack and Kyle stocked up on food, water, and beer and holed up at home as a wave of looting and violence swept through their city. With the entire population of the world facing their mortality at once, things were bound to get a little crazy. The looting had already started when they went to the grocery store the day the news broke. They paid for their overloaded cart while other people walked right out, dry goods in their arms, canned food weighing down their pockets. The shell-shocked cashier didn't bother trying to stop the shoplifters. She just kept scanning groceries, going through the motions as if it hadn't occurred to her not to show up and clock in as usual. When Jack and Kyle left, she wished them a Merry Christmas. The brothers returned to the house and didn't leave again for days.
"Don't you want to know what's going on out there?"
Jack poked his head out the door to study their deserted street. The neighbors had either left town or locked themselves indoors.
"That's what the TV is for," Kyle called from the living room.
A garbage can rolled down the gradually sloping street, and a dog trotted along the chain-link fence. Sirens wailed relentlessly in the distance. Jack dreaded the day when the sirens would stop.
"We should do another supply run," he called over his shoulder. "Everything's probably gone by now."
Jack closed the door harder than necessary and returned to the living room.
"We can't just sit around." "Oh, yes, we can."
Kyle lounged on the couch with their dad's shotgun propped beside him. The TV cast an eerie glow over his sun-tanned face.
"No way are we wasting our chance at survival by being reckless."
Jack paced across the shag carpet, treading a familiar path between the front door and the couch. He hated being cooped up. In a few days, they would report to work for their mysterious government contract, but he felt they should be doing more to prepare, more to fend off the doom hovering over their house like a giant hammer. He still didn't quite believe the contract would save them. He paused to check the TV in case anything had changed, drumming his fingers on the back of the couch. Kyle had his phone out, and he was scrolling one newsfeed as another blared at him from the flat screen. The news shuffled constantly between scenes of broken shop windows, troops being deployed to keep order, and talking heads endlessly debating the comet, which had been nicknamed Brandon, of all things. Jack figured weapons, food, and survival gear were the obvious choice for the looters, but those couldn't stop the big, ugly comet tumbling through space. Logic didn't seem to apply anymore anyway. Stories spread about looters raiding fast food restaurants for soda syrup or movie theaters for boxes of old reels. One group broke the windows of a sporting goods store and ran away with dozens of shoes, but not a single weapon or water filter. "They're fulfilling a primal need to assert control over their survival," one of the talking heads on TV declared after a shot panned on an empty shelf. "We've seen similar behaviors in studies of lab rats who—" "Will you stop fidgeting?" Kyle barked, and Jack realized he was still drumming on the couch. He couldn't stop moving. He felt like a spectator to the disaster. He wanted to get into the ring, get some bruises on his knuckles. But the people desperately smashing and grabbing out there didn't have the guarantees he and Kyle did. Guarantees. Yeah, right. Jack flopped onto the couch beside his brother. "Have you heard anything new about the contract?" "I got the non-disclosure paperwork." Kyle tapped his laptop without looking away from his phone. "They're not messing around." Jack shook his head. Paperwork was the first thing everyone should abandon at the end of the world. But Kyle had always taken his company seriously, and that hadn't changed despite the news. People's reactions to the comet were unpredictable, though. Stoic public figures became raging conspiracy theorists overnight. Mundane office workers gathered fervent followings online, speaking eloquently about the melancholy of fate and mortality. Religious leaders became celebrities or outcasts, depending on how they responded to the crisis, and every church, temple, mosque, and synagogue was full. Frantic politicians went on air to reassure people basic supply chains would be kept open for as long as possible to deter the looters. They insisted there was absolutely no need to panic. This only made some people panic more. The topic dominating every hot take and news report was what could be done about the comet. Could it be destroyed? Diverted? Could people shield themselves from the effects long enough for the Earth to recover? Jack and Kyle spent hours debating the theories while they grilled onion burgers on the back patio, trying to ignore the crackle of gunshots in the distance. A solution existed, one that required builders, but they couldn't guess what it would be. Jack worried their mysterious government contract was a hoax, but Kyle had never failed him, and as they learned more about the comet's size and trajectory, it became increasingly clear they couldn't bug out to a cabin somewhere and survive. The comet was too big, its aim too good. They had to trust the promises of an unknown voice on the phone, or give up completely. Jack Woodward wasn't the type to give up without a fight. On a rainy afternoon 4 days after the news broke, Kyle called the crew together to discuss the top-secret contract. They met at their current job site, a half-finished office building full of exposed steel beams and tarps fluttering in the wind. Jack waited at the entrance to the site, just out of the rain, and ticked off names on a mental list. There was Rocco, Jack's best friend from high school, who trained as an electrician and grown a wispy goatee and a paranoid streak after graduation. Bianca was a stocky Latina woman who taught Jack to drive a front-loader and teased him mercilessly about every girl he'd ever grinned at. Eduardo, a sweet bear of a carpenter, sang Johnny Cash while he worked. And Anders, a drywall specialist, drank too much and didn't laugh enough, but he'd never once given Jack a hard time about being the boss's kid brother. Others were missing, such as the Gonzalez brothers, who'd convinced the whole crew to join a weekend soccer league even though they were always exhausted at the end of the week, not to mention terrible at soccer. Sherman was a brick mason who made eggnog from scratch every Christmas and brought it to the job site to share. And there was Marcus, who'd gone to the library to print out a flight school application for Jack when he heard about his plans and made him promise not to give up. These people had been there for Jack while he was growing up, as messy as that had been without his parents. They were family. He was skeptical of this lucky break, but he couldn't imagine letting any of them die, not when they'd been offered a chance to live. But the time of the meeting came and went, and only 20 people, 2/3 of their regular team, showed up. "Where is everyone?" Jack asked Rocco when it was clear no one else was coming. The skinny electrician shrugged. "With their families? Getting stoned?" He pulled thoughtfully on his goatee. "Maybe getting stoned with their families. But this is important." "Importance is relative, man," Rocco said. Jack checked outside again in case any of the missing crew members were running late. Rain slicked the road beyond the job site, and a muddy mix of dirt and cement swirled along a ditch beside it, carrying away the evidence of the work they'd done here. Cars sped past, sending water cascading behind them, but none turned into the lot. The others didn't know about the opportunity Kyle was about to offer them, but Jack had thought they'd all want to say goodbye to each other. He dropped the tarp over the entrance and surveyed the diminished group, running through the list again. Present: Rocco, Bianca, Anders, Eduardo, Herb, Kate, Jin, Oscar. Anyone who didn't show up today wouldn't survive. His friends wouldn't survive. Absent: Julio and Antonio Gonzalez, Sherman, Marcus, Ruslan, Pete. Jack opened and closed his fists, feeling a little panicky. He was no stranger to loss, but he hadn't expected it to kick him in the teeth today. They should have given the others more information, told them they'd gotten their hands on a life raft. Only now, faced with the gaps in their numbers, did Jack truly believe this contract would save them. If the missing crew affected Kyle, he took it in stride. He made everyone sign the NDAs, then climbed onto a pallet of bricks to explain the offer. They could give their labor in exchange for survival, their sweat and muscle in exchange for salvation. Wind gusted through the exposed steel beams, rustling the tarps. It felt as if they were standing on the deck of a ship, listening to the snap of the sails as their captain prepared them for a nasty storm. When Kyle finished speaking, the crew stared at him, stunned. Bianca crossed herself. Eduardo dry-washed his big hands. Anders swayed on his feet. Rocco glanced at Jack as if checking to see if he'd heard the same speech. Jack had to admit it sounded far-fetched, but the others usually listened to Kyle. He scraped his steel-toed boots on the concrete impatiently and adjusted his tool belt, which he donned out of habit when he left the house. Why wasn't anyone saying anything? "I don't buy it," Rocco said at last. "You seriously trust these people?" "The United States Army?" Kyle said. "Hell yeah, I trust them." The crew began to murmur to each other. An older man named Herb, who was a veteran, folded his arms over his chest, a frown deepening all his wrinkles. "Where's the job site?" Bianca asked Kyle. "Don't know. They'll send a bus for us." Bianca arched a thin eyebrow. "And our equipment?" "Bring what you can carry," Kyle said. "They'll have the heavy stuff there." "How do we get home after?" asked Anders. The drywall specialist's nose was red from broken blood vessels, and his blonde hair hung in greasy clumps, as if he hadn't bathed since the news broke. "We don't," Kyle said. "This is a one-way ticket." Anders took a swig from a hip flask, something that would get him fired on the spot on any other day. "Sounds fishy." "I can't make you take the job," Kyle said, "but it's better than the alternatives." More murmurs scurried through the crew, competing with the sigh of the wind outside. The workers weren't exactly jumping at the offer. They whispered to each other in a mixture of English and Spanish, skepticism plain on their faces. Jack's stomach lurched. He and his brother couldn't do the job, whatever it was, alone, and he didn't want to lose any of them. "Come on, guys." Jack went to stand beside Kyle's brick pallet stage. "This is our chance to survive. Haven't you been watching the news?" "The news says we're all going to die," Rocco said. "Yeah, but if that's true, I don't want to spend my final days working," Eduardo said. Bianca nodded. "Life is too short for that, literally."
But the whole point is that our lives won't be short if we take the job, Jack said. This is how we survive. Maybe it is, Anders slurred. Or maybe it isn't. The voices began to blend together as the crew discussed the offer. They really gonna enforce those NDAs? Someone asked. How could they? This deal sounds sketchy. Load of crap if you ask me. I reckon it's worth a shot. I have better ways to spend my time. The debate picked up steam, but no one stepped forward to take the deal. Jack drummed his fingers on his belt, and sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold weather. Why couldn't they see that this was their big chance? Then Rocco's voice rose above the chatter. Hey, if we do this, are they going to pay us? Isn't survival payment enough? Jack exclaimed, throwing up his hands. What's wrong with you guys? This is literal salvation we're talking about here. Life or death shit. You can't just cool it, Kyle barked. We can discuss this without yelling. Jack didn't think he'd been yelling, at least not loudly, but Kyle tended to be strict with him in front of the crew. He didn't want to give his brother special treatment, and sometimes went too far in the opposite direction. Just trying to help, Jack muttered. Kyle shot him a look, and he folded his arms and clamped his mouth shut. Jack's right, Kyle said to the others. This is our chance to survive. They promised us. That's how the man gets you. Herb cleared his throat with a wet cough. Promises. They always swear you'll have a shot at a better life, so you'll play by the rules. I seen it before. I'd rather work than waste away, Kyle said. Heck, it's what I'd do even if we weren't going to survive. Gotta stay busy to stay alive. Jack frowned. That didn't match up with what Kyle had said about getting drunk and laid the day the news broke. He had been as despondent as the rest of them until he got that phone call, chugging beer from the fridge, water droplets clinging to his beard. The moment had shaken Jack. It suggested part of Kyle's responsible big brother demeanor was an act, upheld for Jack's sake even when Kyle didn't believe it. None of the others detected the bluff, though. To them, Kyle was still their good-natured, unfailingly reasonable boss. If he said he'd work up to the end, they believed him. Kyle drew from his folder a paper printed with black lines. So, who's in? Jack held his breath. They had to say yes. They were his family. He didn't want them to die. After a pause that seemed to last a year, Eduardo rolled his bearish shoulders and lumbered forward. Doesn't sound like we have any other options. I'll take the gamble. Good man. Kyle handed him the paper. Who else? Anders shuffled forward to add his name to the list. Kyle had been on the verge of firing Anders for showing up to work hungover too often, but as soon as Anders handed off the pen, he pulled out his flask and emptied it onto the ground. Not going to waste my second chance, he announced. That's it for me and the sauce. Glad to have you. Kyle shook Anders' hand over the puddle of liquor. Eduardo thumped Anders on the back, making him stagger. That's 4, including me and Jack. Kyle turned to the others. Who's next? With the first names inked on the page, more of the crew lined up to sign on. With each name, Jack breathed a little easier, but the promise of survival didn't sway everyone. Bianca came over to stand by him. I'm out. I've already been away from my kids too long today. Jack had completely forgotten she had a family outside the crew. Maybe we can take them with us. Bianca shook her head with a sad smile. It doesn't work like that. Jack tried to think of a way to convince her to stay, but saving herself would mean abandoning her kids. He knew what it was like to lose a mom, and he wouldn't wish that on anyone, even for only 9 months. They watched more members of the crew add their names to the list, Jack trying to come up with something to say to Bianca that would encompass what she'd meant to him. She'd been a sister, mother, and friend all in one, and there was no way to sum that up in a goodbye. Bianca, look out for them, Jack, Bianca said. They'll get themselves in trouble. Jack ducked his head. Yes, ma'am. She reached up to pat his cheek, then walked out into the rain without looking back. Bianca wasn't the only person to turn down the offer. Oscar, a young Mexican man who had twin newborns, opted out, as did Herb, who kept grumbling that the survival guarantee was hogwash.
Kate, the other woman on the crew, refused to load onto a mysterious bus, Army or no Army, unless she knew the destination. Several more recent immigrants declined because they were still trying to reach their families back home. Each refusal was like a punch in the gut. Jack's family was being cut in half, the way it had been once before. But unlike when his parents died, this wasn't an accident. The crew had a path to safety, and they weren't taking it. Rocco waited until everyone else had decided one way or another, then gave a dramatic sigh and scrawled his name at the end of the list.
"Maybe it is all bunk," he said to Jack, "but I'm not taking any chances."
Jack clapped Rocco on his scrawny shoulder, relieved he'd still have his closest friend.
"We always said we'd get out of Modesto."
Rocco snorted.
"Right. This is our lucky day."
"It is," Jack insisted. "You'll see." In the end, 15 workers agreed to take the job, most of them young and single like Jack. He would have signed up even if his brother weren't involved. He'd wanted to move on from Modesto and construction and the grimy little neighborhood where he'd grown up. He'd wanted to see the world from the air. Well, this job was a far bigger step than becoming a pilot. Besides, he believed what he'd seen on the news. The comet was inevitable. This job was his only chance. Chapter 5. Charlotte. T-minus 9 months and 2 days. Charlotte woke up and reached groggily for her phone. Her fingers met the cold metal of the chair beside her narrow camp bed, reminding her with a jolt that her phone had been trampled to pieces. She sat up, taking in the sparsely furnished cubicle and the curved roof of a Quonset hut rising overhead. She was at the secret BRP headquarters, and her world really had changed forever. She pulled on a soft blue sweater and black leggings, then padded across the cold concrete to the shared bathroom. BRP scientists and civilian officials bunked in the cubes around hers, but they didn't have much time for sleep or personal hygiene. Only one other woman stood at the long row of sinks. "Good morning," Charlotte said. The woman stared at her in the mirror, her hazel eyes glassy. "Do you know where I might get some toothpaste?" Charlotte asked. "I'm almost out and—" "Toothpaste?" the woman blurted. Yes. Is there some kind of shop where I can—" "We need to order toothpaste to store in the bunkers or the survivors will have dental problems." The woman pulled a notebook from her pocket, her hands still wet and soapy, and began scribbling notes. She seemed to have forgotten Charlotte was there. "We'll have to add it to the inventory and find out about shelf life and—" She left the bathroom, still muttering to herself about dental supplies. Charlotte's grandfather had warned her not to tell anyone about their connection, but that woman had barely noticed her existence. After finishing in the bathroom, Charlotte returned to her cubicle to sort through her suitcase. The simple task of folding and rearranging her clothes soothed her, as if putting her things in order would help her make sense of the past few days. When Casimir had grabbed her suitcase from her dorm, he had packed every piece of underwear Charlotte owned. She suspected he'd dumped the whole drawer into the suitcase without looking at or touching any of it. He'd also packed only high-heeled shoes. She'd have to wear her snow boots outside. Judging by the woman in the bathroom, no one would care about Charlotte's clothes here anyway. The scientists, officials, and soldiers were too busy trying to save the world. The soldier who'd escorted her to her sleeping quarters soon arrived to show her to breakfast. Sergeant Leviticus Yamamoto was only a few years older than her, perhaps 22 or 23. He told her she should call him Levi.
"The food here is decent, but the coffee is terrible," Levi said as they departed for the mess hall. "And never eat the sloppy joes."
He led the way across the base, his long, loose strides making her think of a wolf loping through the high desert. Charlotte scurried along beside him, blinking in the morning glare. The low, flat mountain was the only thing alleviating the bland monotony of the Nevada scrubland. The dry air stole the moisture from her throat and lips until they were as cracked and jagged as the land. But at least she was safe. The throes of apocalyptic mayhem hadn't reached this far yet. "How long have you been here?" Charlotte asked.
3 weeks,
Levi said.
"The comet was discovered a week or two before that."
She looked up at him in surprise. "That's it? BRP is less than 5 weeks old?"
Affirmative.
No wonder the toothpaste woman had seemed on the verge of a nervous breakdown. That was a ridiculously short length of time to set this project in motion. On their way to the mess hall, a woman in a lab coat sprinted across their path, her hair pulled back in a wet bun as if she'd just leapt out of the shower. "They're all working so hard," Charlotte said. "Will they finish everything on time?"
"I think everything would be too ambitious," Levi said, "but some of the bunkers will be ready. And every extra hour they put in means another few cryotanks will be available."
"And another few people will be saved."
"Exactly."
The woman disappeared into a low concrete building nestled between the rounded metal Quonset huts. It would have blended into the landscape if not for the war camp that had sprung up around it. A tent city at the edge of the base served as the soldiers' barracks, and barbed wire fences protected it all, but some of those buildings looked permanent. "This place has been here longer than 5 weeks, hasn't it?" Charlotte asked.
"I expect so."
Levi kept his attention on the path, not volunteering any additional information. "It was a cryogenics research facility, right?" "Could I see the cryotanks?"
"They just look like big plastic coffins."
"How about the bunker?" Charlotte pressed. Levi glanced at her.
"Probably best if you stick to the mess hall and your quarters. Shall we see about that coffee?"
The sergeant's polite refusal to answer Charlotte's questions continued throughout their meal of scrambled eggs and burned toast. She assumed her grandfather had ordered him to keep her out of trouble, and she got the sense that Levi followed orders, period. At the tables around them, people bowed over tablets and laptops, murmured into headsets, and clustered in endless, urgent meetings. The soldiers were as numerous as the scientists and civilian officials combined, and just as busy. The overall impression was of a dining hall on the first morning of finals week. First test, prevent the extinction of the human race. That eerie sense of displacement returned, as if nothing was quite real. Charlotte tried to focus on the bitterness of the coffee, the hard bench beneath her thighs, and the cold breeze that ruffled her hair when the door behind her opened. She kept having to remind herself the world hadn't ceased to exist yet.
"If you're finished, I'm supposed to let you make a call."
Levi tossed his paper plate into the garbage.
"To your mother, I think."
Charlotte leapt to her feet. "Really? Let's go." They crossed a stretch of gravel to the main Quonset hut where Charlotte had met with Grandpa Hartland. A big digital clock hung over the open-plan office area, showing an ominous red countdown sequence. The people working at the desks and conference tables kept glancing at the clock as if hoping the countdown had stopped. Charlotte picked up bits of scattered conversations, people hastily arranging construction crews and supplies or scouring the country for cryotanks. It would be a miracle of organization if they pulled this off. Levi led the way to the honeycomb of cubicles, where several secure satellite phones had been set up. They were reserved for official BRP use, but Grandpa Hartland had made an exception for his family. Charlotte sat at a desk in one of the cubicles while Levi typed a complicated security code into the device, then had her enter their home number. Her mom picked up on the first ring. "Charlie? Mom, have you changed your mind yet? That's no way to greet your mother." "Sorry." Charlotte drew in a deep breath, which felt like the first proper breath she'd taken since learning of the comet. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." There was a faint clatter, and Charlotte pictured her mom hoisting herself up to sit on the concrete countertop of their kitchen, handmade jewelry clacking at her wrists and ears. "What about you? Are you with your grandfather?" "Yes, that's why I'm calling. You have to let Grandpa Hartland bring you here. It's the only way to survive the comet." Her mom gave a small sigh. "Oh, honey, no one is going to survive the comet. I've seen the news reports." "They don't know," Charlotte said. "The government is putting together a program to save people in Levi cleared his throat, reminding her she wasn't supposed to give details. "Grandpa's going to help us." "By kidnapping my daughter? Some help." "He didn't kidnap me." Charlotte glanced at Levi, who somehow managed to look both casual and menacing as he lounged beside the desk. "Can't you put aside your problems with Grandpa for a few months? It's a matter of life and death." Her mom sighed. "You don't understand. My father is using his position to control us. I didn't come when he snapped his fingers, so he's stealing the last of our time together. But he's helping himself just like always. Don't believe everything he tells you about this program of his." "What do you know about it?" Charlotte brushed her curls back from her face irritably. "You won't even talk to him." "I know him better than you do." "But you two are family," Charlotte said. "Families are supposed to come together in a crisis." "I can't, honey. I'm sorry." Charlotte clutched the phone tighter. She had given in often in the face of her mom's stubbornness, but she wouldn't do it this time. "I'll come to Portland and pick you up myself." "He won't let you. He can't hold me against my will." "But he can, Charlie. He'll claim it's for your own good, and then he'll force you to—" A loud noise sounded in the background, like a car backfiring, or a gunshot. Charlotte froze. "What was that?" "Just the rioters," her mom said. "I've boarded up the windows and doors already, don't worry." Charlotte stood, knocking her chair back. "Don't worry?" "Look, things aren't good here." Her mom's voice was low, and Charlotte wondered if she was crouching behind the counter instead of sitting on top of it. "Maybe that's the best place for you. If your grandfather makes you feel safe, he's giving you something I can't after all." Charlotte pressed the satellite phone against her cheek, feeling its electric buzz. "Mom!" "It's okay, Charlie," her mom said quietly. "You should stay. But call me sometimes, if you can." "But—" "I should go, sweetie. Just be careful. I love you." "I love you too." The phone clicked. Charlotte couldn't believe her mom was refusing to join her here. It felt like abandonment, even though Charlotte was 19, technically an adult. And those words, spoken with a mixture of pity and certainty. No one is going to survive the comet. Her bright, vivacious, free-spirited mom was giving up. The industrious hum of the BRP people reached her. They were all working so hard to prepare the cryosleep bunkers. They were trying to save as many people as possible, giving up time with their own families. Charlotte hadn't been here long, but she already believed in their efforts. If only her mom could see this place. "I'm not allowed to let you leave." Charlotte jumped. She'd forgotten about Levi. "What?" The sergeant plucked the satellite phone from her hand. "If you're thinking about running away, I'll have to stop you." Charlotte briefly imagined herself stealing a Humvee and driving off into the scrubland. But if her mom was hiding behind boarded-up windows as people rioted in the streets, Charlotte couldn't barrel into that situation without a plan. She still had time to persuade her to see reason. "I'm not running away. Yet." Levi studied her for a minute, then nodded. "Your grandfather will take care of you." "I know." She might not know her grandpa very well after so much time apart, but they were family, and that was more important than anything, whether her mom agreed or not. Charlotte wasn't going to let her mom's stubbornness get her killed. She couldn't forget what her mom had said about not believing everything Grandpa Hartland told her, though. She needed to find out if there was anything to her worries. Charlotte scanned the open-plan office, seeking Grandpa Hartland's wide frame and thick silver hair. She wasn't supposed to draw attention to their relationship, but she resolved to assist him with his work however she could. He'd said he wanted to spend time with her anyway, and from the looks of things, they needed all the help they could get around here. Chapter 6. Jack. T-minus 8 months and 29 days. A few days after meeting with the crew, Jack and Kyle packed their tools into the Chevy and left their parents' old house for the last time. Kyle carried the shotgun along with his knapsack and hard hat, and Jack brought a cooler full of ham sandwiches, a duffel bag, and a baseball bat. More traffic than Jack expected clogged the streets, much of it aimless. The drivers didn't seem to care about using up fuel, which would get harder to find soon, or about obeying the rules of the road. Where are they even going? Jack leaned out the window to watch a little Camaro driving the wrong way down the highway. Suitcases were tied to the roof, and bottled water filled the tiny back seat. Nowhere is safe from the comet. "That dude doesn't look like he cares about safety," Kyle muttered. "Keep your eyes on the road." He had a death grip on the shotgun in his lap, and he clearly regretted taking Jack's truck. In truth, it wasn't as bad as Jack expected. He'd watched his share of apocalypse movies, which had way more zombies and crumbling buildings than pre-apocalypse Modesto. Here, the traffic lights still worked, the people were alive, and a surprising number of shops remained open for business. After the first wave of looting, some people were trying to return to normal. They needed to eat and feed their families, even with the comet on the way. At the meeting place, the parking lot of an abandoned furniture store, they found a dozen National Guardsmen standing watch over a large bus with blacked-out windows. A heavy cloud of exhaust billowed around a motley assortment of construction workers. A National Guardsman with cauliflower ears made the workers surrender their firearms, cell phones, and other electronics before letting them on the bus. Jack balked at losing contact with the rest of the world, even though the people closest to him were already here. But Kyle shot him a warning look and handed over his phone and their father's gun. Jack followed his lead, somehow feeling both lighter and heavier without his phone. They boarded the bus and found seats near the front. Jack counted their crew carefully, reading the list over Kyle's shoulder as the guys stomped aboard. To his relief, all 15 made it before the doors closed, even Anders, looking clear-eyed and doggedly sober. Another crew had been hired along with their team, bringing the total to 30. The blacked-out windows gave the bus an ominous vibe, but the faded seats and mildew smell were identical to every other Greyhound that Jack had ever ridden. As they drove out of the parking lot, he paid close attention to the turns, trying to decipher their route. They soon took a long, winding ramp onto the interstate and headed north. Leaving everything behind and driving into the unknown reminded Jack of the first time he'd been on an airplane. The real world dropped away fast, leaving a sense of boundless possibility. He didn't know what the future held, but it was going to be a hell of a ride. When the growl of the highway replaced the city noises, the other crew boss, who was black and bald with arms like a powerlifter, leaned across the aisle. "You got any idea where we're going?" "No clue," Kyle said. "I submitted a DoD proposal to build a new teaching facility out at Presidio of Monterey. Doubt that's a priority anymore." "I was gunning for the same contract." The other crew boss held out a hand. "Name's Cassius." "Kyle Woodward. This is my brother Jack." Jack nodded from the window seat. "Have you gotten a defense contract before?" Kyle asked. "I worked on 2 as foreman for a larger outfit. This is my first since starting my own business." Cassius turned to survey the crowded bus. "Got to admit I was surprised to see another crew, but half my team didn't show. I reckon we can help each other." "We're missing people too." Jack pictured Bianca and the Gonzalez brothers and all the rest. He should have done a better job of convincing them. He leaned past Kyle. "Were the other jobs secretive like this?" "Nothing's like this," Cassius said. "The apocalypse broke all the rules, and it hasn't even happened yet." "Hard to believe we only found out a week ago." "A week?" Cassius gave a wheezing laugh. "Damn! It feels like a year." Kyle and Cassius turned to talking shop, and the 2 crews swapped names and stories about what they'd done since they heard the news about the comet. Eduardo showed off a new tattoo on his bicep, a cartoon Smokey the Bear. "I hate needles," he said, picking at the clear bandage. "But the apocalypse is scarier." The drive from Modesto to the job site took all day. They stopped once to refuel at a windy truck stop in Northern California with only one working pump. The driver let them stretch their legs among the idling semi-trucks. The people waiting their turn at the pump kept glancing at the sky as if checking to see if the comet was visible yet. The highway eventually wound into the mountains. Gauging their progress was difficult, but at some point, they crossed the border into Oregon. Jack was beginning to wonder if they'd get all the way to Washington when they took an abrupt turn and their path sloped sharply upward. The bus creaked and groaned its way uphill for a while, then paused at a checkpoint, where the driver handed a folder stuffed with papers out the window to an unseen guard. The heavy creak of metal gates announced their approval, and the bus continued onward. Jack couldn't wait to get out of this cramped seat smelling of work boots and ham sandwiches, but fear tugged at his insides. What if they arrived at the job site and discovered there'd been a mistake? What if the government actually meant to bring a busload of scientists up here? How could a bunch of ordinary laborers help save the world? A few minutes after passing the checkpoint, they made a final sharp turn, and the bus lumbered to a halt. Jack vaulted out of his seat and down the steps and staggered away from the bus, taking deep breaths of crisp winter air. The late afternoon sun hurt his eyes after so long in the dark, and the world took a minute to come into focus. They were in a sparse pine forest on a mountain slope. Wind rustled the branches, carrying hints of exhaust and boot polish along with the pine-fresh scent. Long shadows stretched fingers across the gravel parking area. The spaces between the shadows flickered occasionally, as if soldiers were stalking through the surrounding woods. No walls or barbed wire couriers were visible here, and he couldn't see the gates their bus had passed through farther down the road. At the end of the parking area, a concrete tunnel big enough for a train led into the tree-covered mountainside. Its maw gaped ominously with no end in sight. The others exited the bus, stretching their limbs and grumbling about the sudden cold. Rocco came up beside Jack, his thin arms crossed. "We're pretty far north. Do you reckon we're near Cave Junction?" Jack tore his gaze from the concrete tunnel. "Huh? Cave Junction, Oregon." Rocco stroked his goatee, studying the tunnel. "I hear there's a secret base in the mountains where they hide all the UFOs." Jack raised an eyebrow. "All the UFOs?" "Sure. Oregon's famous for them." "You read too many conspiracy theories." Rocco snorted. "Considering where we are, I'd say you haven't read enough." Jack rolled his shoulders uneasily. Winter sunlight filtered through the pine trees, dappling the concrete rim of the tunnel. It was pitch dark inside. Jack grimaced. Conspiracy or not, he didn't want to spend what could be his last few months underground. Kyle came over and clapped him on the back. "You all right, bro?" "Yeah, fine." Jack shook him off. The National Guardsmen had unloaded their luggage and gear from the compartments underneath the bus and dumped it on the gravel. "What happens now?" "Beats me," Kyle said. "They said someone would... Wait, hear that?" The firm thud of boots echoed toward them from the tunnel. A woman marched into view, wearing a green combat uniform, heavy boots, and a frown. "Shit," Kyle said in a low voice. "Now there's a sight for sore eyes." "You know her?" Jack asked. "Lisa Tewanima. We were at boot camp together. She's one tough cookie." Kyle combed his hair with his fingers and picked a few sandwich crumbs out of his beard. "We kept in touch for a while after, but it has been years since I heard from her." "Think she put in a good word for us on the contract?" "Doesn't work like that," Kyle said. "But who knows? Maybe she likes me better than I thought." He winked at Jack, then strode forward, Cassius following close on his heels. Jack recognized Lisa from Kyle's photos from his stint at Fort Benning. A Native American woman with a no-nonsense attitude. She had longer hair and a bit less muscle on her frame now than she'd had during basic training. Lisa shook hands with Kyle and Cassius and spoke privately with them for a few minutes. Jack scuffed his steel-toed boots in the gravel impatiently. It was way too quiet here. A large bundle of branches in a nearby tree caught his eye. A sniper station, if he knew anything from the movies. A camouflaged security camera reflected the light in another tree. If Jack had spotted one, there were definitely more. A prickle went down his spine. Lisa finished speaking with the crew bosses and addressed the workers directly. "I am Captain Lisa Tewanima, with the United States Bunker Reservation Project. You'll learn more about BRP soon enough. I'm here to brief you on the facility. This is a United States Army base that has been a carefully guarded secret for over 50 years. Rocco started to say something about UFOs, and Jack stomped on his foot to silence him. "We're short on manpower, and our soldiers are busy keeping the peace," Lisa said.
You're here to demolish the facilities inside this base and convert them into chambers to hold cryosleep tanks and survival supplies. She studied the workers briefly before continuing. In exchange for your work, you will receive berths in the completed cryobunker. Waiting out the effects of the comet's impact in cryosleep is your only chance of surviving this disaster. Murmurs swept through the workers as they digested this information. Jack didn't know much about cryogenics, which had its first major breakthrough back when his parents were still alive. The technology could delay death, but it wouldn't have saved his parents from the accident even if they'd had the kind of money it took to rent a cryotank. Lisa outlined the strict security rules for the base, then gestured for them to follow her into the tunnel. Kyle strode after her without hesitation. As the pair disappeared into the dark, the bus roared to life and pulled out of the gravel lot. The workers had no choice but to gather their gear and march into the mountain. Jack paused at the entrance. The tunnel was long and dark, an echoing gullet stretching into the unknown. He got the eerie feeling that if he went in there, he would never come out again. Stop being dramatic. This is your lucky break, remember? After one more glance at the wide-open sky, Jack followed his brother into the resounding darkness. The tunnel led to a pair of thick blast doors. With a heavy-duty flashlight, Lisa signaled at a camera set in the wall, and a metallic clank echoed through the tunnel. Then the doors opened, revealing a low-ceilinged guard station packed with military personnel. Jack hesitated at the sight of so many soldiers. Next to him, Rocco cursed softly, and Eduardo whispered a prayer. The soldiers didn't look particularly happy to see the workers either. They glared over the tops of computer monitors and rested their hands menacingly on assault rifles. Lisa ushered the workers through a security checkpoint where their IDs were verified, then confiscated, then to another low-ceilinged room where they were searched for cell phones and contraband weapons. At a third checkpoint, they were scanned head-to-toe with an X-ray machine like the ones at the airport. Their tool belts and duffel bags were sent through a different scanner, then searched by hand. A few people cracked half-hearted jokes throughout this intake process, but they got quieter as they moved deeper into the facility. After clearing the checkpoints, they arrived at a large service elevator, where Lisa inputted a 10-digit code and put her eye up to a scanner. Machinery creaked dully inside the elevator shaft. Too curious to hang back any longer, Jack pushed to the front of the group to join Kyle. His brother was combing his beard and eyeing Lisa, who kept her gaze pointed firmly ahead. Maybe too firmly. Jack wondered if they'd hooked up back at Fort Benning. "Has anyone ever got past all that security?" he asked. Lisa looked him over, then glanced at Kyle as if confirming the family resemblance. "No," she said. "Don't try to leave without permission. You won't make it out alive." "Yes, ma'am." "Captain." "Oh, right." Jack stopped himself short of saluting. "Yes, Captain." A slick elevator car arrived, and the workers piled in, squeezing together to fit all 30 of them. The doors hissed closed, and the elevator traveled down into the center of the earth. Far down. The stink of nervous sweat quickly filled the cramped space. Eduardo fiddled with the clear bandage over his new tattoo. Anders looked as though he was regretting his new commitment to sobriety. Rocco muttered under his breath about UFOs. Even Cassius, who was outwardly composed, kept mopping his bald head with his sleeve. Jack studied his feet so he couldn't see how close the walls were and clenched his fists, counting his heartbeats, his too short breaths. The elevator lurched to a stop, and the doors opened, revealing an enormous hall with a curved ceiling like the inside of an aircraft hangar. Fluorescent light panels stretched into the distance, illuminating a shiny concrete floor. The vast space was completely empty. Jack focused on the length and breadth of the hall to convince his body he was no longer confined. He uncurled his fists and forced himself to breathe deeply, trying not to think about how deep underground they must be. "We call this the core," Lisa said. "You'll bunk in the barracks down that corridor while you work." She nodded at a steel door with a large white sign naming it Sector E. More doors lined both sides of the hall. "You'll need to start right away. We're short on time."
She set off across the core, her footsteps echoing grandly in the vaulted space. The floor gleamed beneath the fluorescent lights like an underground lake. Jack couldn't fathom how big the base must be if all those doors led to more corridors, spread like tree roots beneath the mountain. This would be a good place to put UFOs if they existed.
"What are you all waiting for?"
Kyle barked. He followed Lisa across the surface of that gleaming concrete lake without hesitation. Jack and the others had to jog to catch up. Lisa led them to a door labeled Sector B and into a warren of narrow hallways with low ceilings and clinical white walls. These doors were printed with strings of numbers and mysterious words like analysis and hibernation. While Jack and the crew gawked at their surroundings, Kyle tried to make conversation with Lisa.
"It sure is great to see you again. You disappeared on social media. What have you been up to lately?"
"I've been stationed here for almost 3 years.
"No kidding,"
Kyle said.
"You like it here?"
Lisa sighed. "I'm having a ball."
Cool.
Kyle didn't seem to notice that her tone was drier than the San Fernando Valley in the summertime.
"It's great that you're a captain now. I didn't think you were on the officer track."
"My command recommended me for a green to gold scholarship," Lisa said. "My drill sergeant encouraged me to go for it."
"Well, Nisty?"
Kyle chuckled.
"I thought he hated our whole platoon."
"No, just you," Lisa said. Jack snorted, and Kyle let out a booming laugh.
"True, he really did."
He grinned at Lisa.
"So, you seeing anyone?"
The captain stopped short and slammed her hand against the wall, blocking Kyle's path. The whole group had to stop behind him, piling up in the narrow hallway like traffic after a fender bender. Lisa was a foot shorter than Kyle, but she had no trouble getting in his face. "I requested to supervise your crew because I knew you were responsible," she said in a dangerously clipped tone. "And your construction business got an impressive efficiency rating for the Monterey job. Don't get any ideas."
"Right."
Kyle combed his fingers through his beard and winked.
"You only want me for my construction business."
Jack shook his head. Kyle would wind up with a broken nose that matched Jack's if he wasn't careful. Normally, Jack was the one putting his foot in his mouth. Lisa looked as if she was considering putting Kyle and his whole crew back on the bus. "Excuse me, Captain," Jack said, trying to put himself between his brother and the officer. "Can you tell us more about this cryosleep stuff? How does it work?" Lisa gave Kyle a severe look, then relaxed her arm. "I don't know the science well myself. Stasis is scheduled to last for 200 years. Whistles and mutters greeted that revelation, but Lisa ignored them. "After we wake up, we'll rebuild with whatever we can save underground or salvage on the surface. This base is already well supplied, so our preparations will be easier than at some of the bunkers."
"There are other bunkers?"
Jack asked. "BRP is constructing facilities in existing military bases, mines, and underground research labs around the country." Lisa gave him a look similar to the warning glares he often got from Kyle. "I don't know the other locations, so don't ask." Jack didn't think it mattered how many bunkers there were, as long as he and the crew had spaces in this one. They continued down the hallway, occasionally passing men and women in lab coats or army uniforms. If they were surprised to see a troop of civilian construction workers in their top-secret facility, they didn't show it. Lisa stopped at a door labeled simply Lab. "You'll start in here," she said. "In the first phase of work, you will clear out all non-essential equipment to make room for the cryo facilities and prepare the wiring. The technicians will likely need your help moving and installing the tanks in the second phase."
"Jumping right in, eh?"
Kyle said. "You can get in a few hours before bed," Lisa said. "We can't waste time. The comet is coming and we'll have to work day and night to be ready for it."
"As long as it's worth it in the end,"
Kyle said. Lisa's serious expression didn't change. "It'll be worth it." She opened the door to a room filled with machines of sleek chrome and plastic. Some were recognizable, like computers and microscopes, but Jack couldn't begin to guess what the others did. The lab hummed with electricity, and it was much warmer than the corridor. 2 scientists were packing test tubes and petri dishes into hazardous waste containers near the door.
Don't touch anything unless we say so, one ordered as he affixed a biohazard label to a plastic tub. He had the crew-cut, muscular look of a soldier despite his lab coat. "We have to dismantle it all, Doctor," Lisa said. "We need every square inch." "I understand," the scientist said. "But do it properly or you'll spill a bacterium that'll kill us all, cryosleep or no." The workers shuffled back a few steps. Lisa's mouth tightened. "Do as he says, but I need this space ready for the cryotechs by the end of the month. Smash the equipment with a hammer if you have to, just get it out of the way." "We got this," Kyle said. "We at Woodward Construction Limited are safe and efficient." "Good," Lisa said. "I'll return later to show you the barracks." She marched back out to the corridor, and the door banged shut behind her. Kyle and Cassius consulted with the lead scientist on how to disassemble the delicate equipment and assigned their men to various tasks. It wasn't how this kind of project normally worked at all. There should be blueprints and approval processes and permits and preparation. Jack could tell the abruptness bothered Kyle, who had always run his business by the book. Measure twice, cut once. But events were spinning faster by the minute, a carnival ride they couldn't stop. They had no choice but to hold on. At least demolition was simple enough at this scale, and soon the lab resounded with the creak of metal and the scrape of boots on stone. Jack approached the second scientist, a diminutive fellow with wispy white hair who was carefully wrapping caution tape around a small freezer. Tears made tracks down his wrinkled face. "Are you all right, sir?" Jack asked. "All right," the scientist burst out, whirling to face him. "This is my life's work I'm discarding." He shook the roll of caution tape in his fist. "We're doing this for the sake of humanity, but I don't have to feel all right about it." Jack wasn't sure how to respond. What kind of work is it?" "It's classified." The scientist sneezed into his sleeve, then pulled a bottle of hand sanitizer out of his lab coat pocket. "But it's brilliant." Jack helped the scientist finish wrapping up the freezer, a little spooked by his raw emotion. A lot of people must be discovering that their life's work meant nothing in the face of the coming disaster. Everything they'd worked toward wouldn't save them from the comet. Every plan they'd made would have to change. For his part, Jack hadn't even had a chance to properly start his life's work. He thought of the flight school application in his dresser at home. Already, it seemed like a frivolous ambition, a little boy's dream. But Jack had a new mission, one he was finally starting to understand. He was helping to save the human race. Humanity would survive the comet, tucked in for a long sleep in a bed he'd helped construct. 200 years later, he'd help rebuild on the surface, too. Some people were going to make it through this nightmare, and Jack and his brother would be with them. Chapter 7. Charlotte. T-minus 8 months and 19 days. Charlotte wasted no time before offering her services as Grandpa Hartland's assistant. He kept track of his meetings and correspondence on a tablet linked to a secure network, but he was more comfortable with a desktop monitor and a large keyboard. He welcomed Charlotte's nimbler fingers and younger eyes, and she got to follow him around the base and listen in on his meetings. Charlotte quickly learned that Grandpa Hartland didn't have absolute authority over how the program was being developed. Instead of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the traditional government, BRP had civil, martial, and scientific components. As civil director, Grandpa Hartland shared leadership duties with General Bradford from the Army and a cryogenics expert named Dr. Morales. The meetings between the three leaders were often private, but their discussions with the other officials and scientists took place at a conference table beneath the big digital clock in the main headquarters building. Charlotte wore a white button-down to blend in with the civilian officials whenever she assisted Grandpa Hartland at these meetings. He still didn't want anyone to know she was his granddaughter. "Everyone here is working toward the same goal," he assured her as they hurried to one such meeting. "But they don't always agree on how to go about it." She jogged to keep up, clutching the tablet to her chest. "What does that have to do with me?" "With the fate of the world in the balance, I wouldn't put it past some of my colleagues to use you as leverage." "Leverage?" "Don't worry about it, my dear," Grandpa Hartland said. "Ah, good. Everyone's here." They reached the conference table, and Grandpa Hartland called a meeting to order. Charlotte opened a new document on the tablet to take notes, mulling over what he'd said. Would someone threaten her to get Grandpa Hartland to do things their way, or would they resent how he'd pulled strings to benefit his family? She kept her gaze lowered, hoping no one would notice that her eyes were the same shade of green as Grandpa Hartland's. The subject of today's discussion was how to select people for the bunkers, a touchy topic for all of them. It didn't take long for the arguments to start. General Bradford, leader of BRP's military division, wanted to take the same approach to the recruitment and training of the bunker cohorts as they did to the armed forces. He produced a list of drill sergeants who would lead the basic training-like orientation and slapped it on the table, declaring that the post-comet future would be tantamount to a war. Dr. Morales, who led BRP's scientists, believed they should select families to fill the bunkers. "Animals in captivity always do better in family groups," she told them. "People are no different." "The survivors won't be captives," General Bradford said. "No," Dr. Morales said, "but they'll be in a stressful environment, utterly removed from the world they know. They will need support." General Bradford harumphed. "They'll need combat training." The other military personnel around the table nodded. One square-jawed colonel cracked his hairy knuckles, looking ready to get started on the combat part. "I believe selecting the right individuals is vital," said another cryoscientist, a lean man with a neat gray beard. He tapped a pen on his notes. "We should administer entrance exams. It's the only fair way to go about this." "But think of all the biases and problems that already exist with standardized testing, Dr. Huntington," Dr. Morales said. "We'll just end up with tens of thousands of people who are good at taking tests." Dr. Huntington frowned, clicking his pen restlessly. "But it's an opportunity to seed the future population of humanity with the smartest people we can find." A few people around the table nodded thoughtfully. "Intelligence won't guarantee that people survive in a post-apocalyptic landscape," General Bradford said. "We have to consider the conditions on the ground." "By that logic, we should select survival experts, then." Dr. Huntington clicked his pen faster. "People who can thrive with limited resources." A brash civilian official with a handlebar mustache laughed. "That wouldn't be much better for rebuilding a functioning society. Haven't you ever watched reality TV?" Dr. Huntington wrinkled his nose, clicking his pen faster still. "I most certainly have not." "Well, I have." The official leaned forward and snatched the pen out of Dr. Huntington's hand. "We need more than a bunch of preppers and eggheads in the future. We need people who can play well with others." Dr. Huntington looked shocked at having his pen stolen. The official grinned through his handlebar mustache, daring him to take the pen back. Several of the others looked up from their notes. Charlotte held her breath. She hated conflict, and everyone was already on edge here. "Thank you for that input, Silas," Grandpa Hartland said, a hint of warning in his tone. "Shall we take this seriously now?" The official with the mustache shrugged and returned the pen to Dr. Huntington. Charlotte relaxed a little. Grandpa Hartland looked around the table, meeting people's eyes deliberately. "My friends, this is the problem with any selection process. We all have our biases." He looked at Dr. Huntington. "Do we choose the educated, which means excluding populations that have historically had access to poorer schools?" Then at General Bradford. "Do we choose the physically gifted, when such traits don't necessarily guarantee any other skills?" At Dr. Morales. "Do we select families, not knowing what issues and animosities might fester among them that could explode under enough strain?" Charlotte shifted in her seat. Issues certainly festered between her mom and Grandpa Hartland. Clashing personalities, differing politics, and old wounds she didn't understand. Families were no more likely to get along than any other group of people, and the friction between them could be far worse. "We have to choose somehow." A frazzled-looking civilian official with a blonde bob waved at the big digital countdown clock watching over them like an angry red god. "We're running out of time." Indeed we are, Teresa.
Grandpa Hartland stood at the head of the conference table, his deep voice taking on the cadence of a campaign speech.
I propose an egalitarian selection process that will be blind to race, socioeconomic status, and ability. Let us select a cross-section of the current population. Better yet, let us select names at random. This is the only truly fair option.
The others considered this proposal, scribbling notes on their tablets or debating with their neighbors. Charlotte recorded their comments diligently so Grandpa Hartland could examine them later. I like randomness better than an arbitrary test, Dr. Morales said. But if we're not admitting families, we will need to develop a support system for the individuals we select.
Of course, Grandpa Hartland said. And we will need a shared code or set of values to facilitate cooperation. I have some ideas for that.
But we really do need doctors and experts in agriculture, Teresa put in. We can't set our communities up for failure.
I hate to say it, but we can't take people in poor health either, said Dr. Huntington. They won't survive cryosleep.
General Bradford nodded approvingly at that. Age must be a factor as well, Dr. Morales said. Our cohorts will need time to have children.
That's true.
Grandpa Hartland combed a hand through his silver hair.
Age, health, and expertise must be considered.
Silas snorted, agitating his handlebar mustache.
That puts us right back where we started. Not necessarily.
Grandpa Hartland took off his glasses and cleaned them with his silk handkerchief.
Perhaps the important thing is to tell the general public that the cohort is selected randomly. We will still choose officials and experts to shepherd the new communities, but the people will want an equal chance regardless. It's the American way.
General Bradford folded his arms over his broad chest.
I see where you're going with this.
Grandpa Hartland inclined his head.
If people believe they have a fair shot, it could help your colleagues with their peacekeeping efforts.
Dr. Morales was frowning. So you want to select some people randomly within appropriate parameters and choose others for their expertise, but you want our public message to focus on the random aspect?
Correct.
She pursed her lips. I suppose it might be necessary.
What do you think, Silas? Grandpa Hartland asked.
The official with the handlebar mustache shrugged.
I like the PR strategy, and random selection for the rest would be easier to implement than most other options given the time we have left. I agree, Dr. Huntington said reluctantly. We need to start training people for cryosleep as soon as possible.
Grandpa Hartland spread his hands wide as if giving a benediction.
Then we will continue humanity as it is now, flawed and random and full of potential. Only then will we truly be saving our species.
The discussion turned to practical matters, and Charlotte took notes, half her mind on the task and half on the implication of the group's decision. She struggled to reconcile Grandpa Hartland's speech with the fact that he'd set aside cryotanks for his daughter and granddaughter. No wonder he didn't want anyone to know who she was. He was promoting an American way of equal opportunity, just as long as he got his first. It's not even equal. He just plans to tell people it is. The public would think they had a fair shot, regardless of whether they actually did or not. Charlotte tucked a curl behind her ear, rereading her notes. Her mom had warned her not to believe everything Grandpa Hartland said, and here was the evidence. But what else was he lying about? T-minus 8 months and 7 days. In addition to the logistical nightmare of preparing the cryosleep bunkers and selecting their inhabitants, BRP had to figure out what to do with the people themselves. Grandpa Hartland had big ambitions for those who would repopulate the Earth 200 years in the future.
The comet has given us an opportunity to do something extraordinary, he told Charlotte over bad coffee and stale Oreos in his cubicle between meetings. People from all walks of life will be united through this experience. We can guide humanity to a better future. I intend to make sure we come out stronger than ever before.
Charlotte twisted her styrofoam cup in her hands. How'll you do that?
It's not what I'll do. The ordeal itself will test and purify the survivors like a crucible.
Grandpa Hartland brushed Oreo crumbs from his fingers and leaned forward, passion infusing his voice.
People's better natures will emerge, and they will put aside their petty divisions and come together as one.
But we won't know what's happening while we're in cryosleep, right? Charlotte asked. We'll just go to sleep for a while and wake up with all the same flaws.
On the contrary, Grandpa Hartland said, the moments leading up to the hibernation, the bonding and, for lack of a better word, trauma that all people will share will bind humanity together. The experience itself will create stronger communities in the future.
But won't everyone be looking out for themselves? Charlotte remembered how the students back at college had behaved after the news broke. Self-preservation had been more important than unity.
That is why our efforts here are essential.
Grandpa Hartland removed his glasses and cleaned them with his silk handkerchief.
Before the comet enters our atmosphere, we will teach our chosen ones principles of nonviolence and equality that will last long after the awakening. We must prevent the brutal, lawless future we've seen too often in fiction.
Charlotte wasn't so sure that was possible. The tablet in her lap vibrated with a constant stream of incoming messages. 2 people rushed past the cubicle, arguing over the best shipping method for cryogel. A whole flock of birds had found their way inside today, and they were chirping furiously as they zoomed overhead. It was hard to imagine such idealistic goals succeeding in these chaotic conditions. Grandpa, are you sure you can get everyone to cooperate like that?
We must. We will gather the bunker cohorts for training before they enter cryosleep. They won't be allowed to use our facilities unless they commit to our ideals.
He folded up his glasses and pointed them at her.
Mark my words. Our program will unify the country.
Grandpa Hartland's passion was infectious. Charlotte saw hints of her mom's personality in the way he talked. She'd often gone along with her mom's schemes, getting swept up in overly ambitious craft projects, new language classes, even brief stints in religious and spiritual movements. She still struggled to stand up to her sometimes. Despite their disagreements, Grandpa Hartland was every bit as torrential as his daughter. Charlotte found herself wanting to believe in him, even though a unified, nonviolent future might be a little unrealistic. The others at BRP headquarters quickly came to rely on Grandpa Hartland's leadership, too. He was a larger-than-life presence with just the sort of gravitas they needed amid the chaos. Decisions were being made and implemented and changed at lightning speed around here. They didn't have time to sit back and ponder the implications for long. They needed to act, even if they didn't yet have all the answers. With each passing day, Grandpa Hartland's views emerged as the guiding vision for BRP. For better or for worse, the future would be his future. Chapter 8. Jack. T-minus 7 months and 26 days. Jack figured the Cave Junction base was what an anthill would be like if the ants started eating weapons-grade plutonium. The facility was carved into the middle of a mountain, taking advantage of an extensive natural cave system. Oddly shaped workrooms lined the corridors, filled with strange smells and inscrutable machines. Some rooms and corridors had clinical white walls and slick floors, but others showed hints of the original tunnels, with rock formations exploding out of the ceilings, or sudden bends that followed the whims of long-ago floods. The tunnel they'd come through on the first day marked the highest point of the facility. 2 additional access points connected the huge lower level to the remote slopes of the mountain. The main level, with the echoing hall known as the core, actually sat well above the surrounding landscape, but Jack never stopped feeling like he was deep underground. Fortunately, he and the crew were usually too busy to dwell on the mass of rock and earth sitting directly overhead, or on a different mass of rock tumbling through space. Their work involved more demolition than construction. They took down as many walls as possible to make room for the cryotanks, and removed any equipment that didn't have an obvious use for after the apocalypse.
This room will hold 20 cryotanks after we get this monster out of the way,
Kyle said to Jack as they prepared to dismantle a big chrome contraption whose purpose was unclear. Jack eyed the machine doubtfully.
We won't need it in the future? Not sure we even needed it in the past.
Kyle rapped a knuckle on the slick chrome side.
Look at this thing. Probably cost millions in taxpayer dollars, and now it's going in the dump with the rest. Maybe we can use the parts to build vehicles or weapons. Let's hope so.
Kyle picked up a pair of heavy-duty bolt cutters and snapped them like jaws.
Want to see what this thing looks like on the inside?
Whenever they took apart machinery, they dumped the scrap metal in an unfinished cavern that couldn't be wired for cryotanks, so they could use the material in the future. They carted anything perishable or hazardous down one of the lower access tunnels and out of the mountain. Jack often volunteered for forklift duty, craving glimpses of the sky. He became adept at maneuvering the forklift through tunnels of varying widths and past the security checkpoints. At first, exiting the base was like crossing a tense border between unfriendly nations. Soldiers would escort him to the dump site, striding alongside the forklift with weapons in hand. But Jack jumped at any chance to go outside, and he soon became a regular at the checkpoints. He hit it off with Dion Henderson, a specialist from Kansas with dark brown skin and ropey muscles. Henderson would stroll outside to have a smoke while Jack unloaded the forklift, his assault rifle slung casually over his back. Henderson had a deep scar under his eye where his cheek had been busted open.
MMA, he told Jack when he saw him glancing at the scar one morning. Not a war wound. Yeah? You have any pro fights? 4 before I enlisted. Won them all, too.
Henderson took a drag on his cigarette, watching the forest around the dump site.
I had 1 more year in the service, and then I was going to make my comeback.
I should have tried that. Jack tapped his fingers along the forklift's steering wheel.
Wasted too much time getting my ass kicked for free.
Henderson chuckled.
That where you got the nose? My brother threatened to kick me out if I got in any more fights at school.
Jack thumbed his crooked nose.
I didn't tell him about this one and hid the break until it was too late to fix it right. Troubled youth, eh? Henderson said. You should have joined the army.
Jack glanced around the dump site, where the hazardous waste materials were carefully arranged a safe distance from the base. Another soldier patrolled the tree line, his green camo uniform blending with the sun-dappled woods. More soldiers would be posted farther down the mountain, where a fence and heavy gates kept people away from all 3 tunnel entrances.
I could have ended up here anyway.
Henderson nodded thoughtfully and blew a cloud of smoke into the wind.
I guess you could have. I considered the Air Force. I wanted to be a pilot. I'm gonna pretend you didn't say that, Henderson said. Seriously, though, let me know if you're interested. We'll still take recruits, I reckon. Yeah, sure.
Jack knew he'd never join the army. His brother had given up that dream to take care of him after their parents' accident. Jack had done a poor enough job of paying Kyle back without pouring on the salt. Still, the notion appealed to him. Kyle had been his first hero when he marched off to basic training at 18. Jack was proud they were all helping to save the day, him and Kyle and Henderson and the crew. Their quarters were crowded, and the work was the same back-breaking labor they'd done back home, but now it meant something. Jack put his boot up on the forklift dash and turned to Henderson.
So, what's the news? More of the same. Dallas and Cincinnati are burning. Shit. Paris, too, but news from overseas is spotty.
Henderson was a good source of information about the goings-on outside. The soldiers had access to the internet in the upper guard station. They weren't allowed to contact anyone, of course, but they could follow the news. The reports were sobering. Cities on fire, nations closing their borders, violence, disorder. Henderson filled Jack in on the latest while the forklift idled.
Think it'll get worse? Jack asked. Believe it or not, it's calmed down since the first wave.
Henderson adjusted the assault rifle on his shoulder.
It's finally sinking in that the comet is still months away. Some people are trying to keep on with their normal lives. What, like going to work and school? Some of them.
Jack tried to picture it. The general population didn't know about the cryobunkers yet. Maybe lots of people didn't believe the comet would be that bad, so they were carrying on as usual. Or maybe they just wanted to cling white-knuckled to normalcy. There must be 100 different ways to deal with what was happening, 1,000 different coping mechanisms. After his parents died, a counselor at school had told Jack everyone processed grief differently. It was all sympathy and understanding until he started getting in fights. Apparently, that wasn't an acceptable way to process after all. Wind rustled the pine trees around the dump site. The aromas of early spring mixed with the sense of gun polish and the putrefying dump. Jack rolled his shoulders uneasily. It might be quiet up here, but that was only an illusion. "The calm won't last anyway," Henderson said, as if reading Jack's thoughts. He dropped his cigarette and stomped it out with his combat boot. "And the clock is counting down." T-minus 7 months and 8 days. Jack had been at Cave Junction for well over a month when the bunker reservation project was officially announced on the news. Lisa let the workers gather in the upper guard station to watch the statement on monitors normally tuned to the security cameras. They jostled for position around the small screens, bickering and joking to hide their nerves. Jack squeezed between Kyle and Rocco as the report began with a surge of patriotic music. The broadcast came from a large news network, and a countdown clock in the corner indicated 221 days remaining until impact. After a few words from the news anchor, the screen cut to a distinguished older man in a black suit and silver-framed glasses. He stood in front of a textured blue backdrop as if posing for a school photo. A banner beneath his face identified him as Rutherford J. Hartland, Civil Director of the Bunker Reservation Project. "That your boss?" Kyle asked Lisa, who stood on his other side. Despite the packed room, the captain had a respectful bubble of space around her, which Kyle kept edging into. Lisa had given Kyle nothing but direct orders and severe stares over the past few weeks, but he was still trying to rekindle their decade-old flame. "I answer to the officers in my chain of command," Lisa said. "But you're part of BRP." "The Army is working with BRP, yes." "So you're not all under the same leaders like this civil director dude? Who gets a final say if—" "Shh." Jack elbowed his brother to get him to stop talking. "I can't hear the TV." Director Hartland had introduced himself, and he was describing the cryosleep bunkers. He explained that a long hibernation would be the only way to survive the havoc the comet would unleash on the atmosphere. He had a deep, reassuring voice, like a president in the movies, and he didn't just give the facts. He sold the program, promising hope and a future for humanity. "A remnant of a remnant will be saved," he declared. "The bunker reservations will ensure that our species lives on. We have put the greatest of our technological abilities into ensuring a new hope for our children's children. The comet will not defeat us. We are building a new ark, and thanks to the efforts of the brave people at BRP, we will not face extinction." Jack leaned closer to the screen, pride stirring in his chest. He was right at the heart of those efforts. Jack and Kyle and their crew from boring old Modesto were on the front lines of the battle to save the world. It made him want to get back to work. Then Director Hartland addressed an issue they'd all been wondering about. How would BRP choose who else went into cryosleep with them? "The survivors will be drawn from a random sampling of the population between the ages of 18 and 25. The process is already underway, involving a sophisticated computer algorithm that, to ensure absolute fairness, cannot be tampered with. The randomly selected individuals will be notified of where to report for their training and final processing." Director Hartland looked into the camera with grave, empathetic eyes. "I know these are frightening and confusing times, but I promise you that we are taking every precaution to make sure the selection process is fair and unbiased." "He's lying," Rocco said. "It's obvious, right?" Jack glanced at his friend. "What?" "No algorithm is so sophisticated it can't be influenced," Rocco said. "Someone has to program the thing to start with." "You think it won't be random?" Rocco waved his arms at the overcrowded guard station, and Jack ducked to avoid getting his eye poked out. "He didn't mention they're already filling some bunker spots with lucky SOBs like us, did he? Probably wants to keep BRP from being overwhelmed with applicants. Keep the masses docile." "You're crazy," muttered Eduardo, who stood on Rocco's other side. "If they say it's random, then it's random." "Maybe it's both." Jack nodded at Henderson, and some guys from his platoon gathered around another of the small screens. "The tanks they don't fill with workers and soldiers will go to the general selection." "There's more to it," Rocco said. "I bet you a whole bunch of people are waiting for a call about a winning lottery number, not knowing they never had a ticket." Eduardo grunted and rolled his eyes at Jack over Rocco's head.
He's finally cracking.
Jack couldn't dismiss Rocco's paranoia so easily. Director Hartland had just told the public the whole bunker population would be chosen randomly, which they knew wasn't accurate. The omission could be an honest mistake. People rarely thought about the folks who built the facilities they used every day. Schools, hospitals, grocery stores, their own homes. Why would they think about the people building their cryo-bunkers? The important thing was that Jack and his crew would live to see the future. This official government representative, with his dark suit and his movie president voice, had confirmed it. BRP wasn't a lottery. It was an arc, and they were already on board. Chapter 9. Charlotte, T-minus 6 months and 2 days. The days ticked by, always a bit too fast. It grew warm enough that Charlotte didn't need her turquoise coat anymore, though she still wore her snow boots everywhere. She'd gotten used to the grim Quonset huts, shared bathrooms, and simple meals at headquarters. It was harder to adjust to how everyone around her was constantly in motion, sprinting toward a distant finish line. It was all she could do to keep up. Charlotte continued helping Grandpa Hartland transcribe his ideas, sort through theoretical papers about post-disaster scenarios, and communicate with people at bunker development sites all over the country. Officials came to him with suggestions and requests for favors, promising their support in return. He hand-selected the officials who would go out to the different bunkers, and with Charlotte's help, he dictated the scripts they'd follow. Charlotte admired the energy and confidence that seemed to come so naturally to him. He collected little crowds of followers whenever he strode around headquarters, and he always knew what to say to them. Casimir stayed at Grandpa Hartland's side at all times, glowering at supporters and challengers alike. Some people resented how much influence Grandpa Hartland had. Silas, the brash, mustached official, once cornered Charlotte in a cubicle and demanded a look at her grandpa's confidential meeting notes.
"It's for the exit procedure," Silas insisted as he tried to pull the tablet out of her hands. "The first days after cryosleep will be crucial. The director would want me to see those notes."
Charlotte hugged the tablet to her chest. "Ask him yourself, then."
"I don't want to bother him."
"Then try Casimir Orlov. He's Director Hartland's right hand. I'm just an assistant." Silas huffed, sending his handlebar mustache fluttering.
"Never mind."
He stalked away, muttering under his breath about useless interns. No one wanted to mess with Casimir. Still, the incident made Charlotte uncomfortable, and she was relieved Silas didn't know she was related to the director. He might do more than try to push her around then. When she wasn't helping Grandpa Hartland, Charlotte focused on convincing her mom to join them before society broke down entirely. "The riots have mostly stopped," her mom told her during one of their calls. "Some people are leaving town, but the rest of us are trying to enjoy what's left of our lives. There are block parties and impromptu concerts cropping up all over the place. It's beautiful." "I thought you were staying inside," Charlotte said. "Of course not. It's like I have terminal cancer, but my body isn't deteriorating. I'm thinking of moving to California and taking up surfing." Charlotte sat up straight. "You can't leave Portland." Their house had always been a constant, grounding them while her mom flitted between professions, courses, and communities. If she truly let go and disappeared into the sunset, Charlotte might never find her again. "I still have a few things to do here," her mom said lightly. "If you want to come along, I'll wait for you." Charlotte hesitated. She wouldn't jaunt off to California to go surfing, but persuading her mom to come to headquarters would be easier in person. People were living like they were dying out there. Here, they were living with a future. "Okay," Charlotte said, "but you need to give me time. Please don't go out too much. It's not safe." Her mom laughed that big, head-tossing laugh of hers. "Sometimes I forget which of us is the mother here." Charlotte grimaced, wishing that statement weren't so accurate. When the call ended, she went straight to the fenced-in lot where the Humvees were kept. The vehicle count changed daily as BRP people came and went on vital errands. Hopefully, no one would notice if she borrowed one for a few days. The old Charlotte would never have contemplated striking out across the desert in a stolen Humvee, but her mom needed her. When she got near the lot, though, Levi materialized at her side. The sergeant checked in on her regularly, keeping her out of trouble whenever she wasn't with her grandfather.
"It's burrito day, Charlotte. Care to join me for lunch?"
"Oh, I can't." She counted the remaining steps to the nearest Humvee. "I just need to—"
"It's one of the better meals here."
Levi gestured in the opposite direction with Casimir-like implacability.
"Wouldn't want you to miss it."
Charlotte sighed. "Sure, fine." She followed Levi to the mess hall, where they loaded plates with burritos and undercooked brown rice and found seats in the warm section away from the door. Voices hummed around them, frantically industrious. Charlotte ate a few bites of her burrito for courage, then looked up. "Levi, I need to get to Portland. Will you sign off on a vehicle for me?" Levi seemed surprised she'd asked so directly.
"I have orders to keep you safe here on the base."
"Do you always follow orders?"
"Yes."
Charlotte grimaced at his blunt tone. "So I'm a prisoner?"
"Look, you don't want to go out there," Levi said. "It's taking the entire armed forces to keep the country from anarchy."
"My mom says people are partying and, I don't know, checking things off their bucket lists." Anarchy was hard to imagine in this isolated desert world. Charlotte still felt like she was living on a movie set most of the time.
"Maybe some are," Levi said, "but that can change in an instant, especially now that the public knows about the cryosleep program."
"Why would that make it worse?"
"BRP can't save everyone. Soon they're going to announce who lives or dies. Plenty of folks won't take that lying down."
Charlotte imagined hordes of people storming the gates, demanding places in the bunker program. She had been swept up by BRP early on. What would it be like to watch the comet tumble closer for months, not knowing what was being done about it, only to learn a tiny fraction of the population would survive? She picked at the undercooked rice on her plate, wondering how Levi could be at ease with everything that was happening. Perhaps his self-assurance was a front, a protective shell. "Are you nervous about going into cryosleep?" she asked him.
"I've been in cryosleep before."
Charlotte dropped her fork with a clatter. "You have?"
3 times, Levi said. "That's why I was deployed here. I participated in an experiment during my 2nd year in the Army. Well, technically it was my 2nd through 4th years, but I was in stasis for parts of it."
"What was it like?"
"Uncomfortable before and after, but the actual sleep phase is okay."
He sounded far too casual about the whole thing. "Aren't you worried about anything?"
"Yes, actually."
Levi looked up at her.
"Did you know there won't be enough cryotanks for everyone here at headquarters?"
"My grandpa said there's a cryo bunker here."
"It's not very big, and a lot of people work for BRP."
Levi gestured around the crowded mess hall. At the next table, Silas and Dr. Huntington bickered over a jar of salsa. The woman who'd been so concerned about toothpaste tapped on her tablet with one hand and shoveled rice into her mouth with the other. A few guys from Levi's platoon were helping the kitchen staff clear away the dishes.
"Lots of these people will go to bunkers around the country to implement the program. Those of us who are left over will enter a lottery for the remaining tanks."
Charlotte imagined names being drawn out of a hat as a comet blazed across the sky. "You're saying we might not survive even though we're right at the heart of BRP?" Levi gave her a funny look.
"Well, you won't have to worry about the lottery. I'm sure your grandfather reserved a tank for you."
Charlotte blinked. That's what he said, but that isn't fair."
"I'd do the same for my family if I were him."
Levi stood, picking up his empty plate.
"I better get back to work."
"Wait." She swallowed. "What happens if you don't get a spot? Will you join your family to wait for the end?"
"It might be too late by the time the lottery happens," Levi said. "My parents are both military, stationed in Okinawa. I'm not sure I could get to them even if I left now."
"I didn't realize," Charlotte said quietly. "I'm sorry."
"Don't be," Levi said briskly. "I still have a good chance at getting a spot. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here."
The industrious hum in the mess hall took on new meaning. All those tired, determined people scarfing down burritos represented so much hard work and sacrifice. They weren't here because they'd been guaranteed survival, but because someone needed to step up to get this job done. And Grandpa Hartland had put his family, his legacy, above all of them. "He's helping himself." Her mom's voice sounded loud in her mind. Just like always. T-minus 5 months and 12 days. Charlotte crossed the dusty path between the mess hall and the main Quonset hut. Spring was in full swing beyond the barbed wire fences guarding the facility. She didn't like the reminder that came with the warmer weather. Spring meant summer was coming, and too soon after that, September. She entered the headquarters building and hurried up the long aisle leading into the honeycomb of cubicles. Casimir's familiar silhouette loomed above the partitions near Grandpa Hartland's office. He had a private meeting now, but Charlotte was supposed to help him go over the cohort training curriculum when he was finished. She picked up snippets of conversation as she passed the cubicles, which were mostly full today. Their occupants sat at computer terminals, phones pressed to their ears. "Yes, that's correct," said a tired-sounding young woman as she picked at her keyboard. "No, this isn't a prank." "I'm afraid not, ma'am. You will have to come alone," said a man with a soothing southern accent. "No, your sister hasn't been selected." Charlotte realized what this meant. The lucky few were being notified that they had been selected for a spot in the bunker. Another woman's voice. "This is the 37th call I've made today. My brain is a bit addled." Charlotte peeked into the cubicle. A familiar official with a blonde bob, Teresa, was explaining that she was from the United States Bunker Reservation Project. The person on the other end of the line had been chosen to survive. Charlotte wondered what it would be like to receive that call. She might think it was a hoax if she hadn't seen the program taking shape over the past few months. She joined Casimir in the aisle outside Grandpa Hartland's cubicle. "He isn't finished," Casimir said. "Wait here." Charlotte thanked him with a smile, but she might as well have grinned at a granite fortress for all the reaction she got. Casimir was the only person at headquarters who didn't seem to be operating in a state of barely contained panic these days. Dr. Morales and General Bradford soon departed Grandpa Hartland's cubicle, managing to look as if they were alone despite walking side by side. The pair didn't like each other, according to rumors around headquarters. The branches of BRP employed vastly different types of people, and forcing them to cooperate was becoming increasingly difficult. The stress and lack of sleep was getting to everyone. Charlotte entered the cubicle and pulled up a chair. Grandpa Hartland hunched over his tablet, typing notes with his usual slow peck. "Can I do that for you?" Charlotte asked. Grandpa Hartland looked up, his eyes crinkling in a tired smile. "Ah, Charlotte, good. These notes aren't for you, I'm afraid. I'll only be a minute." Charlotte twisted a curl around her finger, resisting the urge to sneak a peek. As Grandpa Hartland's assistant, she had access to all kinds of insider information, but it only made her more curious about the things he hid in password-protected documents and secret meetings. He set aside the tablet and massaged his hands. "I'm glad you're here, Charlotte, my dear. I'm leaving to inspect some of the bunkers soon. We only have a month before the cohorts arrive for their training, and I must make sure the facilities are ready. I think it's best if you come along." "Really?" Charlotte sat forward, her chair squeaking. "You want me to travel with you?" "Your help has been invaluable." Grandpa Hartland's gaze cut toward the cubicle wall where Casimir stood guard. "Besides, I've learned that a group of my colleagues have recently abandoned BRP. They could reveal our location and activities. This base is no longer secure." Charlotte wondered if their departure had anything to do with what Levi had said about the shortage of cryotanks here. "Would they tell people where to find us?" "Hopefully not," Grandpa Hartland said. "But on the off chance that an angry mob descends on our gates, I won't leave you here alone. What do you say to a little road trip?" "Can we pick up Mom? She was still in Portland last I heard, but she's thinking about leaving." "I don't know if that's a good idea." Grandpa Hartland took off his glasses and cleaned them with his silk handkerchief, rubbing harder than usual. "Rebecca is stubborn. She shouldn't be stringing us along like this." "You need to talk to her," Charlotte said. Grandpa Hartland frowned. "I do I?" She felt an urge to smooth things over, to tell him it was okay and she wouldn't argue or try to make him do anything he didn't want to do. But reconciliation was their only hope of saving her mom. Despite their flaws, they were family. Charlotte would make them both remember that before it was too late. She straightened. Yes, in person. You can still fix things between you. He put his glasses back on and studied her with those piercing green eyes. She tried not to look away. At last, he sighed. Very well, my dear. We have to inspect bunkers in Oregon and Washington. We can stop in Portland along the way. T-minus 5 months and 9 days. 3 days later, they set out from headquarters. Charlotte said goodbye to Levi at breakfast. She would return to enter cryosleep, but the sergeant still wasn't guaranteed a bunker berth. She wouldn't blame him for leaving if he didn't win a spot in the final lottery. She thanked him for his company over the past few months. Just following orders, kid, Levi said. Then, as a parting gift, he pulled out 2 paperbacks that he'd traded with a girl in his platoon, well-worn copies of The Road and Day of the Triffids that had been making the rounds through the barracks. These should keep you occupied until you get back. Thank you. Charlotte took the books, careful not to let the pages fall out. Hey, keep an eye on your grandfather, will you? Levi lowered his voice. Some BRP officials aren't as devoted to his vision as they seem. They might not want him looking over their shoulders. Is he in danger? No more than anyone else. Just stay on your toes. Charlotte considered Levi's words as she hauled her suitcase to a line of waiting vehicles. 3 black SUVs with tinted windows and 4 Humvees made up the convoy. The other officials involved in the bunker inspection looked surprised to see her, and one woman went so far as to scowl. Charlotte wondered if they'd found out who she was somehow. Grandpa Hartland's vision for a nonviolent, egalitarian future had shaped the program, and his ideals were taking on the status of a manifesto for many at BRP. But that didn't mean people wouldn't question him, and maybe even challenge him. While Grandpa Hartland bid farewell to General Bradford and Dr. Morales, a clump of officials, including Silas, gathered outside the main headquarters building to watch his departure, whispering to each other. They didn't come over to say farewell. Little cracks and veins were coming into focus all over the marble surface of BRP. Pushing down a flurry of fear, Charlotte climbed into the back seat of the lead SUV with Grandpa Hartland. Casimir sat beside the driver. No matter what happened out there, these 2 would look after her. And soon her mom would be with them too. Together, they would face whatever the apocalypse threw at them. The convoy set out through the heavily guarded gate and turned onto a desolate highway. Headquarters disappeared behind the low, scrubby mountain. Someone could drive right past it and never know what world-changing things were happening in the high desert. As they drove into the northern reaches of Nevada, burned-out houses and abandoned cars rose from the dust in the truck stop towns along the interstate. The comet hadn't yet wiped out the majority of the population, so plenty of people were left to contribute to the chaos, even in this sparsely populated region. Charlotte pressed her face to the tinted window, the rumble of the SUV shaking her bones. This might not be a zombie apocalypse, with hordes of the undead swarming around the survivors, but healthy human beings with everything to lose were bad enough. In one roadside town, a brawl spilled out of a gas station and into a parking lot. The BRP cavalcade eased past in tense silence as men and women tried to stab each other with gas nozzles and broken bottles. When 2 men lurched toward their vehicle, blood streaming down their faces, Grandpa Hartland reached reflexively toward Charlotte as if he wanted to cover her eyes. She wasn't in any danger, but he treated her like a little girl he could protect from the sight of violence. By the time the cavalcade drove into the sprawling mountain range straddling the California-Nevada border, where they would inspect their first bunker facility, Charlotte was beginning to wish she'd stayed at headquarters. The closer she got to the apocalypse, the clearer it became that there was no avoiding the ugliness, no matter how idealistic her grandfather's vision. Chapter 10. Jack. T-minus 5 months and 1 day. Jack carried a steel saucer into the scrap metal cavern, staggering under its weight. He had no idea what the thing was for, but he figured they could use it to catch rainwater in the days after they emerged from cryosleep. It was kind of fun to think of how to use the random stuff down here. He'd already set aside a high-tech hang glider they could make into windmills, after he took it for a spin, of course. Maybe things wouldn't be so bad after the apocalypse. Kyle intercepted Jack as he crossed the scrap cavern. He'd combed his hair, and his jeans were dust-free for once.
"A bunch of officials are coming for an inspection today," Kyle said. "I need you to meet them." "Me? I want the big boss to remember you as a good and reliable worker." "The big boss?"
Jack heaved the saucer onto the scrap heap and wiped his forehead.
"What are you talking about?" "It's important you make a good impression."
Kyle glanced at the workers carrying armloads of metal into the cavern and lowered his voice.
"I'm not sure BRP is telling us the whole truth." "That was obvious from the start," Jack said with a shrug. "We are in a top-secret—" "Will you shut up and listen for once?"
Jack frowned at the urgency in his brother's voice.
"I'm listening." "I've been talking to Lisa and going over the blueprints."
Kyle jerked his head toward the corridor and drew Jack farther from the others.
"With the work crews, the soldiers, and all the extra people they're bringing in next month, it's getting crowded down here. The numbers aren't adding up."
"Which numbers?"
"The tank count," Kyle said. "I don't know if there will be enough."
Jack went still.
"They're taking away our cryosleep spots?"
"No," Kyle said quickly.
"But if the numbers come up short and only some of us get cryotanks, I intend to make sure we're included."
"They promised us," Jack said. "That's why we're doing all this work."
"Like I said, it's just a hunch."
Kyle fixed him with a steady look.
"So wash your hands and make sure the BRP officials see you as a valuable member of the future. Got it?"
"Yeah."
"Jack?"
"I got it. Make nice to the boss." Jack followed his brother away from the scrap cavern, trying to shed the worst of the dust along the way. Kyle was under a lot of stress, and he was probably imagining complications where there were none. Jack could hardly blame him for that. He didn't believe BRP would go back on their promises, though. They were a vital part of this project, as vital as Henderson's platoon, even though they wore jeans and steel-toed boots instead of army green. But as they headed toward the core, Jack remembered what Rocco had said when they watched that newscast in the upper guard station.
If they lied about the random selection, what else are they leaving out?
The thought pinged around like a pinball in Jack's brain. Rocco was paranoid, and Kyle had to be mistaken. They were all working too many hours, especially now that the cryotanks were starting to arrive. It was worry and lack of sleep. That was all. They reached the core, where the first cryotanks were being assembled on the shiny concrete floor. They looked a lot like tanning beds. A handful of technicians were removing the protective plastic and bubble wrap. Crackles and pops reverberated through the hall. A dozen or so official-looking people gathered near the main elevator at the far end. They all wore military uniforms or suits and ties, except for one younger woman with curly blonde hair who was clutching a tablet to her chest. She wore a long blue sweater, leggings, and snow boots, of all things. The head cryotechnician and several army officers, including Lisa, were speaking to the newcomers. Lisa beckoned for Kyle to join the group, narrowing her eyes briefly at Jack. Clearly, he hadn't been invited.
"Try to make a good impression, will you?" Kyle muttered. "Smile or something."
Jack tried. He really did. But the possibility that BRP had brought them here and promised them survival only to take it away was too alarming. It couldn't be true. More plasticky bubble wrap sounds crackled toward them. Jack gritted his teeth, trying not to flinch. Just then, the girl with the tablet happened to meet Jack's gaze. She gave a start at his frown and looked away quickly. Kyle elbowed him hard, but Jack couldn't wipe away the expression. He felt as if a pressure cooker had switched on in his chest and it was heating up fast. Lisa introduced Kyle to the lead official, a heavy-set older man with thick silver hair and silver-framed glasses. Jack recognized him as the one who'd announced the bunker program on TV. He breathed a sigh of relief. Director Hartland had talked about how they were building an ark. He'd praised the brave people whose efforts were saving humanity. He would clear up any confusion over the cryotanks. Kyle shook the director's hand firmly.
"Welcome to Cave Junction, sir."
"Good to meet you, Kyle," Director Hartland said.
"I hear you're doing great work here. My crew won't let you down. Then I reckon the world is in good hands."
Jack frowned. The director was putting on a folksier accent than he'd used on TV, as if adapting for what he saw as uneducated workers. But they were part of the grand solution he described on TV. They didn't deserve condescension.
"We're on schedule," Kyle said, "or as close as we can be under the circumstances."
Good, good. Director Hartland waved a hand.
"My people will go over the plans with you to make sure everything is in order."
The director started to turn away, but Kyle stopped him.
"Director Hartland, can I introduce my brother Jack? He's the hardest working man on my crew." "Pleased to know you, Jack."
Hartland offered him a much briefer handshake.
"Now, if you'll excuse—"
"I'm not," Jack said.
"Beg pardon?"
"I'm not the hardest working man on this crew." Kyle cleared his throat pointedly. Jack ignored him.
"Our guys have been busting their asses to finish this project," Jack said. "They deserve to get what they were promised." "They sure do, son."
Director Hartland gave a politician's smile and tried to end the conversation, but Jack couldn't let him go. The suspicion Kyle had raised would eat away at him if he didn't confirm there was nothing to it. Hartland had talked a big game about the important work they were doing. He could tell them it would be all worth it. He had to.
"I heard a rumor there aren't enough cryotanks for everyone working here and the people BRP is selecting," Jack said. "That's not true, is it?"
Director Hartland paused and looked Jack up and down.
"Of course there are enough tanks, son."
That pause had lasted much too long.
"You're lying,"
Jack said, stunned.
Kyle coughed. "Jack?"
Jack didn't care if he was being rude.
"We won't all get spots in this bunker."
"I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about," Director Hartland said coldly, abandoning the folksy accent.
"What about our guys?"
Jack's face flushed, his fingers drumming restlessly on his tool belt.
"They could have spent the last few months with their families or doing anything besides breaking their backs underground." "And they will be rewarded," Director Hartland said. "Now, I have many important tasks to see to, so if you'll excuse me."
He jerked his head, and a stone-faced man in a gray jacket stepped forward. Jack clenched his fists as the bodyguard advanced.
"I want a real answer. You can't—"
"Don't mind my brother." Kyle seized Jack by the collar and hauled him back, putting himself in the bodyguard's path.
"He's been working around the clock. Not enough sleep, you know?"
The bodyguard stared at Kyle, neither speaking nor backing down. They were evenly matched, both large and muscular, but it wasn't clear whether the bodyguard was armed. Kyle would need backup. Jack started forward again, but Kyle gripped his shirt tighter, holding him out of harm's way. The bodyguard's expression remained stony, but his hand went to his jacket pocket. Jack tensed. One of the onlookers gasped.
"It's okay, Casimir," Director Hartland said. "He isn't the only one not getting enough rest."
He sighed and took a silk handkerchief from his pocket to clean his glasses.
"Can we take a look at those cryotanks?"
The head cryotechnician jumped, suddenly flustered.
"Yes, sir, if you'll follow me, sir."
Director Hartland and his companions continued across the core to tour the cryotanks, the other visitors murmuring excitedly to each other about the confrontation. The bodyguard, Casimir, glared at Jack and Kyle for a moment longer before following the director. Lisa waited until the group was out of earshot, then rounded on Kyle.
"You need to control your brother, Woodward."
Kyle grunted as if she'd hit him.
It's not his fault,"
Jack said quickly.
"I don't want excuses."
Lisa jabbed a finger at Jack.
"This is no place for that kind of behavior."
Then at Kyle.
"Show some goddamn leadership."
Ignoring Kyle's spluttered response, Lisa marched across the core to join Director Hartland's party. The girl with the snow boots stepped aside to let her pass, as if afraid of being trampled. The girl looked back at Jack thoughtfully before trailing after the others. Over by the partially unwrapped tanks, Director Hartland clapped a spindly cryotechnician on the back as if they were old friends. All those officials with their smug suits and their false promises. It made Jack's blood boil. He turned to his brother.
"Kyle, don't."
Kyle flung up a hand.
"Can't you be an adult for once in your life?"
"That guy was lying," Jack said.
"He has to fix this or he doesn't have to do shit," Kyle said. "Don't you get it? This isn't some labor issue we can solve with a strike or a letter to a congressman. It's every man for himself down here, and you just killed any chance either of us had of getting special treatment." "I don't want special treatment," Jack said. Surprised to realize Director Hartland was lying, Jack hadn't thought about the repercussions of speaking up. "I want what they promised us." "That's not up to us. But if we really might not have cryotanks, we have to consider other—" "Look, the man said there are enough tanks," Kyle cut in, "and there aren't any other options. Forget I said anything about the numbers." Jack winced. He had barreled in and made a mess of things. Kyle had put on a brave face for Jack for years, always the protector, always the one with a plan. And the one time he'd shared his misgivings and asked Jack to step up, Jack had blown it. Shame curled through him, mixing with the lingering tendrils of anger. He had believed all that stuff about how they were saving the world. He'd been proud of their work, their mission, the ark they were building. But he and his friends were just grunts to the likes of Director Hartland. He didn't care whether the workers got what they'd been promised. But Jack's crew, his family, had given up everything for this chance. Jack would do whatever it took to make their efforts worth it in the end. Chapter 11. Charlotte. T-minus 5 months and 1 day. Charlotte followed Grandpa Hartland through the bunker, marveling at its sprawling size. The space near Cave Junction, Oregon, was the third facility they'd visited since departing headquarters, and it was the largest and deepest by far. After crossing the vast hall called the Core, they explored chambers stripped bare of their contents and winding tunnels where bulbous rock formations occasionally interrupted the stark white walls. The fluorescent-lit corridors echoed with pounding hammers and grumbling machinery, evidence of the construction work in progress throughout the base. A fine layer of dust soon coated Charlotte's sweater and settled like dandruff on Grandpa Hartland's fine suit. The officer showing them around, Captain Lisa Tiwanima, was a stern Native American woman who wore her dark hair in a severe ponytail. Charlotte got the sense that the captain would rather be getting on with her work than playing tour guide. Grandpa Hartland must have sensed it too, because he tried laying on the charm. "You're doing spectacular work here, Captain. I have no doubt you'll take excellent care of the cohort when they arrive." "Thank you, sir," Captain Tiwanima said brusquely. "Is it true they're arriving in May?" "That's correct. We must train them in the skills they'll need after cryosleep and give them time to become acquainted before the hard work begins." "Bringing people in too soon will make our preparations more difficult," the captain said. "I'd rather not have them underfoot. Is there any way they could—" "Training them elsewhere isn't an option, I'm afraid," Grandpa Hartland said. "I have every confidence you'll be able to work around a few extra people, Captain Tiwanima." Captain Tiwanima exchanged glances with the lead technician, no doubt already shifting people around in her mind, calculating how they were going to accommodate the cohort. Charlotte tapped open a file on Grandpa Hartland's tablet. Apparently, the facility was expected to hold about 1,000 cryotanks when the work here was done. That would be a lot of extra people filling these corridors. They'd encountered all kinds of problems during their inspection tour so far. At the first bunker they visited, built beneath a dam in the Sierra Nevada mountains, the officials had also fretted about whether they'd have room for everyone during training, in between discussions on whether the structure would even survive the comet's impact. But Grandpa Hartland was determined to bring the cohorts together as early as possible. "It's for their own safety," he'd told the facility coordinator. "We don't know how far the situation outside will deteriorate during the final days. It's best if the cohorts remain close to the bunkers." Their second stop had been the Northern California bunker, located in an archive beneath a university. That one had plenty of space to house and train the cohort until it was time to go underground, but the officials there worried whether they'd be able to get enough power to the tanks. The university bunker wasn't as organized as this facility, and the underground portion wasn't as deep. Charlotte had enjoyed exploring the different facilities, adding to Grandpa Hartland's notes all the while. Since taking over his tablet, she had made his records far more orderly, and she took pride in laying out clean records that covered the needs and issues of the various facilities. She was looking forward to seeing the next bunker, located in an old silver mine in Idaho. This Oregon bunker was closest to what Charlotte had imagined during all those planning meetings back at headquarters.
It felt far more secure than the other bunkers, thanks to the remote forest road they'd driven up to reach its main entrance and the strict checkpoints they'd passed before descending to its depths. The organ bunker had the precision of a military base, the sterility of a lab, and the cold of a mausoleum. And everyone was so stern. Well, except for that guy in the dusty t-shirt and steel-toed boots who tried to pick a fight with her grandfather. Charlotte was used to everyone from Levi to Dr. Morales treating Grandpa Hartland with politeness and respect. Even people like Silas, who whispered and maneuvered behind his back, wouldn't dare accuse him of lying to his face. He didn't deserve that. Charlotte scuffed her boots on the concrete floor, annoyed on Grandpa Hartland's behalf. He's not perfect, but he's trying. Tomorrow they would continue north to pick up her mom. Charlotte was eager for her mom and Grandpa Hartland to reunite at last. As soon as they saw each other, they would realize it was foolish to keep fighting. The end of the world was no time to hold grudges. They still had a lot to see in the organ bunker before they could head to Portland, though. Captain Tiwanima showed them gutted labs, caves full of scrap metal, and gigantic storage rooms. They walked aisles lined with teetering piles of boxes that made Charlotte feel like a lab rat in a maze. The captain explained that the base was stocked with enough provisions to withstand a 5-year quarantine. The BRP cohort will be larger than our ordinary garrison, so the canned food and dry goods won't last quite that long. No one will starve in the early days after cryosleep, though. She tapped a box marked seeds. We're also bringing in farming equipment as instructed, but it's getting harder to find. All the bunkers are having supply issues, unfortunately. Grandpa Hartland massaged his temple. It was a brief movement, but Charlotte still took note of it. He wasn't a young man, and he'd been pushing himself hard since they left headquarters. In the next storeroom, the boxes were filled with guns and ammunition. Charlotte stared. Some of the stacks reached all the way to the ceiling, which had the veiny, intricate look of marble. She'd never seen so many weapons in one place before. There was even a tank, the end of its main gun sticking out from beneath a heavy green cloth. I need to ask you about our arsenal, Captain Tiwanima said, pausing in the middle of the aisle of weaponry. The BRP training packet we received a few days ago talked about a future without weapons. That's correct. Grandpa Hartland put on his speech-giving voice automatically. We are choosing to reject the Hollywood vision of the post-apocalypse and leave behind the violence of the old world. We will turn swords into plowshares and— Excuse me, sir, Captain Tiwanima cut in. I read the briefing, but the weapons are already here. She patted a nearby crate like a proud parent. A lot of them. Ah, yes. Grandpa Hartland scrutinized the label on an ammunition box for a moment, then spread his hands wide. Well, Captain, you and the other bunkers located in military facilities will need to remove any items that do not comply with the program ideals. The captain blinked. I remove them? That seems best, doesn't it? The captain and her fellow officers looked scandalized. Moving our weapons stores would take a lot of manpower, she said in a strained voice. We are committed to building a better future, Grandpa Hartland said. All the bunkers must be equal or the program will fail. It would hardly be fair for some bunkers to have an arsenal like this when others do not. Captain Tiwanima seemed to be holding on to her professional demeanor by a thread. This would put us behind schedule, sir. Perhaps, Grandpa Hartland said. But you will create room for more supplies to help this community rebuild and thrive. We will be homesteaders, farmers, and survivalists in the future, not warriors. The captain clearly wanted to keep arguing, and the other officers were eyeing the BRP civilians as if realizing they'd let a troop of madmen into their base. Not everyone agreed with her grandfather's ideals, but Charlotte hadn't quite registered how radical it was to ask a bunch of career soldiers to dump their weapons outside the gates. The old world didn't work like that, and she doubted the new one would either. She clutched the tablet to her chest. All the bunkers were supposed to agree to the same policies, but what could Grandpa Hartland and the officials from headquarters really do if they didn't? Is there a problem, Captain? Grandpa Hartland asked when the silence had stretched well past the point of discomfort. I can refer you to General Bradford if you have further questions. Captain Tiwanima straightened her uniform as if reminding herself she still wore it, and shook her head. "No, sir. Do you want to see the power station next?" Grandpa Hartland smiled.
"Excellent idea."
The tour finished late, so the inspection party stayed the night in the scientists' quarters in Sector D. Charlotte's room still contained evidence of the previous occupant: scattered books, an alarm clock shaped like the Millennium Falcon, an industrial-sized bottle of hand sanitizer, and a mug holding a desiccated tea bag. Taped to the wall, a large printed photo of the beach created the illusion of a window. Charlotte slept fitfully and dreamed of her mom pounding on the window of their house, trying to get back inside. They would see her tomorrow if the roads remained clear for the final miles to Portland. When they were together again, a small part of this nightmare would end. A knock on the door woke her early. Charlotte pulled her thin blanket up to her chin as Grandpa Hartland swept in, fully dressed with his traveling case in hand. He sat at the foot of her bed, the cheap springs squealing in protest. According to the Millennium Falcon clock, it wasn't yet 6 a.m. Charlotte rubbed her eyes blearily. "I thought we weren't leaving until 9.
"I just received a report detailing extensive problems with the Idaho bunker," Grandpa Hartland said. "A great deal of work needs to be done to get the old silver mine into shape. I need to source a separate location where we can send the cohort for their training while the work is completed."
"I'll get my things." Grandpa Hartland raised a hand to stop her.
"I want you to stay here while I deal with this."
"You're leaving me?"
"You'll be safe here. I suspect this is the safest bunker in the Northwest region."
"But what about Mom?" Charlotte felt panicked and blurry, as if she'd just awakened from a nightmare, or into one. "We're supposed to go to Portland today."
"I cannot allow Rebecca's stubbornness to get in the way of the important work I'm doing. Her petulance has gone too far."
"But she—"
"Let me finish, my dear," Grandpa Hartland said. "I can no longer take the time for a detour, but I will send Casimir to fetch her."
"What if she doesn't listen to him?" Grandpa Hartland patted her ankle through the blanket.
"I trust him to handle the situation."
Charlotte remembered how Casimir had scooped her up from college what felt like a lifetime ago. Her mom had called it kidnapping. She might resist being snatched up in the same way. Charlotte didn't know who would win a battle of wills between her mom and Casimir. "I'll go with him," Charlotte said, already dreading the long, silent drive with the man. "It'll be easier on everyone that way."
"Out of the question," Grandpa Hartland said. "The roads are more dangerous than I expected. You will remain here to wait for your mother. Captain Tuanima will look after you until your cohort arrives."
"Wait, my cohort?" Charlotte rubbed her eyes. "But our cryotanks are at headquarters. We're going back to Nevada, right?"
"I changed my mind," Grandpa Hartland said. "You and your mother will enter cryosleep in this bunker, the safest in the region, as I said. This is your final destination, if you'll pardon the phrase."
Charlotte thought of the dusty Quonset huts and dedicated people back at headquarters. Levi and his rule-following, Dr. Huntington and his increasingly fervent dedication to the program, even Silas and his disgruntled whispers. That was where she was supposed to end up. But she also remembered Grandpa Hartland reaching out to shield her eyes as they drove past a gas station brawl, as if she were still a little girl. He was trying to protect her. "Are you coming back?" Grandpa Hartland hesitated.
"I can't promise anything."
He reached for the tablet beside her bed and slipped it into his travel case. That tablet had been hers, her project, her role in the huge, messy machine that was BRP. He couldn't just take it away. As Grandpa Hartland started for the door, Charlotte leapt out of bed and pulled a sweater over her sleep t-shirt and leggings. "I'll walk you out."
"There's no need."
"I want to." She stomped her feet into her boots and pulled her curls into a messy bun, trying to think of a way to change his mind. She didn't want to be left behind. She followed Grandpa Hartland out of the scientist's bedroom and through the maze of corridors. This could be the last time they saw each other. She had just started getting to know him after a decade apart. She'd felt his pull, the way he swept up her and everyone else in his plans. She didn't know what to do without him. She wanted to freeze time so she could process this, but Grandpa Hartland was moving at a deliberate pace through the bunker's winding corridors, retreating from her life, giving her no chance to change his mind. Casimir and an escort of soldiers were waiting for Grandpa Hartland in the cavernous chamber where the main elevator was located. The plastic wrappings from yesterday were gone, leaving row upon row of gleaming cryotanks. Grandpa Hartland lowered his voice before they reached the others.
Charlotte, when the rest of the cohort joins you here next month, pretend you were selected for the program at random. You received a phone call to verbally confirm your participation after the background checks were complete, and then you traveled to your designated orientation point.
What?
Just promise me, Grandpa Hartland said urgently. For your own safety, you mustn't reveal you had an inside connection to BRP.
Why not?
I don't know what people are capable of anymore, Grandpa Hartland said. It's important that you act just like everyone else.
She grabbed his hand, panic billowing and blooming in her chest. Something must have happened. This was all too sudden. Let me go with you.
I'm sorry. You'll be safe here, Charlotte.
He pulled her in for a hug. He still smelled of cigars and cologne.
Remember, you are my legacy, and I love you.
Then he released her and stepped into the elevator. He hunched a little, as if he carried the weight of the mountain on his shoulders. In truth, he carried the weight of the entire human race. As Casimir and the others filed in around him, Grandpa Hartland met Charlotte's eyes for a final moment. Then the elevator doors hissed shut much too fast, and he was gone. Chapter 12. Charlotte. T-minus 5 months and 1 day. Charlotte stumbled back a step, reeling from Grandpa Hartland's sudden departure. She'd had no time to process what was happening before it was too late. She felt disoriented. She'd been at college a few short months ago, then at the beating heart of BRP, and now she'd been left all alone in a secret underground world. She turned from the elevator and wandered across the vast chamber. The core, it was called. Despite the early hour, technicians in lab coats were already at work, attaching tubes to the cryotanks. They did look like coffins, as Levi had said, the tubes spreading like rubber intestines across the floor. In her rush, Charlotte hadn't paid attention to where her room was. She was pretty sure it was in Sector B or D, but the entrances were identical. Her fingers twitched, already missing the tablet with its neat catalog of information. There was probably a floor plan of this base saved on it. She selected the Sector B corridor at random, hoping to get lucky. Her footsteps resounded as she navigated the abnormally angled corners and peeked into half-renovated rooms. Wires protruded from the walls like exposed veins, and every turn revealed new corridors lined with more doors and corridors. The farther she walked, the more confused she became. The place was one big construction site, and even a floor plan might not help her find her way. I'm never going to get out of here. I'm never going to see Mom again. The corridor blurred, white concrete and fluorescent lights and empty space. Charlotte wandered the half-finished guts of the bunker, blinking back tears. She hadn't cried at the news of the comet. That day, she'd bottled it up and locked it away. Instead of breaking down, she'd run, dodging elbows, focused only on the steps beneath her feet. That was what she wanted to do now. She wanted to run until she outpaced the fear trying to chase her down. She wanted to run until the clocks turned back and the comet changed course and the past few months were nothing but a strange nightmare. She wanted to run until she became the kind of person who didn't have to run, the kind of person who could look disaster in the face and fight instead of flee. Charlotte picked up her pace, putting one foot in front of the other until she was jogging down the corridor, her footfalls echoing like a heartbeat. As she ran faster, time seemed to slow. She'd had precious little control over the past few months. She'd been whisked around the country, tucked out of the way, abandoned. But I can still put one foot in front of the other and run and run and run and... She turned a corner and collided with a hard object. She bounced back, catching her balance on the rough wall. She'd been so absorbed in her thoughts that she'd run straight into someone. "Oh, I'm sorry, She broke off in surprise as she recognized the young worker who tried to pick a fight with Grandpa Hartland yesterday. Dressed in jeans, a tool belt, and steel-toed boots, he couldn't be much older than her. He was very tall.
You look like you're in a hurry. He peered down at her. You're one of them, right?
Them?
The BRP officials. The people in charge.
Sort of. Charlotte wiped her eyes, sure her face must be red and puffy. The worker had short brown hair and blunt features that might have been handsome except for a crooked nose.
I thought your group left already, he said.
Some did.
Oh, so are you an intern or something?
Charlotte blinked. No, I'm not an intern.
Oh, my bad. I just thought you looked young.
A frown creased his forehead as he continued staring at her. Charlotte didn't want to give him any more hints about herself, but he was blocking her path down the corridor. She cleared her throat pointedly. If you'll excuse me. Instead of standing aside, he moved closer, forcing her to crane her neck to meet his eyes.
Well, if you're one of them, I have questions.
I
heard there might not be enough cryotanks for the work crews, he said. Director Hartland denied it, but I want to guarantee that our spots will be reserved when the rest of the BRP folks get here.
I can't really do that, Charlotte said. His neck flushed above his collar.
You people were quick enough to give promises when you needed our labor.
We had a contract, he went on, his voice becoming heated.
We signed our names in red and left everything behind for this. If you want us to keep working for you, we need some reassurances.
Charlotte tried to explain she didn't have that kind of power, but the guy was on a roll, airing the grievances her grandfather hadn't listened to yesterday. He drummed his fingers on his tool belt, reminding her of a kettle approaching a boil.
We're only here for a chance to survive. Our guys could be with their families. I know we're saving humanity and all, but just because we're doing a good thing doesn't mean we don't need to get paid, he said, waving his hands.
Yes, but
you can't just use us.
Charlotte tried unsuccessfully to get the guy to listen to her. Grandpa Hartland and Casimir had shut him down easily enough, but he barreled right over her objections, making an impassioned plea for help she couldn't give. Grandpa Hartland had shut Charlotte down too when she tried to argue against being left behind. Her mom had ignored her request to join them at headquarters. Everyone thought it was so easy to ignore what Charlotte Hartland wanted. Well, she'd had enough. She didn't have to put up with some random guy's lectures. Hey! She shouted, the narrow corridor amplifying her voice. He broke off, startled, and she advanced toward him. Who do you think you are, cornering me like this? She demanded. I'm sorry you're having issues with BRP, but I don't have the power to do anything about it. And even if I did, do you really think ranting at me is going to get results? Haven't you ever heard of diplomacy? She jabbed her finger at his chest, and he took a step back, gaping at her as if she were a kitten who'd suddenly sprouted foot-long fangs. Her outburst shocked her almost as much. But she was on edge after her grandfather's departure, and she wasn't the person she'd been a few months ago. I have places to be. She went toe-to-toe with the young worker, giving him her best Casimir impression. Are you going to move out of my way or not? He blinked at her, more confused than angry.
Wait, who are you exactly?
Charlotte swallowed. She wasn't supposed to tell people her identity. That's none of your business.
Well...
He scrubbed a hand through his hair.
If you're not a BRP official, I need to report a breach of security.
Huh? He gave an embarrassed shrug.
It's just, if you're trespassing, I should...
Stand down, Woodward. Captain Tuanima appeared around a corner and marched toward them. She's not a security breach.
Oh, hey, Captain.
The young man, Woodward, cleared his throat.
I just thought she might have snuck in with those officials. She says she's not...
That's the civil director's granddaughter, the captain said.
Hartland's granddaughter?
He whipped his head around to stare at Charlotte.
Seriously?
Charlotte almost laughed at his affronted expression. Then she realized how close they were standing and stepped back, folding her arms over her stomach. So much for pretending to be part of the cohort. That's correct, Captain Tuanima said, her expression stony. She'll be with us for the next 200 years. Charlotte met the captain's eyes, uneasiness fluttering in her chest.
Wait, let me get this straight.
Woodward glared at the two women.
There might not be enough cryotanks for my crew, and that prick is giving them away to his spawn?
Captain Tuanima muttered a curse.
Show a little respect, Jack. Respect? I'll show respect only where it's due and enough, Captain Tuanima snapped. After everything your brother sacrificed to look after you, I expected you to have a little more sense. His face went blank. I know all about my brother's sacrifices. Good. The captain turned to Charlotte. You can stay in your current room for the time being, Miss Hartland. When your cohort arrives next month, you'll bunk with them. Thank you, Captain, Charlotte said. Woodward started to say something, but the captain shot him a murderous look, and he shut his mouth, a muscle pulsing in his jaw. The cafeteria is in Sector C, the captain said to Charlotte, as if he weren't there. Just keep out of everyone's way until your training begins. Can I help with the work here? Charlotte asked. Captain Tuanima intimidated her, but she didn't want to be shunted aside for the next month. I can do inventory. I have good attention to detail, and I'm very organized. This isn't a job interview, Miss Hartland, the captain said. You can help most by keeping your head down. She shot a pointed look at Woodward. It isn't hard. I understand, Captain. Charlotte drew in a deep breath, remembering the way her own voice had echoed with power when she spoke up to the young worker. She was done being a pushover, and she had to do something to help. But you said yesterday you're short on manpower. I'm here, so use me. Please. The captain studied her, frowning. Maybe arguing with Captain Tuanima was a mistake. The captain had disagreed with Grandpa Hartland about getting rid of the weapons. She could be one of the people who opposed his vision, the ones Levi had warned her about. No matter what instructions her grandpa had left behind, Charlotte was vulnerable without his protection. The captain sighed. I might be able to find a task or two for you. I'm late for a briefing right now. Meet me in the Corps tomorrow morning. Thank you, Captain. The older woman's expression softened. You can call me Lisa. Charlotte. See you tomorrow, Charlotte. Lisa rounded on Woodward, who jumped in surprise. Don't you have work to do? He opened his mouth. Yes, but get to it then. Lisa marched away without a backward glance. Charlotte and Woodward watched her until she disappeared around the corner. Then they turned to look at each other. Neither seemed to know what to say. Charlotte had never been in a shouting match with a stranger before, and she wasn't sure if it made them enemies or friends. An awkward silence wriggled between them. You're really Director Hartland's granddaughter? Woodward asked at last. Yes. Unbelievable. He shook his head and started to walk away. Wait. Charlotte grabbed his arm, then released him quickly. I'm lost. Can you point me in the direction of the scientist's quarters? It's Sector B or D, I think. He stared at her, seeming to have trouble processing the question. Or maybe he was taking her in for the first time, his gaze traveling over her face and messy hair and down her body. She smoothed the sweater she'd thrown on over her pajama shirt, cheeks warming under his scrutiny. Woodward? He started. Oh, you're almost there. Take a left at the end of this hallway. The entrance to Sector D will be the second right after that. Thank you. He grunted a response, then set off down the corridor. Charlotte let him get a head start. Grandpa Hartland had warned her not to let anyone know who she was, and now she saw why. Being the civil director's granddaughter wouldn't make her any friends if BRP had been making promises they didn't intend to keep. Still, the accusation that Grandpa Hartland was asking Woodward and his crew to work under false pretenses didn't sit well with her. Even if these workers, like the people at headquarters, were subject to a lottery, they deserved to know the truth. Hopefully, it was all a misunderstanding, and this bunker was big enough for everyone. She set off in the direction Woodward had indicated. With any luck, it was big enough that she wouldn't have to run into him again either. Chapter 13. Jack. T-minus 4 months and 28 days. The cryotanks began arriving at the bunker by the truckload, filling the rooms as quickly as Jack and the crew could clear them. They didn't bother with cosmetic tasks like plastering and painting, so even the finished sectors were masses of exposed beams and wires. We've got to do as much as we can before the BRP folks arrive, Kyle told the crew as they worked on a room not far from their barracks in Sector E. They'll get underfoot while they're training for cryosleep. Are we getting trained too? Eduardo asked. This cryo stuff makes me nervous.
Jack looked up from his work to see if Kyle would share his suspicions about their cryotank spots, but Kyle showed no sign of the worries he'd voiced the other day.
"I'm sure we'll get all the info we need," he said lightly. "We'd better."
Eduardo scratched at his Smokey the Bear tattoo, which hadn't healed right.
"Has Lisa said anything about it?" "That's Captain Tuanima to you," Kyle said. "Help me with this beam, will you?"
Eduardo went over to help lift the heavy beam, still not looking reassured. Kyle refused to meet Jack's eyes. Eduardo wasn't the only one concerned about how they fit in with the rest of the BRP cohort. When a load of 800 cots arrived for the newcomers to sleep on during their orientation, the others began to do the math.
"Think about how many soldiers and workers are already here," Anders said to Jack and Rocco as they shoveled chunks of concrete from a demolished wall into bins. "And then think about how many cryotanks we're making space for."
Jack paused to wipe his forehead.
1,000, right?
Anders took a wrinkled paper from his pocket. Since giving up drinking, he'd been on the lookout for a new obsession. He kept meticulous notes on their work in the bunker, a record for his memoirs, he claimed.
"Correct, but we'd need 1,200 cryotanks to account for that many extra people. I tried to map it out, and they won't fit."
"That's what I've been saying." Rocco tossed aside his shovel. "They can't put 800 extra people into cryosleep here."
"I hear you."
Jack stretched his aching back, his throat scratchy from the concrete dust.
"Someone has some explaining to do." "They could be expecting people to drop out during training," Anders said.
"Or maybe this base has sectors we haven't seen yet," Rocco said.
"They could be hiding. If you say UFOs, I'll punch you," Jack said mildly.
Rocco snorted.
"I was going to say hiding more cryotanks. Like maybe they've got people in stasis here already and they don't want anyone to know."
"Huh?"
Anders asked.
"What people?" Rocco leaned toward him conspiratorially.
"You don't think Elvis and all those Kennedys are really dead, do you?"
Anders' jaw went slack.
"You mean, hell yeah, man?"
Rocco began listing rock stars and world leaders who weren't as dead as people claimed. Anders added them to his notes, scribbling furiously. Jack rolled his eyes and returned to work, wary of joining Rocco and Anders on the conspiracy train. Even after his altercation with Director Hartland, he believed they would get at least some cryotanks. Hopefully, he hadn't landed too solidly on Director Hartland's bad side. The director was a busy man. Maybe he wouldn't remember the incident. Jack's brother was another story.
"One of you take the forklift back to Storage 3, will you?"
Kyle said, walking over to join them. Anders quickly shoved his notes back into his pocket.
"Cassius's crew needs help shifting boxes over the next few days."
Jack put down his shovel.
"I'll do it."
Kyle gave him a flat look. He hadn't yet forgiven Jack for his outburst. Fortunately, he didn't know Jack had confronted Hartland's granddaughter, too.
"Fine."
Kyle threw him the keys harder than necessary.
"Can we talk about not now?"
Jack lowered his voice.
"But are you still worried about the—" "Nope."
Kyle turned to Anders and Rocco and spoke sharply.
"Shouldn't you two be working?"
Anders and Rocco exchanged glances and picked up their shovels. Kyle was usually ready with a grin and a bracing word no matter the circumstances. No one quite knew what to do with a grouchy Kyle. Jack fired up the forklift and headed down a long tunnel toward the storage rooms in Sector J. One of the forklifts had died yesterday, so they were now sharing this one among the crews. A few days working in a different sector from his brother would do them both good. The door to Storage Room 3 stood open. Jack maneuvered the grumbling forklift through the narrow space and down the first row of storage crates. The boxes were stacked high above his head, almost to the ceiling, which looked like marble, veiny and luminous. That ceiling was much too fancy for such a place. Tourists would definitely be trooping through this cavern on the regular if the army hadn't snapped it up to use as a base. Jack turned a corner into another aisle and found Cassius standing beside a much shorter person with curly blonde hair, Director Hartland's granddaughter. She had a clipboard under her arm, and she was wearing those snow boots. Jack's stomach lurched. He'd made a fool of himself in front of this girl twice. Worse, she reminded him how easily the BRP higher-ups had dismissed his concerns. He wondered if he had time to turn around. but the sound of the forklift had already announced his presence, and the pair looked up before he could retreat.
"There you are."
Cassius looked haggard, as if the stress of their situation was getting to him, too.
"I just got a call about an emergency in Sector A. Charlotte here will tell you which boxes to remove. Where should I dump? Just figure it out."
Cassius marched away, muttering to himself, which left Jack alone with the civil director's granddaughter. Charlotte eyed him warily, hugging the clipboard to her chest as if it were a shield. Jack wasn't sure what to say. He'd been rude to her before, and he was surprised to find he didn't want her to think badly of him. Maybe it was shallow. She was pretty, after all, and he wasn't a saint. He was about to apologize when she spoke first. "What was your name again?" She might as well have dumped a bucket of cold water over his head. So much for worrying about being rude. She was just some stuck-up rich girl who couldn't even bother to remember his name.
"It's Jack."
"Oh, I thought Lisa called you—" "Never mind. I'm Charlotte Hartland. I remember." "Right," she said uncertainly. She gestured to a row of crates. "Well, we're supposed to remove all the weapons from this storage area, Jack, but I need to check each box first. I've already done this group, so you can start here."
"You're in charge now?"
"No, but you're the one with the keys to the forklift." She held up the clipboard. "If you want to trade, no thanks." Jack tapped the steering wheel.
"We need this thing to keep working for a while longer."
She raised an eyebrow. "And what? You think I'd crash it?"
"Can you drive a forklift?"
"Well, no." Charlotte's cheeks went pink. "But it can't be that hard."
"I'm sure you can do anything you put your mind to, princess,"
Jack muttered, not quite under his breath. Abruptly, she dropped the clipboard onto a box and faced him dead on, anger brightening her eyes. "Excuse me, did I do something to offend you, or are you always this rude?" Jack winced. He hadn't meant to sound so sarcastic, but Charlotte was a close family member of the man who'd lied to his face about whether his crew would get the safety they'd been guaranteed. He cared about his family too much to forget that. Of course, he couldn't say so. Charlotte had claimed not to have any power, but she could probably make his chances of getting a cryotank even worse with a single word in her grandpa's ear. Jack had screwed up yesterday, but he could learn from his mistakes. Instead of answering her question, he gestured to the crates.
"Start with these, you said?"
Charlotte looked as if she might challenge him again. He wished she would. He felt belligerent. He'd picked fights with playground bullies when he couldn't fight the loss of his parents, and now he would fight the people stuck in this nightmare world with him because he couldn't fight the nightmare itself. But Charlotte didn't try to put him in his place again. She retrieved her clipboard and adopted a polite tone. "That whole row is supposed to go to dumping ground 2. Do you know where that is?" Jack rubbed the back of his neck.
"Yeah."
"Good. I won't keep you any longer, then." She went to the next stack of boxes and began checking their labels against her clipboard. Jack watched her for a second, wondering if it was too late to start over. There was probably no point. This girl clearly thought him lower than dirt. He fired up the forklift and loaded the first pallet of boxes. They worked in silence except for the growl of the forklift. Jack delivered each load from storage room 3 to the dumping ground outside one of the lower exit tunnels, while Charlotte kept track of the inventory. At first, when Jack returned to the storage room, he had to climb down to adjust the boxes or change the size of the stacks so the lift could handle them. Charlotte must have noticed this slowing his progress, because she started preparing the boxes so he wouldn't have to get off the forklift every time. Without comment, she did what she could to make his work a little easier. They made good progress, opening a large gap in the towering maze of boxes by the end of the day. As the hour grew late, Charlotte kept right on working, rearranging boxes so it would be easier for Jack to get at them with the forklift. She'd put her hair in a ponytail, and the curls on the back of her neck grew damp with sweat, but she didn't stop. Jack's stomach growled. The rest of the crew would be at dinner already, but he didn't want to be the one to call it a day. Apparently, Charlotte didn't either. Jack doubted she'd ever had a job involving all-day manual labor, but she was too stubborn to quit before he did. He made another trip to dumping ground 2 and returned to find yet another stack of boxes carefully positioned for retrieval. Charlotte had climbed onto a stepladder to access the top of the next stack, her legs shaking visibly from exhaustion. One of them was going to have to say when. Jack turned off the forklift.
Aren't you hungry?
She looked over her shoulder at him. Starving.
Well, come on. We've gotten a lot done today.
Charlotte hesitated, eyeing all the crates that still needed to be cleared out.
They'll still be there tomorrow,
Jack said. Charlotte climbed down from the stepladder and approached the forklift, knuckling her back. There's so much to do.
No kidding, and we've already been at it for months.
It's suffocating down here, Charlotte said. How do you handle it?
Badly,
Jack said.
I volunteer to go out to the dumping grounds every chance I get.
He patted the forklift controls.
And this is easier than demolishing walls with sledgehammers.
I can imagine. She peered up at him as if assessing where they stood now. Jack wasn't sure himself. Can you tell me how to get to the cafeteria? She asked at last. If it's not too much trouble.
Sure.
Jack removed the keys from the ignition and climbed down next to her. Dust smudged her cheeks and caught in her hair. She really was pretty. She'd proved to be hard-working and considerate, too. He wished they'd gotten off on a better foot.
At least she's being civil, which is more than you can say for yourself.
He cleared his throat and started down the broad aisle.
This way.
They didn't speak as they left the storage room, walking side by side. Jack couldn't tell if he was imagining the air of camaraderie between them after the day's work. Charlotte could be going over a litany of complaints about him in her mind right now. Or worse, maybe she wasn't thinking about him at all. They walked through the fluorescent corridors, their footsteps echoing in time, and soon came upon a corridor filled with rubble waiting to be carted away. Jackhammers pounded, choking the air with dust and assaulting their eardrums.
Didn't know they'd started on this sector yet, Jack shouted. I know another way through.
He led Charlotte to a side door opening into a narrow staircase.
Watch your step.
They descended carefully, both hands outstretched to balance on the smooth walls. The cacophony from the jackhammers faded, though the vibrations still reached them through the stone. Where are we going? Charlotte's voice had a nervous edge. The dimly lit staircase must look pretty creepy to her, especially when a guy she barely knew was leading her into it.
This'll take us to a lower passageway, he told her. A handful of tunnels run beneath the base's main level. Don't worry, there are lights down there.
She didn't answer, and Jack glanced over his shoulder to make sure she was still following. In the darkness, the faint light coming from below reflected off her eyes. They were the deep green of polished malachite. You've been down here before? She asked.
Once or twice, but we're not doing any work on this level. You'll see why.
They reached the bottom of the staircase, which opened onto a narrow strip of stone. A musical babble filled the space. It sounded a little like rain, though they were much too far from the surface for that. Jack moved to the right, keeping a hand on the bare stone wall. A string of lights bolted to the ceiling like Christmas decorations led the way along it. The stone underfoot was smoothed down from the tread of countless boots.
Just follow the lights, Jack said. And don't go too far left. There's a drop.
Charlotte stayed close behind him, her careful footsteps harmonizing with the babble. Is that water?
Yup. An underground river runs beneath half the base. It flows into the filtering system up ahead, but we'll reach another staircase before then.
The music of the underground river accompanied them as they followed the lights, hands trailing along the stone wall. Shining a flashlight over the ledge to the left would reveal a rushing channel of inky black water, all that remained of the river that had carved out half the corridors in this mountain long before the army got to it. Jack had never been down here without a flashlight before, and the lights lining the pathway weren't nearly powerful enough to compete against the overwhelming darkness. Jack was relieved when the outline of a doorway appeared. Charlotte's sharp intake of breath suggested she agreed. They climbed the staircase and emerged into a wide chamber with a low ceiling. Huge vats on packing flats filled half the chamber, all stamped with labels reading Cryogenic Gel Number 5.7. According to the technicians who'd arrived with the first load of tanks, Cryogel 5.7 was the only generation of the substance that had a chance of getting the bunker inhabitants through the next 200 years. Jack and Charlotte crossed the room full of vats to another door, which opened directly into the core and weaved through the cryotanks, stepping carefully over tubes and wires. The technicians were hard at work on more tanks farther along the chamber, bobbing among them like fishermen in a sea of glass boats. Suddenly, Charlotte threw up her hands. "This place is amazing!" The words burst out of her as if she'd been trying to play it cool and had finally given up. Jack grinned at the look of wonder on her face. "I guess it is." "When did you get here?" "A week after the news broke," he said. "We drove up from Modesto." "In California?" "That's the one." Jack felt as if they'd crossed to the other side of a barrier as they traversed the underground river, and they could finally be friends. "Where are you from?" "Portland, originally," Charlotte said. "But I was at college in New England when the news broke." "I was in my car on my way home from work," Jack said. "They interrupted a song on the radio for the announcement." "What song?" Jack hadn't stopped to think about it, but he knew the answer immediately. "Take It Easy" by the Eagles. "I guess you'll never be able to listen to it in the same way again." Charlotte hummed a few bars of the song. "Yep, doesn't go well with world-ending disaster, does it?" Jack chuckled. He liked the sound of Charlotte's voice, which was as soothing and musical as the underground river. It was surprisingly nice to chat with a pretty girl after so much time hanging out with construction workers and soldiers. Most of the women here were like Lisa, impressive and intimidating, with better things to do than shoot the breeze with Jack Woodward. "So what were you doing?" he asked. "At college." "I was going to be a history major." "I mean when you heard the news." "Oh." Charlotte blushed, and Jack noticed she had dimples. Cute ones. "I was waiting to meet a friend." She fixed a loose curl sticking out of her ponytail. "My grandpa sent someone to pick me up." "Oh, right. Your grandpa." The reminder of who she was thudded between them like a block of ice. She was here because of her grandpa, the powerful official, the liar, the one who could take away the crew's chance at life as easily as he had given it, the one Jack had sort of accidentally made into an enemy. They were almost to the cafeteria anyway. Raucous voices spilled out of the doorway, suggesting it was still busy. Jack couldn't turn up at the crew table with a girl as pretty as Charlotte at his side without explaining who she was. Neither of them needed that. "This is it," he said briskly. "I'll catch you later." Charlotte looked startled, and maybe even a little hurt as he charged away, leaving her at the cafeteria door. He collected a plate and piled it with food, looking back at Charlotte only once or twice. She took the hint and kept some distance between them as she filled her own plate. It doesn't matter how cute her dimples are or how nice her voice sounds. There was no way he'd be stupid enough to get involved with Director Hartland's granddaughter. Chapter 14. Charlotte. T-minus 4 months and 18 days. Charlotte woke early every morning to help with inventory. The Millennium Falcon alarm clock in her room turned out to be a necessity in this underground world of artificial light and shadows. She stopped by the core every day to see if her mom had arrived yet. Each morning, she expected to see her emerging from the elevator, arms spread wide, her big voice filling the underground chamber like birdsong. But days passed, then weeks, and her mom didn't appear. Portland was only a few hours away. Casimir shouldn't be taking so long to fetch her mom, even if he did have to kidnap her. Maybe she was with Grandpa Hartland at the Idaho bunker instead. Maybe when Charlotte saw them again, father and daughter would be reconciled. But time barreled on, and she received no word from Grandpa Hartland, her mom, or even Casimir. They'd left her underground and vanished. When Charlotte grew impatient and asked to borrow a phone, Lisa stared at her as if she were insane. "This is a top-secret facility. No, you can't call your mom." "What about my grandfather?" Charlotte asked. "You know, the civil director?" Lisa raised an eyebrow. "I promised the director I'd keep you safe." "Well, you're safe. Don't bother him with frivolous calls." "It's not about me," Charlotte began, but the captain was already turning to field a question from one of the soldiers. A new fear wiggled in Charlotte's belly as the pair marched away. Was she safe? She didn't actually know if she could trust the captain. The longer she went without news, the more the safety net her grandfather had left her frayed. Lisa and the others might resent her position already, and if anything happened to Grandpa Hartland, she might not even make it to the apocalypse. At least Charlotte had plenty of work to keep her busy. She sorted through crates and boxes, clipboard in hand, and checked their contents against the base's official inventory records. They kept the survival gear and removed the weapons, ammunition, and research equipment to make room for supplies that would sustain the cohort in the future. Charlotte suspected Lisa had given her this duty specifically to prove they were obeying Grandpa Hartland's orders. If she ever saw him again, she could report that Cave Junction, Oregon had followed the program to the letter. Jack Woodward seemed to be the facility's designated forklift driver, and Charlotte worked with him often. It took over a week to clear out Storage Room 3 alone. They'd mostly recovered from their thorny first meeting, and they sometimes chatted between Jack's trips to the dumping grounds. Jack's bluntness was off-putting at first. He tended to blurt out whatever he was thinking, and Charlotte couldn't forget his altercation with Grandpa Hartland. But when she asked about his life before the comet, he jumped at the chance to talk about normal, non-apocalypse things. She learned about his construction job in Modesto, his thwarted plans to become a pilot, and his brother Kyle. The brother was the reason Jack and his friends had this opportunity, and Jack clearly loved him, but Kyle was also a source of frustration. "He's been on my case worse than ever after that thing with your grandfather," Jack told Charlotte once as they leaned side by side against the forklift for a water break. "I keep telling him Director Hartland probably doesn't even remember me." That could be true. Grandpa Hartland had a great memory for details and faces, but he had bigger things to worry about than one insolent worker. Like my mom. "So you don't get along with your brother?" Charlotte asked. "No, we get along okay. He's just stressed." Jack drummed his fingers on the forklift chassis. He had a coiled spring energy that made him seem like he was always in motion. "The apocalypse is making everyone a little crazy." "My mom told me people in Portland were making amends with their enemies and throwing street fairs and stuff. It's not always a bad kind of crazy." "Maybe not." Jack frowned. "Why isn't your mom here with you?" "She's supposed to be." Jack already knew her identity, so Charlotte figured it wouldn't hurt to tell him the rest. She explained her mom's rift with Grandpa Hartland and how she'd refused his help, insisting on forging her own path to the end. When she finished her story, Jack was staring at her in disbelief. "But the impact is going to flatten trees, kick off a massive firestorm, and choke the earth to death with ash. It's going to kill everyone. Hasn't she seen the news?" Charlotte peeled the label on her water bottle. "I'm sure she has." "She has a genuine, guaranteed chance to survive, one a lot of people would kill for, and she's just throwing it away?" Jack shook his head. "That's stupid." "Hey, you don't know her." He didn't have to say everything he was thinking. "I just can't believe she's not doing everything she can to get to you," Jack said. "Even my grump of a brother would never let me go through the end of the world alone." "Well, thank you for that," Charlotte said sharply. "The thought hadn't occurred to me." She slammed her water bottle down and snatched up her clipboard. Of course she'd thought about it. No matter what had happened with Grandpa Hartland, her mom should put it aside for Charlotte's sake. She should be willing to sacrifice the world for her. Charlotte didn't need the reminder that her mom's pride was more important than her daughter. She wrenched open a box containing hand grenades to make sure they were all there before it was carted away. Jack climbed onto the forklift but didn't fire it up. She sensed him watching her, but she refused to look at him. After a few minutes of thick silence, Jack cleared his throat. "Sorry, Charlotte. I shouldn't have said that." Charlotte sighed, keeping her eyes on the grenades. "You're not wrong. She should be trying to get to me, but she genuinely believes the comet will kill everyone and BRP is a waste of time and effort. She wants to spend the last days of her life doing things she enjoys." Jack was quiet for a minute. "I hear some people think the comet won't do that much damage. They say we can just go underground for a few years and everything will be fine. Maybe your mom will be okay." "Maybe." Charlotte thought of all the scientists at BRP and their meticulously conducted research. It all came down to whether people believed the experts or not. And for better or worse, Charlotte did. "I think BRP knows what they're doing." "Me too," Jack said. "I wish it were a hoax." "Same." Charlotte brushed a curl out of her face. She didn't voice her other fear, that something had happened to her mom before Casimir found her. Maybe she would do everything she could to get to Charlotte, but the choice had been taken from her. "What about your parents? Are they around?"
"They died when I was a kid," Jack said. "Car accident."
Charlotte looked up. "I'm so sorry."
"It was a long time ago."
"Still, I'm sorry." Charlotte wondered if she'd ever have met Jack if the comet didn't exist. Probably not. She'd have stayed on the East Coast, maybe finding a job through Grandpa Hartland's connections or going to grad school. Jack would have earned that pilot's license or kept working with his brother. They both might have married and had kids down the road, their paths never crossing. But now they would know each other for years, along with everyone else who went into cryosleep here. Their world was about to get very small. Charlotte tapped the box of grenades, hoping to change the subject. "Do you think all of this stuff will get destroyed, or will it be waiting for us when we wake up?"
"Beats me," Jack said. "I don't know what kind of shelf life those things have."
"BRP rules forbid us from bringing weapons into the future." She remembered Lisa and her colleagues' reactions when Grandpa Hartland told them to dump their arsenal. "Do you think some people would ignore that and save weapons anyway?" Jack put his foot up on the forklift dash and looked down at her.
"You spying for your grandfather now?"
His tone was playful, but Charlotte winced. "I haven't heard from him in weeks, but I live here. I have to ask."
"I wouldn't worry," Jack said. "Lisa Towanima is no traitor."
"I hope not," Charlotte said. "I don't know who to trust anymore."
"I try to keep it simple. I trust my brother and my crew. No one else."
He drummed his fingers on his knee, frowning at the box of grenades.
"Anyway, weapons are pretty much inevitable in apocalyptic scenarios. Don't you watch movies?"
Charlotte brushed her curls back from her face. Grandpa Hartland kept insisting they needed to avoid the Hollywood version of the apocalypse. He'd also wanted everyone to agree to the same ideals. "All I know is that if even one bunker stashes weapons, the rest will be in big trouble."
"I don't care what the other bunkers do, to be honest," Jack said. "I don't even know where they are. Do you?"
"Some of them." Charlotte wished she still had Grandpa Hartland's tablet. BRP is trying to prevent conflicts between them by giving them uniform rules and coordinated procedure to follow. A group of soldiers entered the storeroom, their voices echoing off the boxes. Charlotte and Jack should really return to work instead of standing around talking, but another question had been eating at her. "Jack?"
"Yeah?"
"Why are you still working if there's a chance you might not have a cryotank?" Jack turned on the forklift, the grumble drowning out the soldiers' voices.
"I thought your grandfather would never let that happen."
"He wouldn't. At least, I don't think he would."
"You want to know the truth?"
Jack lowered his voice as if sharing an embarrassing secret. She took a step closer so she could hear him over the forklift's growl.
"The truth is that despite everything, I still believe there's hope. Maybe it's stupid, but that's what's keeping me going."
"It's not stupid." Charlotte had hope, too. She believed in her grandpa and everyone at BRP. She believed in their work and their good intentions. Despite all her fears and uncertainties, she believed they'd have a future. Chapter 15. Jack. T-minus 4 months and 2 days. The bunker preparations were falling behind schedule, and the place became increasingly hectic. More officials arrived from BRP headquarters and immediately tried ordering the workers around, much to Jack's annoyance. His temper had been on a ridiculously short leash since they'd gotten here anyway, and he wasn't the only one. He'd even heard Kyle shouting at Rocco in a tone normally reserved for Jack. He steered clear of that argument. But when Jack entered the storage room to find Charlotte organizing the inventory lists or rearranging boxes to make them easier to load, his worries tended to fade. Charlotte would smile and ask how his day was going, and she actually seemed to care about the answer. Her quiet, industrious presence was a welcome change from the chaos in the rest of the facility. Plus, her dimples could just about knock him out. Jack liked to pretend they were just 2 kids making minimum wage at an after-school stockroom job. Not that Charlotte would ever have worked with him in the real world. She came from a wealthy family, and she'd gone to a fancy private college. But they'd been thrown together at the end of the world, and every morning he looked forward to seeing her a little more, They didn't always get along, of course. Charlotte didn't have that urge to fight that was as natural as breathing to Jack, but she was stubborn. When they disagreed about which dumping ground to use or when to break for lunch, she would drop her eyes to her clipboard and refuse to argue while holding resolutely to her position. She also had an intense desire to be useful. She badgered Lisa for more ways to help out, even though they often worked until they were almost too sore to walk. Like Jack, Charlotte wanted to do whatever she could to bring this ship home. During their breaks throughout the workday, Jack found himself telling Charlotte the fears he couldn't share with his crew. The guys were racing against the clock to get their jobs done, and they couldn't allow the magnitude of what was coming to overwhelm them. But sometimes, Jack just needed to pause and remember they were literally preparing for the end of the world. "I was thinking about the whole 200 years thing," he said once as they moved boxes out of an oddly shaped corner the forklift couldn't access. "What about it?" Charlotte asked. She sounded out of breath from the effort of lifting the boxes, but she didn't complain. She never complained. "Well, everyone on Earth would be dead in 200 years, even without the comet, if it weren't for cryosleep." Jack took a particularly heavy box from her and hoisted it onto a teetering stack. "It's not a tragedy that some people are dying sooner if you think about it like that." "But it still feels like a tragedy." "Exactly. Why do you think that is?" Charlotte's forehead wrinkled in thought. "Everyone is supposed to have a chance to live. That's why it's sad but not tragic when very old people die. It's always tragic when a child dies." "My parents seemed ancient to me when they died," Jack said. "It was still tragic." Charlotte paused to lay a hand on his arm. They should have had a chance to live too. He noticed the deep green of her eyes and the sweat-damp curls at her temples. She turned to pick up another box, but he wished she'd linger with her hand on his arm a little longer. In truth, Jack's life would have been very different if his parents had survived the accident. Kyle would have stayed in the army, and he and Jack would only see each other when he was on leave. He would be a distant hero rather than Jack's primary source of frustration, comfort, and company. Their parents' deaths had tied them closer to the family home and to each other. Jack didn't see much of Charlotte outside the storage rooms. They parted at the end of each workday, and their crazy, surreal world came rushing back. He considered inviting her to join him and the guys for meals, but he didn't want to share her with his friends. She was the only nice and soothing thing in Jack's life right now, and the crew seemed loud and uncouth in comparison. He could just see Rocco monopolizing Charlotte's attention with his latest conspiracy theory, while Eduardo and Anders had a burping contest across the table. But before long, spending time with Charlotte while they worked wasn't enough. They dawdled by the forklift at the end of the workday for longer and longer stretches, and Jack was pleased to see she never hurried away from him either. "What do you miss most about the way the world used to be?" he asked after another grueling day. "Besides family and heavy stuff like that." "The sky," Charlotte said at once. "I wish we could go outside." "I have a friend at one of the exit tunnels," Jack said. "Henderson might let us out for a walk if we ask nicely." "Think so?" "Worth a try. Want to get a bite to eat first?" "Sounds good." Chapter 16. Charlotte, T-minus 3 months and 22 days. Charlotte arranged the last group of rifle and ammunition boxes for pickup. Jack hadn't returned with the forklift yet, so she was alone in an otherwise empty storage room way down in Sector L. They would use this space for BRP training until it, too, was wired for cryotanks. Orientation started tomorrow. At bunkers all over the country, Grandpa Hartland's program would kick into gear. Charlotte would exchange the unknown scientist's room with the Millennium Falcon alarm clock for the barracks, big, unfinished caverns full of cots, which she'd share with the rest of the cohort. From the moment they arrived, she'd have to pretend she hadn't spent the last few months getting a behind-the-scenes look at BRP and moving boxes with Jack Woodward. Charlotte tapped her fingers on the stack of boxes. Jack didn't need her help with the final load, but this was their last day working together. She didn't want to leave just yet. Jack confused her. They often walked to the cafeteria together after work, and once she even thought he was asking her out. But they never actually ate together, and he'd never followed up on his offer to take her outside. Ever since they ran into Kyle that day, Jack had avoided her when other people were around. Charlotte couldn't tell if he was brushing her off because he didn't like her, or if he just saw her as a coworker he didn't need to socialize with in his limited free time. She wasn't sure how she felt about him either. Confused, irritated often enough, and yet she always knew where he was in a room. Charlotte scrubbed at the dirt that now permanently stained her favorite leggings. She wouldn't need Jack Woodward's company when the BRP cohort arrived anyway. Events were spiraling ever faster, like the comet spinning through space toward them. She didn't have time to worry about a boy. Still, she'd miss the days they'd spent together in the marble-ceilinged storerooms and endlessly winding halls. A grumbling sound announced the return of the forklift. Jack drove to the last pile of boxes, maneuvered the fork carefully beneath the pallet, and lifted it a few feet off the ground. His t-shirt was dark with sweat, and the veins stood out on his muscular arms. Months underground had left his skin pale, but Charlotte could picture him with a tan from the California sun. She decided his strong features more than made up for his crooked nose. Abruptly, he stopped the forklift and looked at her. She snatched up her clipboard and flipped through the completed checklist, embarrassed to be caught staring. "It's a long walk back to the core," he called over the growl of the engine. "Want a ride?" "Don't you have things to do?" "Nah, it's almost quitting time. Hop on." Jack squeezed sideways to make room. Charlotte eyed the small seat. Sitting on his lap would almost be easier. She quickly scrubbed away the mental image and climbed onto the forklift, conscious of her hips as she squeezed onto the seat next to Jack. "Comfortable?" he asked. Charlotte nodded, tucking her clipboard below the seat. "Can I drive?" "Sure, why not?" Jack explained the different levers sticking out of the dash and lifted the pallet of boxes up and down the mast to demonstrate. Then he set down the load, which gave a metallic ring as the rifles shifted inside the boxes, and showed her how to back up the forklift. Charlotte tried to pay attention, distracted by their proximity. He was very warm, and he smelled good, even after working all day. Really good. "Okay, your turn," Jack said. "Huh?" He tapped one of the levers. "Pick that load back up and drive us around a bit. Better get the hang of it here before you try the tunnels." Charlotte reached for the controls, trying to remember what Jack had said about tilting the mast and adjusting the width of the fork while she was distracted by how nice he smelled. She had almost convinced herself she wasn't attracted to Jack. So much for that. The steering wheel warmed beneath her fingers as she took charge of the forklift. She maneuvered it carefully, giving every obstacle a wide berth as she approached the final stack of boxes. She managed to get the forklift into position without tipping the boxes over, but she'd missed the part about how to actually lift the fork. "It's this one." Jack nudged her foot toward the correct lever. "Got it." She hoisted the load slowly and felt the seat tip as the forklift took on the weight of the rifles. "And this is reverse?" She shifted the gear and pressed down on the pedal. The forklift leapt back a foot, boxes swaying dangerously. "You need to tilt the mast," Jack said. "Gravity will hold the load in place so it doesn't slide around like that." "Sorry." "You'll get the hang of it." Charlotte tilted the mast so the load rested against the backboard. Then she put the lift in reverse and tried the gas pedal again, slower this time. The forklift crept backward. "That's it," Jack said. "Now just turn." They swerved to the side, the steering wheel responding to Charlotte's touch faster than she expected. The sudden movement pitched Jack against her, his weight almost pushing her out of her seat. He threw an arm around to keep her from falling. "I gotcha," he said. "Keep that wheel straight. That's it." He kept his right arm around her waist and put his left hand on top of hers to help her guide the forklift in something resembling a straight line. She tried to focus on their path instead of the way he was holding her, the warmth of his body scattering her concentration. Charlotte drove the forklift around the empty storage room for a few minutes, getting used to the controls. As her driving became smoother, Jack removed his left hand from hers, allowing her to steer by herself. He kept his right arm around her waist, though. Charlotte tried not to read anything into that. It made it easier for them to both fit on the seat, that was all. She did another loop of the storage room, this time getting all the way around without any jolting stops or sharp turns. Jack squeezed her waist lightly. "Want to test your skills in the tunnel?" "Just tell me when to turn." She kept the forklift to a low speed as they crawled out of the storage room and into the corridor. Jack called out directions as they trundled along, and Charlotte checked carefully for passers-by as she rounded each corner. There weren't many people this far into the depths of the bunker. Everyone must be dashing around the core, getting ready for the arrival of the BRP cohort. This remote corridor gleamed, long and smooth and empty. Charlotte let the forklift go a little faster. A hint of a breeze touched her cheek, and she imagined they were flying down the highway with a wide-open sky above them while Take It Easy played on the radio. "We're coming up on another turn," Jack said. "Hang a left." Suddenly, all the levers and pedals looked the same. "Which one is the—" "Slow down!" Jack seized the wheel just as Charlotte slammed on the brake. The forklift screeched to a halt, and the boxes went flying. Two broke open as they hit the ground, and rifles scattered all the way down the corridor with an echoing crash. They sat in stunned silence for a beat, then exchanged sheepish looks. "You okay?" Jack asked. "That could have been worse." Jack chuckled, and Charlotte felt the reverberations straight through to her belly. He turned to look at her, his gaze traveling over her face as if committing the details to memory. Charlotte's breathing became shallow. She tried to tell herself it was all in her head, and failed. Jack was definitely checking her out. "Oh, this isn't a good idea. We're not quite the only two people on a desert island, but it's close. We don't even have anything in common." Charlotte's foot was still glued to the brake pedal. She dragged her eyes from Jack's to look for a way to put the vehicle in park. "Is there an emergency brake or—" "It's here." Jack pulled a lever on his side of the seat, then turned off the forklift. The absence of the engine's vibrations made her extra aware of Jack's thigh pressing against hers, the thud of his heartbeat. Neither made a move to get down from the forklift. All Charlotte could think about was Jack's warmth, the way he smelled, the coiled spring energy in him. His breathing sounded a little uneven. He must be attracted to her too, but why wouldn't he just say so when he never hesitated to speak his mind? "I could say something." Charlotte wouldn't normally make the first move, but she was supposed to be a different person now, a more assertive, end-of-the-world version of herself. She didn't need to wait for him to start something between them. But she just sat there, heart racing, grasping for the right words, the right actions. Why was it easier to shout at Jack than to flirt with him? How did some people make it look effortless? Suddenly, Jack cleared his throat, breaking the spell. "Let's get this mess cleaned up before anyone comes to investigate that crash." "Good idea." They climbed down from the forklift and picked up the rifles scattered around the corridor. Charlotte felt a little dizzy. She tried to breathe normally, willing the blush to drain from her cheeks. Why couldn't she just tell him how she felt? Where was that brave apocalypse version of herself when she needed her? They worked in silence, loading the intact boxes onto the forklift and piling the guns from the broken boxes on top of them. A large container of ammunition had broken open when it struck the concrete, and metal teardrops glittered all over the corridor. Charlotte and Jack crawled around on their hands and knees to collect them. Once, their heads knocked together, and their eyes met for a taut moment before they resumed their search of the floor. Jack seemed unusually quiet. Maybe she was imagining the tension between them, or maybe she'd made it awkward by not speaking up when she had the chance, or maybe she shouldn't be worrying about something as trivial as whether a boy liked her at the end of the world. No, that's not fair. It would be dishonest, a betrayal even, to pretend relationships didn't matter to people. It wasn't trivial at all. "That's it. I'm going to make a move." Charlotte found the final bullet in a corner 20 feet from the crash site. She returned to the forklift, summoning her courage. "This is the last one." She held up the bullet like a trophy. Jack was frowning at the rifles. "Huh? Oh, good. You'd better drive the rest of the way." Charlotte couldn't wait to finally get a glimpse of the outside world. It was the end of May, practically summer, and the prospect made her giddy. There might be a nice sunset, birds chirping. She desperately wanted to hear birdsong again. She smiled, batting her eyelashes for all they were worth. Maybe we can go for that walk under the stars after all. Jack didn't respond, still studying the jumbled pile of rifles. Charlotte touched his arm. Jack? He looked up abruptly. Something had changed in his expression. Some new seriousness clouded his eyes. Charlotte wasn't sure what it meant. Her smile slipped a little. Should we get going?
Yeah. We better drop off this stuff before the checkpoints close for the night.
Jack rolled his shoulders and glanced down the empty corridor.
Actually, you don't need to go all the way to the dumping ground.
Oh, I don't mind. Charlotte tucked her curls behind her ears in what she hoped was a flirtatious manner and climbed onto the forklift step.
Wait, I'll do it alone, Jack said quickly. You head to dinner.
Charlotte deflated like a punctured party balloon. He was trying to get rid of her. If you don't want to hang out with me, you can just say so. Jack blinked.
That's not what I
get it. She was mortified that she'd misread the situation. Jack never even talked to her when other people were around. Of course he wasn't interested in her. It was just like Damien, the boy she'd been waiting for the moment the world ended, the one who hadn't cared enough about her not to leave her standing in the cold. She turned away from Jack. See you around.
Charlotte,
I have to go.
Wait.
He grabbed her hand before she could retreat down the corridor.
That isn't what I meant. Come on, Charlotte. You know I like hanging out. You know I like you.
You like me, she said flatly. She refused to look at him, afraid to see a lie in his eyes. Or the truth, for that matter. Either one would tip her off balance. Either one would complicate things. Then he intertwined his fingers with hers.
I thought it was obvious.
Charlotte's stomach gave a little twirl, but she suppressed the feeling. We don't have to do this, you know, she said to his steel-toed boots.
Do what?
We could keep it simple, she said. Part as friends.
Are we parting?
Charlotte studied the pattern of cracks on the ground between them. The cohort gets here tomorrow, and I have to pretend I just arrived. I have to blend in. Jack drew in a long breath.
And I'm not in the cohort.
No. Charlotte wished he was, but her situation was precarious without Grandpa Hartland's protection, and Jack's had been precarious since the day they met, the day he'd demanded answers from her grandfather. A horrible thought occurred to her. She and Jack didn't have anything in common. They'd been thrown together under bizarre circumstances. Jack with his quick temper and his restless energy and his lack of a filter. Charlotte with her soft-spoken ways, her need to be helpful. Surely he would want someone fiery and exciting. She could picture him with a younger version of her mom. Effervescent, quick to laugh, free. It didn't make sense for him to like her. But Charlotte knew Jack would do whatever it took to get his crew the cryotanks they needed. Whatever it took, even claiming feelings he didn't have. She twisted her hand out of his, feeling cold. I can't help you, you know.
Huh?
I can't guarantee your crew will get cryotanks. I haven't heard from my grandfather in over a month. Her voice shook. If you're trying to get to him through me, it won't work. Jack took a step back as if she'd shoved him.
You think that's what's happening here?
I understand, Charlotte said. I don't know what it was like to grow up the way you did, but
I grew up just fine,
Jack snapped.
You don't understand anything at all.
Jack,
you're right,
he cut in.
We don't have to do this.
Charlotte knew she'd offended him. She could take it back, apologize, but she truly didn't have the power to help Jack and his crew. She'd do it in a heartbeat, whether he cared for her or not, but she wouldn't give him false promises. The cohort was arriving tomorrow anyway. Time was barreling past much too quickly, and so many things were out of their control. Maybe a clean break was better. I hope everything works out for you, Jack, Charlotte said. I better go. She grabbed her clipboard from where she'd stashed it by the seat and hurried away, hoping with every step that he would call her back. Chapter 17. Jack. T-minus 3 months and 22 days. Jack's chest felt like it was caving in as Charlotte walked away from him. He almost called her back before she turned the corner. He'd been hoping for another excuse to put his arm around her, and he'd have let her crash the forklift into a wall if it meant he got to hold her like that again. Instead, he'd blundered into telling her he liked her. Smooth, Jack. Real middle school level game there. He still might have salvaged the moment, but then Charlotte accused him of the very thing Kyle thought he was doing, using her to get to her grandfather. Worse, she'd pitied him for it. Her grandfather had looked down on him as if he was some dumb grunt, barely worth a moment's notice. Jack hadn't thought Charlotte viewed him the same way. Even if it was a misunderstanding, they couldn't ignore the difference in their situations anymore. She was part of the official cohort, a chosen one. Her survival was guaranteed. Jack's still in doubt. He intended to change that tonight. He turned to the rifle boxes stacked on the forklift. While he and Charlotte picked up the weapons scattered across the corridor, he'd had an idea for a way to help his crew. He'd sent Charlotte away instead of continuing their drive together because he couldn't involve her in this, and he wouldn't get another chance to pull it off. Charlotte's footsteps had faded, and no one else was nearby. According to the numbers on the nearest doors, he was in Sector H. The technicians had already hooked up the cryotanks in the chambers down here. No one would check on them for another few months. Jack's heart pounded. He needed to act quickly. He grabbed a heavy box full of rifles and hauled it toward the nearest chamber. His heavy footfalls sounded 3 times as loud now that he was trying to avoid notice. Fortunately, the chamber was unoccupied. Rows of cryotanks filled it from end to end, and vats of cryoliquid lined one wall, standing sentinel over the tanks. Jack dragged the box of rifles up the aisle and chose a tank not visible from the doorway. He opened the plexiglass lid, wincing as the hinges creaked, and hoisted the box of rifles inside. It thudded to the bottom like a body, landing right where someone would sleep for a couple of centuries. Suppressing a shudder, Jack hurried back to the forklift for another box. This was risky, maybe even stupid, but he wouldn't get a better opening. These rifles had already been marked off on Charlotte's inventory. No one would know if Jack didn't dump them outside like he was supposed to. The soldiers guarding the exit tunnels were more interested in the people moving through the checkpoints than whether they carried exactly the right objects. Henderson certainly wouldn't notice a few boxes missing. Jack hid the second load of rifles in the same cryotank, hoping he wouldn't actually need them. He still only half believed BRP might deny them their cryotanks, as Kyle feared, but he'd do whatever it took to make sure the crew survived. If that meant commandeering tanks for them, now he had the weapons to pull it off. He debated whether to tell Kyle about this, but he would just worry about Jack getting in trouble and losing his chance at a cryotank for good. He doesn't think I can take care of our family, too. Jack decided to keep this little insurance policy a secret. He memorized the chamber's location so he could lead the crew back if worst came to worst. An image flashed into his head of them all crouching behind cryotanks like characters in a video game, while Henderson and his comrades stormed the chamber. He didn't think it would come to that, but if it did, they would be ready. He checked the corridor once more to make sure no one had seen him hide the rifles. The silence was oppressive, as if the whole weight of the mountain was bearing down on him. But he was alone. He returned to the forklift, the seat seeming too big and cold without Charlotte crammed onto it beside him. He felt as if he'd misplaced a shiny new gift he hadn't had a chance to enjoy yet. He'd lost her, even though she'd never actually been his. It's best to go our separate ways. Maybe if he told himself that, he'd start to believe it. Charlotte would be busy with her orientation activities when the other bunker inhabitants arrived, and Jack had bigger things to worry about. He fired up the forklift, determinedly not looking at the chamber where he'd hidden the rifles. It was time to forget they existed unless they needed them. Chapter 18. Charlotte. T-minus 3 months and 21 days. The arrival of the bunker cohort took all day. The randomly selected individuals made their own way to the gated checkpoint at the bottom of the mountain and were then bussed up to the main tunnel for processing. The elevator carried them down into the bunker group by group. Charlotte slipped in with one group as they exited the elevator and pretended she too had just arrived. Their entrance was chaotic, all backpacks knocking into each other and high-pitched chatter and wide-eyed awe. She'd packed her belongings and vacated her room. Lisa would assign it to a BRP official or survival expert. The people tapped to run the orientation had been arriving at Cave Junction in a slow trickle over the past week, some not making it in until this morning because of the unreliable roads. Charlotte shuffled through the crowded core, dragging her suitcase behind her. New faces and anxious voices surrounded her, their owners impatient to find out what would happen next. The underground construction site had transformed into an airport where everyone's flights had been delayed. Charlotte searched for her mom in the chaos. Grandpa Hartland's silence had continued, but she held out hope that Casimir would get her mom here in time for orientation. She weaved through the throng, watching for her silhouette, listening for her magnetic laugh. She struggled to breathe, hope squeezing at her lungs until she thought she'd pass out. Most of the new arrivals were around Charlotte's age. The officials at headquarters had decided 18 to 25 was the safest age range for enduring cryosleep, while leaving plenty of childbearing years for later. It would be easier to indoctrinate younger people in the program ideals, too. After all, they weren't just saving as many people as possible, they were saving the right people and getting them to think in the right way. Grandpa Hartland's vision for a unified future depended on it. If he's still in charge. Charlotte had no idea whether Grandpa Hartland still had the same influence. What if there really had been a mutiny and that was why she hadn't heard from him since his departure? She clutched her suitcase tighter, heart pounding. She wasn't the only person struggling to keep it together. The new arrivals brimmed with a potent mix of emotions: grief, nerves, excitement, fear. The suitcases and duffel bags made moving difficult, but they shuffled together, seeking comfort and warmth from their fellow human beings, their fellow survivors. Eyes glistened and cheeks were damp, but a sense of hopefulness accompanied the grief and nerves. They'd all received a miraculous opportunity to survive. Charlotte noticed people partnering up, latching on to anyone within reach. A girl with mousy hair and freckles seized the arm of a tall, bony Asian girl and begged for her company while she went to the bathroom. They'd clearly never met before, but the second girl looked only too happy to link arms and set out through the crowd. Others were checking each other out or flirting like their lives depended on it. One girl wondered aloud whether they would be assigned partners to breed with in the future. Nervous giggles and unnatural laughter broke out between strangers who were already joining forces, trying to feel less alone. Charlotte found herself thinking about Jack. Had she just latched on to the first person she'd met after Grandpa Hartland left her? She didn't like the notion that she'd been flailing around for a lifeline and Jack floated within range. Now's not the time to worry about Jack Woodward. Clean break, remember? But with no sign of her mom in the throng, she wished Jack were at her side. The core was almost full. A low platform had been set up at one end, and a group of BRP officials climbed it to address the crowd. One of them was Silas, the brash civilian with the handlebar mustache from headquarters. Charlotte ducked her head quickly. Silas was the last person she wanted to see today. Did he know she would be here? Surely Grandpa Hartland wouldn't send an official he didn't trust to her bunker. Unless he'd had no say in the matter. Charlotte shivered and pressed closer to the people around her, trying to blend in. Silas stepped to the front of the platform and lifted a microphone linked to a portable speaker.
"Welcome to the United States Bunker Reservation Project," he declared in a booming voice somewhat hindered by the staticky mic. "We have gathered you here to build a new community, one that will survive the comet disaster and emerge stronger than ever."
Silas puffed out his chest and raised a hand to the gathered masses like a politician at a rally.
"You represent the future of humanity."
Charlotte slumped in relief. She typed those very words as Grandpa Hartland dictated them, leaning back in his creaky chair in a faraway cubicle. This speech was probably being given to every cohort in the country right now. Grandpa Hartland had disappeared from Charlotte's life, but his voice and his vision echoed through the underground chamber and comforted her fears.
"The future will be difficult," Silas went on, "but we will endure together. Hard work, cooperation, and a shared destiny will carry us through the dark times ahead."
Many of the upturned faces around her looked hopeful. This was the effect Grandpa Hartland had wanted. Sweep people up in a new mission, a new destiny, so they wouldn't dwell on the world beyond the bunker. Give them something to believe in, something to work toward. Some people were skeptical of Silas's speech, of course, frowning up at him in disbelief or even rolling their eyes at their companions. Charlotte wondered how she would have responded if she hadn't seen behind the curtain first. Would the prospect of a new future inspire her, or would she be suspicious of the idealism? Would she sense the calculation behind the uplifting words, or would she be scared and tired enough to accept it without question? You know the answer to that. She'd accepted what Grandpa Hartland told her, doubting him only when her mom questioned his honesty. Like the rest of the cohort, Charlotte had wanted someone to tell her everything would be okay. Maybe it really will be. After outlining BRP's vision, Silas turned to practical concerns: sleeping arrangements, shower facilities, and their rigorous class schedules. Charlotte had helped type bits of the syllabus, too, collating the theoretical papers and pre-existing disaster plans the BRP experts sent to her grandpa. They would need to learn about wilderness survival, farming, community building, and more. Each participant would also undergo a cryosleep trial run to make sure they didn't panic in the final moments.
"We have a lot to cover over the next few months," Silas told the crowd. "You will work and live with your assigned groups. Bonding with your teammates is the best way to ensure that you will thrive here at BRP. They will be your new family."
Unhappy murmurs rose at that. Everyone had left their real families far too recently, and the grief was still too raw. Silas ignored the reaction, barreling onward just as Grandpa Hartland would have wanted.
"The lanyards you received on arrival will direct you to your assigned group. Team leaders, please check your rosters and confirm that everyone is here."
Activity flurried through the Corps as everyone lifted the colorful strings around their necks and examined the name badges they received when they checked in. Charlotte clutched a hand to her chest reflexively. She had no lanyard or name badge to match the others. She looked around for Lisa, hoping the captain could fix this before anyone noticed Charlotte didn't belong. Someone tapped her shoulder, and Charlotte turned, half expecting to be called out as an intruder. Instead, she looked up into a familiar face with intelligent brown eyes and cheekbones that could cut glass. Levi! She was so surprised to see the sergeant that she hugged him.
"Hello again."
Levi patted her awkwardly on the back.
"Or should I say, nice to meet you?"
Charlotte released him quickly. "Huh?"
"Officially, we've never seen each other before today."
Levi glanced around, then pulled a lanyard out of his pocket and handed it to her. The yellow string matched the one around his neck, and her name was inscribed on the tag.
"Also, I don't know any more about BRP than your average civilian."
"Understood." Charlotte put on the yellow lanyard. "I just arrived myself." Levi winked.
"How have you been?"
"Fine, under the circumstances." Charlotte tried to keep her voice from shaking. "Have you heard anything from my grandpa? Or my mom?" Levi moved closer to her, lowering his voice.
"Your grandfather was at the Nevada base when I left. He's been taking regular trips to various bunkers to put out fires, so he might be somewhere else by now."
"And my mom?" Levi shook his head.
"I don't know. He didn't mention her to me."
Charlotte's heart sank. She'd hoped her mom would be at her grandpa's side if she wasn't here. How could she still resist his help? "Maybe she's at another bunker," she said. Levi hesitated.
"Maybe."
He examined the vaulted ceiling of the Corps.
"This place is something, huh?"
"Yes," Charlotte said. "There are whole sectors I haven't even seen yet. I've been helping out with the inventory." Levi chuckled.
"Why am I not surprised?"
"What do you mean?" He shrugged.
"You were always trying to be helpful back at HQ."
Levi turned to study the people milling around trying to find their teams. Charlotte wasn't sure what to make of his arrival. He wasn't in uniform, for one thing. Jeans in a dark wash and a brown leather jacket had replaced his fatigues, and his hair had grown longer. He still had that hint of danger, but he was more pop star bad boy than professional soldier without the uniform. "My grandfather sent you to look after me, right?" Levi nodded, his attention still on the crowd.
"He wants you to actually make it into your cryotank. Things have gone a little sideways since you left HQ, and he thought you might need backup."
"Sideways how?"
"Everyone is running on no sleep and bad coffee, and they're getting paranoid."
Levi jerked his head towards Silas and the other officials on the platform.
They're dividing along party lines. Civilian, military, scientific. Everyone is maneuvering for control and trying to get their people into more prominent roles at the bunkers.
Silas's speech made it sound like they're still planning to emphasize cooperation and nonviolence, like Grandpa Hartland wants.
They are, at least for the regular members of the cohorts, Levi said. But at this point, I don't know whether all the bunker leaders will enforce the rules equally.
Charlotte remembered the boxes full of weapons she and Jack had removed from the bunker, despite Lisa's objections. All the other bunkers and military bases were supposed to do the same. Had anyone else actually followed through? Levi's arrival took on new meaning. Grandpa Hartland knew BRP was in trouble, and his position wouldn't necessarily help Charlotte if things went poorly. So he had sent her a Casimir of her own.
Better find the rest of our team.
Levi held up a clipboard.
I'm in charge of our group. I can thank your grandfather for that, in addition to my spot in the cohort.
A paper on the clipboard listed 8 names, including Charlotte Hartland and Leviticus Yamamoto, no rank, as members of Yellow Team 1. Levi wouldn't have to rely on a lottery for a spot in the bunker after all. Charlotte wondered how he felt about disarming the bunkers. He claimed the military faction was at odds with her grandfather's civilian officials, yet Grandpa Hartland had handpicked him, a soldier, to be her protector. What did that mean about Levi's loyalties? Charlotte wanted to trust him, but she couldn't help but feel wary. They rounded up the rest of Yellow Team 1 and gathered around a cryotank, number 112. Charlotte nearly suggested they go to a smaller chamber nearby so they could hear each other better, but with cracks spreading through BRP, it was more important than ever to hide her insider status. 3 guys and 3 girls made up the rest of Yellow Team 1. There was Josh, a burly fellow, who looked and talked like a linebacker. Danica was a woman with short brown hair and a bracelet tattoo who'd been about to start law school when the news of the comet broke. Lanky, pimpled Nikhail was an art major who constructed all his sculptures out of recycled trash. Louisa, the mousy, freckled girl Charlotte had seen earlier, was a Mormon from Utah who'd been waiting for her boyfriend to return from his mission so they could get married. Annelle, the bony Asian girl Louisa had latched onto, was an avid poker player from Portland. The youngest member of Yellow Team 1 was Sydney, a pale, twitchy 18-year-old from San Diego, whose voice broke into higher registers when he became animated. "Can I call you Charlie?" Annelle asked when Charlotte introduced herself as a college student from Portland. Sure. Charlie is fine." She had always preferred her full name, except with her mom, but this was a new start with what was supposed to become her new family. "Did you see the big fire on your way in?" Annelle asked. "We probably took the same route down from Portland." "The fire, yes." Charlotte pulled at a tingle of her curls. "I couldn't tell what was burning, though." "The winery." Annelle frowned. "Doesn't everyone know that place?"
I saw a roadside revival on my way through California, Levi said, smoothly pulling the attention off Charlotte. They'd set up a tent, and the preacher had the sound system turned up loud enough for passing cars to hear. "I saw that too," Sydney said. "The end is nigh. Repent and be saved." He picked at his nail beds. I almost stopped. Josh thumped him on the back with a heavy fist. "The end has never been nigher than it is now."
"Nigher isn't a word," Danica said. Josh flashed her a homecoming king smile.
"Is now."
Nikhail, the art student, fiddled with a button on his bright yellow shirt.
"Do you think they have vegetarian food here?"
"God, I hope so," Annelle said.
"I'll eat whatever they got,"
Josh said.
"I liberated a bunch of food from the grocery store the day the news broke, but it's been nothing but baked beans for the past week."
Louisa and Annelle exchanged glances and shifted away from him. "Liberated?" Danica said. "You mean looted?" Josh shrugged.
"Yeah, didn't you?"
"No, I did not," Danica said. "I've been trading my great-aunt's jewelry collection away bit by bit. Never wore the stuff, but it turns out plenty of people still think jewels and gold have value." Sydney wrinkled his pale nose.
"Don't they?"
"Only if you believe it's possible to survive the comet," Danica said. "Plenty of skeptics out there." Charlotte kept quiet as they discussed the new economy that had sprung up since the news broke. She didn't want them to realize how sheltered she'd been over the past few months. The same scene was playing out in group after group all over the Corps. The cohort looked like a bunch of college students playing icebreakers on the quad. They shared introductions, careful jokes, and tentative smiles. They scooted closer together so they could hear one another above the babble, the teams becoming more clearly delineated by the minute. "Do you think we'll have to spend the whole time until the comet hits down here?" Louisa asked, glancing up at the vaulted ceiling of the Corps.
"They said we're supposed to keep in shape."
Josh patted the layer of padding over his stomach muscles. "That's true," Annelle said. "Maybe they'll let us out for exercise." "Security is really tight," Charlotte said. "They don't want people to find the bunker and try to get in." Levi coughed, and Charlotte quickly modified her tone to sound less informed. "At least, that's what I heard when I arrived this morning." Fortunately, the others didn't notice her slip. Having the sergeant around was already proving useful.
"So those officials gave us a schedule to follow," Levi said when the conversation lulled. "We're supposed to put our luggage in our sleeping quarters, then meet back here for a team-building activity." "What kind of team building?" Josh asked. "Probably trust falls or something."
Levi got to his feet and dropped the clipboard on Cryotank 112 with a sharp clack.
"I say we skip it. Anyone want to explore this place with me instead?"
Charlotte looked up in surprise. That wasn't like the Levi she knew. Mikhail waved his hand in the air, his yellow sleeve fluttering.
"Ooh, pick me."
Danica shrugged. "I'm in." "Wait," Louisa said. "Isn't that against the rules?"
"Yeah,"
Levi said.
"But you know what? I've followed a lot of rules in my life. I say it's time to break a few." "Hell yeah."
Josh leapt to his feet.
"Let's do it."
"What about training?" Sydney asked anxiously.
"We need to learn how to use the cryotanks." "That starts tomorrow," Levi said. "Let's dump our stuff and check out the bunker."
"Are you sure about this?" Charlotte asked in a strained voice. Levi hoisted a military-issue duffel bag on his shoulder.
100%. You in, Charlie?
She didn't know what to say. Levi shouldn't be drawing attention to their group. If the program was as brittle as he claimed, the two of them needed to keep their heads down and follow orders. Now was a terrible time to start breaking rules. The rest of the team was game, though, and Charlotte's #1 priority right now was blending in. She had no choice but to agree. She dragged her suitcase to the makeshift barracks in Sector A with the rest of them and dropped it beside a narrow cot still wrapped in plastic. Then Yellow Team 1 went exploring. Charlotte feigned surprise as they poked through chambers and wandered down corridors she knew well. She joined in Louisa and Annelle's friendly chatter and listened to Mikhail lament the natural caves that had been destroyed to build this place. She and Sydney marveled at the cryotanks as if she'd never seen them before, and exchanged exasperated looks with Danica when Josh pretended to be a vampire rising from one of them. She wanted to show them the underground river, but they didn't go near the stairs Jack had taken her down the first day they worked together. Levi moved through the base with his usual wolfish stride, taking in every detail with those sharp eyes. He appeared to know the layout of the place already. He must have studied a map back at headquarters. He's carrying out an inspection. That's what this is about. Levi was taking the measure of the bunker's current state while pretending to be too cool for team-building games. Charlotte would be impressed if it didn't make her so nervous. Levi claimed Grandpa Hartland had sent him to her, but she had no idea if that was true or not. He could still be a danger to her. As they explored, they often passed workers moving boxes or stringing wires. Charlotte recognized some of the guys from Jack's crew, and once she spotted Jack's brother Kyle. She hid between Annelle and Louisa, hoping he wouldn't call out to her. She was disappointed not to catch a glimpse of Jack, though. The crews worked at their usual frantic clock-racing pace. No team-building exercises or class schedules for them. They hadn't listened to the orientation speeches or moved barracks or been encouraged to bond with the community. Supposedly, cryotanks were reserved for them, but they were a fault line in the foundation of BRP's idealized program. The rest of Yellow Team 1 paid no attention to the workers at all, more interested in the rooms full of cryotanks, the gorgeous stone ceilings, and the endlessly winding corridors. They paused to examine a sign for one of the labs, a room that now held a control center for the cryochambers in this sector. "Do you think they did experiments on people down here?" Louisa whispered. "I'd believe it," Annelle said. "These hallways are spooky."
What if we're just an experiment? Sydney asked. They could be testing how we handle the idea of going into hibernation for 200 years while planning to wake us right back up again 2 days later. Yeah, right, Josh said. Secret government experiments? Next thing, you'll be saying there are alien spaceships down here. Sydney went bright red, and the others chuckled good-naturedly. Levi, who had been an actual human guinea pig in a secret cryosleep research program, laughed the loudest of all. Charlotte pretended to find the familiar corridors as mysterious as the rest. She was part of the group now, with their misinformation and fears and conspiracy theories and camaraderie. She linked arms with Louisa and Annelle as they continued exploring the corridors. No matter what Levi was up to, Charlotte's future depended on acting like she belonged. She was no longer Charlotte, the civil director's granddaughter. She was Charlie from the cohort. Period. Chapter 19. Jack. T-minus 2 months and 12 days. The arrival of the BRP cohort seriously hampered the crew's work. Between the unfinished walls, the half-assembled cryo chambers, and the truckloads of survival supplies needing to be stored, they still had far too much to do before the comet hit. But now bunker kids were everywhere, poking into corners, knocking over new bits of construction, and asking endless questions. Which way to the core? Where's the bathroom? Can I have my phone back? Are you sure this bunker is deep enough? Are there any UFOs here? Where are the cryo trials happening? Where's the bathroom again? In addition to being irritating, the endless questions emphasized the division between the cohort and the people actually working to save them. They're a bunch of soft-handed college kids who never worked a day in their lives, Rocco grumbled to Jack, as they weaved through the jam-packed core after a long day hauling cryo-liquid vats. They won't last a week after the apocalypse. They're not all college kids, Jack said. A lot of them are rich, though, Rocco said. Look at how they dress. Jack hadn't noticed, but Rocco could be onto something. Preppy styles and expensive brands were all over the place, and the bunker kids' faces looked fresh and rosy, as if they'd benefited from orthodontists and expensive acne medicines. The ones who looked like they shopped at Walmart and got $10 haircuts were in the minority. Something wasn't right here. They said there would be a random selection, Jack said. They said a lot of things, Rocco muttered. And the numbers still don't add up. Just ask Anders. Jack surveyed the cohort with a frown. BRP had bragged about how fair they were. Everyone had an equal opportunity to be chosen. Everyone had an equal opportunity to survive. But Jack and the guys had been promised survival because they happened to be lucky enough to work for Kyle, who'd been lucky enough to apply for the right defense contract. Some of these kids must have gotten lucky in other ways. They or their parents had money, influence, or power. But if the cryotank count truly came up short, whose luck would win out in the end? Jack didn't like this. He found himself wishing for the days when he and Charlotte had moved boxes in companionable silence and driven the forklift through empty tunnels. Her presence had distracted him from his worries more than he'd realized, but she had been absorbed into the bunker cohort like a raindrop in a puddle, and without her, the concerns he'd been keeping at bay began to build up, and he couldn't forget the rifles he'd hidden down in Sector H. Rocco stomped off to join some guys from Cassius's crew, and Jack continued across the core, dodging the people milling among the cryotanks. He was almost to the Sector E door when a familiar head of blonde curls caught his eye. Charlotte stood in a circle of bunker kids, wearing a long red t-shirt that hugged her curves, leggings, and her usual snow boots. She was listening politely as a big guy who looked like a football player told what he clearly thought was an exciting story. He mimed catching a ball, then threw his shoulders side to side, knocking imaginary opponents out of the way. Jack drew closer to the group and managed to catch Charlotte's attention. Her face brightened at once. Jack stumbled over a cryotank tube. She looked genuinely happy to see him. She's so pretty, he thought hazily. Pretty and kind, and her voice is... Man, I wish I could talk to her. Charlotte smiled wider, deploying her dimples like grenades. She raised a hand to wave, seeming to forget the people around her entirely. Jack was about to wave back when he spotted Kyle striding toward him. He quickly turned the motion into brushing a hand through his hair.
Charlotte saw Kyle too and lowered her hand sheepishly, but she kept looking at Jack. "Hey," she mouthed. He grinned. "Hey." Her lips moved again, slow enough that he could decipher her meaning. "Taking it easy?" He gave an exaggerated yawn. "Always." She suppressed a giggle, then grew serious. "I'm sorry." He shrugged. Both of them had been harsh with each other. Both had probably said things they didn't mean. He met her gaze steadily. "I'm sorry, too." She smiled, those killer dimples lingering on her cheek. Then she glanced at Kyle, made a sympathetic face at Jack, and turned back to her friends. "I've been looking all over for you," Kyle said when he reached Jack. He launched into a tirade about some cryotechnicians complaining about the crew's wiring job. Jack let his brother's rant wash over him. Charlotte was again listening to the football player, whose story still hadn't ended. The guy wasn't bad-looking. Charlotte had never indicated to Jack that she was interested in sports, but what about athletes? She could be interested in them. Jack craned his neck, trying to get another glimpse of Charlotte's face. "Are you listening to me?" Kyle demanded. "What? Yeah, sorry." Jack rubbed the back of his neck. "The cryotechnicians don't like the wire placement and, we're past that," Kyle said. "I was talking about our work schedule. The techs are using the Sector F corridor for tests all evening, and they don't want us moving around down there. We'll have to delay our work on that sector until morning." "So we have tonight off? That's what you got out of that?" Kyle sighed and combed his fingers through his beard. "Yeah, we have tonight off, but it puts us back again. We should be done with Sector F by now." "Sounds bad," Jack said absently. Charlotte had shifted a little, and she was no longer listening quite as raptly to the football player's tale of the glory days. Had she just winked at him, or was it a trick of the light? Jack winked back just in case. "Got something in your eye?" Kyle said dryly. "Huh?" Jack coughed. "Oh, just some dust." "You're useless," Kyle muttered. "Go to the barracks and tell the others about the delay. I'm going to see if Lisa can talk some sense into those cryo-nerds." "Have fun with that," Jack said. There. Charlotte was definitely looking at him. A slow smile spread across her cheeks, deploying those dimples to great effect. Then her eyelashes fluttered. That was a wink. She'd winked at him. "Jack?" He jumped. Kyle was glaring at him. "What did I tell you about that girl?" "What girl?" Jack asked. "Don't you have to find Lisa?" Kyle threw up his hands and marched back across the core, bunker kids scattering like pigeons before him. Jack knew he shouldn't push Kyle, but he didn't see the harm in smiling at his friend, no matter who she was. He continued on toward Sector E, still sneaking glances at Charlotte and her group. They were getting ready to leave too, chatting animatedly as they gathered their things. They headed toward the Sector K tunnel, Charlotte trailing them. Then she turned around so she was walking backward. She looked Jack dead in the eye and mouthed, "See you later." Then she spun around and followed her team out of the core. Jack pumped a fist in the air, making the nearest group of bunker kids leap back in surprise. That looked like a promise. Despite the things he and Charlotte had said that day by the forklift, they weren't done with each other yet. Jack was still grinning when he reached the crew barracks. They had a rare night off, and Charlotte had smiled at him. Maybe he could seek her out, see if she wanted to go for a secret stroll by the underground river. Unfortunately, Jack's good mood didn't last long. Anders was stomping around the barracks, grabbing his belongings that had been flung haphazardly across the space. "What are you doing?" Jack asked. "Packing." Jack folded his arms and leaned against the doorway. "Going on vacation?" "I can't stay here." Anders' voice was grim, and he looked as though he hadn't shaved in a week. "They're screwing us over." "Who is?" "The government, BRP, the army. Take your pick." Anders wrestled with his duffel bag, trying to stuff a pair of dirty jeans in beside a fat sheaf of papers covered in diagrams and scribbled notes. "Slow down a minute," Jack said. "Did something happen?" "I came to my senses, that's what happened." Anders shook the duffel bag hard.
I could be drinking on a beach right now. I could be climbing the Golden Gate Bridge or skydiving or singing goddamn karaoke. What are we even doing here? It's our only chance to survive. The familiar phrase popped out automatically, even though Jack had reason enough to doubt it. So what? Anders dropped the overstuffed duffel and faced Jack. What's so good about survival if you have to break your back for the rest of your life? You know they're just going to make us keep working for them when we come out of cryosleep. Everyone will have to work then, Jack said. I've heard them telling the cohort too. Right, Anders said. Believe that if you want. I'm going to spend my last days the way I want. You don't even know what it's like out there, Jack said. People could be going nuts. Henderson says, I don't care what your soldier buddy says. Anders cut in. He's not one of us. One of us? Jack scrubbed a hand through his hair. You're not buying into the whole us versus them thing, are you? He tried not to think about the rifles and ammo he'd hidden in Sector H. That's how it is, Anders said. The rules are different for different people down here. I don't have to stand for it. Jack couldn't dispute what was right in front of him. The arrival of the cohort had made it increasingly clear they weren't all part of the same program. He drummed his fingers on the nearest bunk, wondering if he was missing anything else. He hated to see Anders giving up, though. Going out there won't fix anything, Jack said. It's better than sitting underground. Anders slung the duffel bag over his shoulder. You should come with me. There's no point staying. I don't know. Kyle will understand, Anders said. Jack grimaced. There was no question of Kyle leaving. He would stay unless every single member of the crew abandoned the project. Even then, he might stay for Lisa. Jack thought of golden curls, a soft waist, and a secret message whispered across a crowded room. Charlotte had apologized, but that didn't actually mean she wanted anything more between them. He was tempted to walk out of here and spend his remaining days wandering around with Anders. It was summer out there. They could find a beach and watch the comet come in for a landing. But Jack couldn't leave his brother, or Rocco, or Eduardo, or the rest. More importantly, he still believed in his gut that they would get the cryotanks they'd been promised. He didn't want to sit around on a beach if it meant missing his chance to live for another 200 years. Jack might never see the world from the cockpit of a jet, but it would be a hell of a new horizon. Sorry, Anders, I'm staying. Are you sure about this? This place isn't for me. Anders gave a lopsided smile. The UFOs Rocco promised us aren't even here. What a letdown. Jack clapped his friend on the back, then pulled him in for a brief hug. Good luck out there, he said. Thanks. Anders wiped his red nose on his coverall sleeve. Oh, one more thing. Can you help me escape? The guards aren't letting people go outside. At all? They're worried about security breaches with all these kids running around. I bet you can find a way out, though. Jack sighed, bidding farewell to his plans to seek out Charlotte tonight. I'll see what I can do. After some discussion, Jack convinced Anders to climb into a large box in one of the empty storage rooms. Then Jack loaded him onto the forklift. They were supposed to remove a bunch of junk from Sector F tonight anyway. With luck, the news about the change in schedule hadn't made it to the lower guard station yet. Jack hunched his back as he drove the forklift through the corridors. There was far too much traffic for his liking. Once, a group of bunker kids asked for directions. He responded tersely, and they moved on fast, casting nervous glances over their shoulders. On his way through Sector H, Jack passed the room where he'd hidden the rifles. The place looked undisturbed, but he didn't dare go inside to see if the weapons were still there. To his relief, Henderson was on duty at the guard station. The soldier nodded at Jack, barely glancing at the box containing Anders, and opened the gate. But then Henderson stopped in front of the forklift. Jack wiped his sweaty hands on his trousers and held his breath. Henderson didn't speak at first. The normally unflappable soldier looked agitated. He picked at the edge of Anders' box, apparently gathering his thoughts. So, what's the news? Jack asked when he couldn't stand the silence any longer. 2 BRP bunkers have been attacked. Attacked? Henderson took out a cigarette and lit it before responding. The first was just random individuals. Then a whole band tried to force their way into another one. People are finally realizing these bunkers are the only way to survive.
He puffed a cloud of smoke over the forklift.
Some folks will stop at nothing to get into BRP. Have you had problems here? Jack asked. Our location is still secret.
Henderson knocked his cigarette ash loose on the edge of Anders' box.
We're watching the roads farther down the mountain and guarding the outer fences. This place would be easy to defend if anyone made it through those.
He grimaced.
But I'd rather not spend my last days on Earth gunning people down.
Jack went cold.
Gunning people down? It could come to that.
Jack drummed his fingers on the steering wheel, hoping Anders could hear this. He needed to know what he would be up against if he tried to return. People were killing each other for bunker spots out there. With a queasy feeling in his stomach, Jack pictured his boxes of rifles in Sector H. Henderson's gun glinted in the artificial light, and the scar on his cheek shone silver. Jack liked the man. He didn't want to fight him for a chance to live.
You ever wonder why BRP selected other people for the bunkers at all? Jack asked. They could have given cryotanks to the whole armed forces. Why do they need all these outsiders?
Henderson frowned, his gaze flitting to the tunnel behind Jack and the hundreds of newcomers who made up the bunker cohort.
I would die for my brothers and sisters in arms, he said, but I wouldn't want to live in a world populated only by military types. Gotta have balance.
Jack saw what he meant. The future couldn't be all soldiers and construction workers. For one thing, there would be far too many men. BRP had brought in an eclectic mix of all genders to join the cohort. But how far would they go to make sure it was the mix they wanted?
Have you heard there might not be enough cryotanks? Jack asked. We've been doing the numbers and we can't make them work unless a lot of people quit.
Henderson shrugged.
Well, we're not all going into cryosleep, so that opens up some spots right there.
Jack frowned.
What do you mean? Some of the garrison will stay out to make sure the tanks survive the end. The plan is to seal the place up before the comet hits in case the air goes bad right away. The rest of us will go under to make sure it's safe after. I didn't realize that. Someone's got to do it.
Henderson stubbed out his cigarette and stepped aside.
Better let you get back to work.
Jack continued out to the dump site, barely noticing the warm summer breeze. Henderson's words rolled around inside his head like loose ball bearings. He thought the workers were heroic for getting the bunker ready for the end, but the soldiers were actually planning to sacrifice their lives. Anders and Henderson were making opposite choices. One to stay and maybe sacrifice himself, one to go and leave the future of humanity in other hands. Jack had to wonder if his own decision to stay was as clearly thought out. He wanted to help save humanity, but a huge part of that was selfish. He hoped it would save him too. But if some soldiers stayed out of cryosleep deliberately, the numbers wouldn't be as tight as they'd feared. Maybe he should talk Anders into staying. He was supposed to hide at the dump site until it got dark, then sneak away through the pines. Jack couldn't open the box to talk things over without Henderson noticing, though. He deposited the box at the far side of the dump site, away from the security cameras. The pine trees rustled ominously, and an owl hooted in the fading light. Anders would have a long walk to civilization if he made it out of here. Hopefully, the soldiers would realize he wasn't a threat and let him go. Jack waited for a few minutes in case Anders changed his mind, drawing in deep breaths of warm summer air. But there was no sound from the box. When he couldn't wait any longer, Jack put the forklift into reverse and returned to the tunnel. Just before the gates clanged shut behind him, Jack thought he heard a crackling in the distance. It sounded like gunfire. Chapter 20. Charlotte. T-minus 2 months and 3 days. Charlotte left the survival training class with the other members of Yellow Team 1. Today, they had learned to differentiate between poisonous and edible mushrooms. Charlotte struggled to remember the different shapes and colors. With any luck, Annelle would be with her whenever she needed to go mushroom hunting in the future. The girl had a knack. "Let's just say this isn't the first time I've studied mushrooms," Annelle said as they walked to the core, where they often hung out between survival classes and workout sessions. It had become the Quad, Student Union, and Counseling Center rolled into one. Cryotanks numbered 1 to 400 filled the core completely now. Multiple rooms throughout the sprawling bunker would serve as additional cryochambers. More tanks and vats of cryoliquid arrived by the day, each one representing another life that would be saved. "I wish more of us were from rural areas," Sydney said as they settled around Tank 112, which they adopted as their card table and gathering place. "Living off the land sounds hard." Mikhail adjusted the sleeves of his salmon pink shirt. "I've never even been camping." "Shocker," Josh muttered. "I hate camping," Louisa said. "I like having a hot shower at the end of the day." "I've camped in some extreme environments," Levi said. "Really?" Sydney looked at him. "Can you do that making fire with 2 sticks thing?" "I usually use fire starters," Levi said. "I bet they'll cover those in our classes." "Maybe you could give us some pointers," Mikhail said eagerly. Levi shrugged. "Sure thing, kid." Mikhail's smile thinned, as if kid wasn't quite what he'd been hoping for. Charlotte was pretty sure Mikhail had a huge crush on Levi, who was straight as far as she knew. Louisa broke open a packet of cookies and passed it around the group. She'd brought along a suitcase filled with snacks, a lifesaver after weeks of cafeteria meals. The food in the bunker was worse than at headquarters, though the coffee was better. Charlotte split a crumbly chocolate chip cookie with Annelle, trying to imagine a future where they'd be cooking over campfires and scavenging for sustenance. "We won't have to live outside when we first wake up," she said. "I've heard they're storing food for us, stuff that'll last, like freeze-dried astronaut food, and we can still sleep down here until we build a village and start living off the land." Sydney sighed. Living off the land. No showers. Only this hole in the ground for shelter. Almost makes me want to skip the whole thing. "Don't say that." Louisa patted his thin hand. "We'll look after each other. You know what those BRP folks keep saying. We're a family now." Charlotte studied the others, trying to believe what Louisa had said. At the other end of Tank 112, Josh and Danica argued about sports, one of many contentious topics between the pair. Annelle searched her hemp shoulder bag for a deck of cards. Louisa pressed more cookies on Sydney. Mikhail gazed wistfully at Levi, who lounged with his elbow on the tank as if he didn't have a care in the world. The sergeant had kept his background quiet, and the others didn't know he was still on active duty. Levi's self-assurance and general cool made Mikhail adore him, Sydney hero-worship him, and the others want to be his best friend. Charlotte wished she could blend in with the team as successfully as he did. She liked them well enough, especially Annelle and Louisa, but they weren't her family. Charlotte hadn't given up hope that she'd see her mom and Grandpa Hartland again. The possibility that her family members could walk back into the bunker at any moment made it even harder to bond with her team. "Hey, Charlie." Annelle nudged her with a bony elbow. "There's that guy you're always staring at." "What?" "Right there, by the Sector B sign." Sure enough, Jack and his brother stood a dozen paces away. Kyle was laughing at something Jack had said, tears streaming down his face and into his beard. Jack wore such a look of boyish pride at making his brother laugh that Charlotte's heart convulsed. "He's got nice shoulders," Annelle said, shuffling her cards. "It almost makes up for that crooked nose." "I like his nose," Charlotte said. Whenever they passed each other in the corridors, she and Jack had taken to catching each other's eyes like kids with their first crush. He always had a smile and a whispered message for her, and she'd learned to read his lips as clearly as a billboard. "Hey, you look pretty. See you later." Charlotte looked forward to each secret communication, each little bit of light in the strange underground world. "You should introduce yourself," Louisa said, picking up cards as Annelle dealt them. "Find out his name." "I don't think so," Charlotte said quickly. "Oh, come on. It's the end of the world," Annelle said. "Make a move." "You don't want to miss your chance," Louisa said. "I would give anything to have Brian here." Her blue eyes filled with tears. Louisa hadn't heard from her fiancé since a few weeks after the comet was discovered. Brian had promised to return from his mission in Peru, but he still hadn't arrived when she reported for BRP orientation. Charlotte hugged Louisa and tried to steer the subject away from Jack. She had half a mind to take Annelle's advice. She and Jack could pretend they'd just met and start all over again. But she still didn't know whether Jack, Kyle, and the other workers would get cryotanks in the end. For that matter, she was still waiting for Silas to spot her in the crowd and take out his frustrations with Grandpa Hartland on her. Either of them could lose their places in the bunker if they put a foot wrong. There'd be plenty of time to make moves after the end of the world, if they both made it that far. BRP orientation kept the cohort remarkably busy. They spent their days learning and their nights studying, and the spaces in between exercising. They needed to be in peak health when they went into cryosleep, so they followed a strict regimen of calisthenics and aerobics and ate their body weight in vitamins. At certain times of day, the core resounded with the slap of feet on concrete as everyone did jumping jacks among the cryotanks. With 2 months to go until the comet's arrival, Yellow Team 1 received notices about their cryosleep trial runs. They all had to prove they wouldn't panic when the cryoliquid started closing over their heads. On the appointed day, Charlotte and the others trooped over to Sector F, where one of the smaller cryochambers had been set aside for the trial runs. They all wore cheap leotards they'd been issued at breakfast. Charlotte kept her arms folded over her stomach, self-conscious about the skin-tight fabric. Josh's leotard barely fit his linebacker bulk. Louisa brought along a sleeping bag to wrap around her body, hiding herself completely. Several other teams had their cryo trials at the same time, and they each gathered around their own cryotank and technician, filling the chamber with anxious chatter. The cryotechnician conducting Yellow Team 1's test was a very short black woman with spidery wrinkles around her eyes and mouth. "You'll be fully immersed and put to sleep to make sure you won't panic at any point during the process," she told them. "Anyone who fails this test will be removed from the facility and exiled from BRP." Nikal raised his hand. "What'll happen to them out there?" "They'll face the comet like everyone else," the technician said. "We can't let them impede our work." "Knock me out if I start to struggle when I go in the tank, Charlie," Sydney whispered in her ear. "I don't want to mess up." "You'll do fine." Charlotte squeezed his shoulder. "We're all here for you." The technician explained the procedure and showed them a signal to make if anything went wrong. "Who's up first?" No one answered. Charlotte studied the vats of cryogel arranged around the walls. Nikal pulled at the collar of his leotard. Donica became very interested in her wrist tattoo. Louisa tugged the sleeping bag closer around her body. Only Levi didn't look nervous, but he didn't rush to demonstrate his competence with cryosleep either. "I'll do it." Sydney stepped forward. "I want to get this over with." "Hurry up, then," the technician said. "Into the tank you go." Sydney climbed into the plexiglass coffin, looking especially young and scrawny in his leotard. He fidgeted as the technician hooked him up to a variety of tubes. The others gathered closer, watching the process and trying to distract Sydney from his nerves. They all had a kind or bracing word for the boy as the technician attached him to the machine. When she finished her preparations, the technician waved them back a step so she could lower the heavy, clear lid. It sealed with a decisive hiss. She flipped a switch on the vat looming beside the tank, and cryoliquid began pumping in through a rubber tube. Nikal raised his hand again and waited for the technician to acknowledge him with an arched eyebrow. "Aren't these trials using up a lot of cryo goo? Can it be recycled?" "This is Cryogel 3.2, the technician said. "It's an earlier generation that won't be suitable for the long-term tanks. We're also reusing the gel from the trials because it doesn't need to last. We'll use Cryogel 5.7 for the long sleep." Inside the tank, the clear bluish liquid rose around Sydney's body, dampening his hair and making his skin slick. He clamped his lips around the rubber tube, biting down hard, but kept his body bravely still. The gel crept upward. The other teams around the chamber were beginning their trials, too. Little knots of people supported each other through the process, coming together just as the program dictated. Hopefully, they could get each other through the future, too. Charlotte studied the group gathered around Sydney. Levi, their leader and Charlotte's secret protector, was the only one truly at ease around all the cryo equipment. Josh's big arms were folded tightly over his chest, his leotard straining at the seams. Mikhail was questioning the cryotech, no longer bothering to raise his hand. Danica looked unperturbed, though Charlotte suspected at least some of her stern demeanor was a carefully cultivated act. Annelle and Louisa looked honestly terrified, which Charlotte appreciated. She was scared to get into that tank, too. It was more than half full now. Sydney's skin looked ghostly in the artificial light. Charlotte wasn't looking forward to her turn in the tank one bit. Suddenly, Sydney began to twitch. Gel sloshed across his face, catching in the corners of his eyes. "What's happening?" Charlotte asked sharply. Mikhail tugged on the cryotechnician's sleeve. "Isn't he supposed to be falling asleep?" "Something's wrong," Danica said, her composure slipping. Then Sydney convulsed violently. He began to scrabble at the sides of the tank, eyes rolling. The technician pushed buttons on the tank, her fingers flying across the LED display. "It's jammed." Sydney's thin fingers pressed against the plexiglass. A faint gurgling sound came from inside the tank. Louisa gasped. "He's choking!" "Get him out of there!" Josh shouted. "I'm trying." The technician turned the display off and on again, but nothing happened. The tank remained sealed. "Help him!" Mikhail moaned, gripping his hair with both hands. Charlotte leapt forward and tried to open the lid by hand, heaving against its weight with all her might. It didn't budge. Sydney's struggles were becoming weaker, his hands leaving clear streaks on the glass. The technician stabbed at the control panel, which was emitting a horrible bleeding sound. Still nothing. Charlotte couldn't let Sydney die. She hurled all her weight at the lid, but even after months of exercise and physical labor, she wasn't strong enough to force it open. Then Levi appeared at her side with a crowbar. She hadn't noticed him leaving to find the tool. "Out of the way," he said to Charlotte. "I'm going to break the glass." "It's too thick," the technician said. "You'll have a better chance at cracking the seal." Obeying the cryotech's direction, Levi wedged the crowbar through the gap, which was sealed with rubber, and forced his weight down on it. The crowbar barely moved. Inside the tank, Sydney struggled feebly. His skin looked blue. Charlotte cast about for something she could use to help Levi. The others were holding their breaths, staring in horror. Annelle and Louisa wrapped their arms around each other, Louisa's sleeping bag falling to the ground. There was nothing they could do, nothing she could do. Levi strained against the crowbar, trying to break the seal, but the cryotank remained closed, Sydney trapped inside. He was barely moving. Charlotte spotted a box of tools on the far side of the chamber, probably left by a construction crew. That must be where Levi got the crowbar. She dashed across the chamber, elbowing people out of the way, and snatched up a hammer. This time, the path cleared easily before her as she ran back to the tank. She slid to a stop and attacked the sturdy hinges with the hammer. Again and again, she struck the thick plastic, each blow jarring her to her bones. Noise filled the chamber, though Charlotte was only vaguely aware of it. The other teams had noticed what was happening, and they were shouting suggestions, asking questions. They pressed closer, drawn to the crisis like moths to a flame. Danica yelled at them to stay back. "Josh, help me," Levi called, his voice strained. Josh lumbered forward, and the two guys forced their combined weight down on the crowbar. Sydney was no longer moving. Charlotte worked desperately at the hinge. It was too soon for any of them to die. They had to save him. "Again," Levi said. Josh grunted. 1, 2, 3. They pushed down on the crowbar again, and Charlotte swung the hammer with all her strength. A crack reverberated around the core, followed by a fierce hissing sound as air was sucked into the tank. The hinge crumbled into fragments in Charlotte's hand. The tank was open. The crowbar clattered to the ground, and Levi and Josh lifted the plexiglass lid off the tank, snapping the second hinge in the process. Cryogel gushed down the sides of the tank. Danica hurried forward to help Charlotte haul Sydney's limp body out of the bath of bluish gel. They laid him out on the concrete floor, and the technician pulled out all the tubes Sydney hadn't removed himself. He seemed small, wilted. "Is he alive?" Annelle whispered. No one answered. Levi and Josh dropped the cryotank lid with a resounding thud. Mikhail turned away and vomited noisily. As soon as the cryotech removed the last tube, Levi dropped to his knees at Sydney's side and began chest compressions. Charlotte knelt on his other side, wanting to help even though all her CPR knowledge came from the movies. Danica hovered behind Levi, her hands covered in cryogel. Annelle patted Mikhail on the back as he heaved again. Louisa whispered a prayer. Josh put his arm around her shoulder and muttered a prayer of his own. The other teams stayed back a respectful distance, watching Yellow Team 1 struggle to save their friend. Levi's palms thudded steadily on Sydney's chest again and again and again. His thin body shuddered with each chest compression, his limp arms flopping like a marionette's. Charlotte had never seen anyone being revived like that in real life. It was horrible. She remembered how Sydney had almost stopped at a roadside revival instead of joining BRP. Maybe he should have. Singing hymns and watching the comet fall through the open air would be better than drowning in cryogel. The seconds passed like hours. Levi continued pumping Sydney's chest, keeping a steady rhythm. Charlotte held her breath, waiting for him to be recalled to life. But nothing happened. Sydney's body shuddered, lifeless. The silence around them thickened as the team waited. And waited. Praying. Hoping. And then, just when Charlotte was certain it was over, Sydney coughed. Levi kept up the chest compressions. Had it been a fluke, some last wheeze before death? Sydney coughed again, and gelatinous vomit burbled out of his mouth. His chest was moving by itself. He was breathing. He was alive. The crowd broke into cheers. Annelle sank to her knees next to Charlotte. Danica covered her eyes and started to cry, her usual seriousness cracking like an egg. Josh released his hold on Louisa and pumped his fists in the air, forcing everyone around him to jump back. Mikhail clapped a hand over his mouth as if he might throw up again, eyes glistening. If Charlotte wasn't already on her knees, she might have collapsed into the nearest cryotank. That had been too close. Levi didn't pause to celebrate. He turned Sydney on his side and made sure his airways stayed clear, moving like he knew his way around life and death. Sydney gave a weak moan. Josh and Danica pulled themselves together enough to usher the onlookers back a few paces, their faces flushed with relief. The crowds began to chatter, the chamber echoing with excited voices. Charlotte got to her feet shakily and walked over to the cryotechnician, who was examining the tank, a deep crease in her forehead. What happened? The tank malfunctioned. The technician tapped a few buttons, but the LED display was frozen. At least it had stopped making that horrible bleeding sound. I'll have to take it apart to see what's wrong. So this wasn't Sid's fault? Charlotte asked. You're not going to kick him out for panicking, are you? It wasn't his fault, the technician said. But I can't put anyone else in that tank until I figure out the problem. We can't have this happening on the big day. Levi got to his feet, wiping his hands on his jeans. That's why we're doing this testing, right? We have to make sure we know what to do, but also check that the tanks work. Yes, the technician said. Though I wonder... She examined the serial number on the back of the tank, then turned to survey the next row of tanks with a frown. What's wrong? Charlotte asked. This tank arrived in a lot of 50 from a single manufacturer, she said. We'll have to test them all to make sure it's not a design flaw. Charlotte's belly gave a slow flip. A design flaw? It happens sometimes, the technician said. All the cryotank manufacturers in the world are working around the clock to churn out as many machines as possible. Some aren't up to standard. Row upon row of cryotanks gleamed around them. How many would try to strangle their inhabitants when they went under? And if they couldn't be fixed, who would lose their spots in the bunker? Sydney's skin still had a blue cast. As the others fussed over him, he eyed the cryotank as if it were a huge, poisonous jellyfish. Charlotte couldn't blame him. Even Levi looked as though the near miss was hitting him hard. His face was pallid, and his hands shook badly. Charlotte was actually relieved the sergeant's cool had fractured a little. It showed he was human. More teams began arriving in the chamber for the next round of cryo trials. They asked the crowd what had happened, and a dozen people gave a dozen different answers. Voices echoed through the chamber, tripping over each other, gusting like wind in a tunnel. Then Josh's voice boomed, drowning out all the others.
"That cryotank tried to eat our guy," he announced. "A whole bunch of them are broken." "We don't know that," Levi said quickly. But it was too late. The whole chamber had heard Josh's words. People repeated the statement over and over, the message spreading, morphing. Levi and the cryotech tried to tell everyone not to jump to conclusions, but the damage was already done. The news would travel fast, passing from ear to ear, chamber to chamber, until everyone in the bunker knew what had happened. They were less than 2 months from the end of the world, and some of the machines that were supposed to save them were broken. The cryotank shortage might have been a rumor before, a conspiracy theory. Now, it was real. Chapter 21. Jack. T-minus 1 month and 5 days. Jack marched across the core, weaving through knots of people casting hostile glances at each other over the cryotanks. Most were cohort members. The cryotech's soldiers and even a trio from Cassius's crew stuck to their own groups, too. Jack had been working with Cassius's guys for months, but they frowned at him as if he were a stranger. The tension between the groups had skyrocketed since word got around that some of the cryotanks had failed. The rumors chewed through the bunker like an army of termites. Nobody could agree on how many tanks were involved in the malfunction. Some said it was 12, others 100. Some said none of the tanks worked and they were all going to die. A small mob gathered around the platform at the end of the core. Jack slowed. The lead BRP official was speaking to the crowd, reassuring them there would be enough tanks for everyone. "We had spares, you see."
He pulled at the edges of his handlebar mustache as if trying to peel it from his face.
"This is a minor setback. A mere 50 tanks were lost. All will be well in the end."
Jack drummed his fingers on his tool belt, pressure expanding in his chest. Spares. Yeah, right. The numbers had always been tight. 50 tanks represented a catastrophic loss, whatever the official said. A voice rose above the babble. "If there aren't enough tanks, how will you choose who gets them?"
"There are enough," the official said.
"Prove it,"
someone else shouted. "Give us our tank assignments."
"Yeah, I want to see my tank."
"You will receive your tank numbers soon," the official said. "We are working very hard to make sure everything goes smoothly. There's no need to panic."
Jack shook his head and continued pushing through the anxious BRP kids around the mustached official. He needed to find Lisa. The possibility that they would be denied their promised tanks had hovered over his head for months, ever since Kyle first hinted at his worries. Jack couldn't take the uncertainty anymore. He'd spent far too long hoping for the best, bottling up his suspicions, his fears, his anger. The news of the 50 malfunctioning tanks had ignited a spark in the kindling collecting in his gut. No, not kindling. Lighter fluid and dynamite. He needed the truth or he would explode. He found the captain eating soup in the cafeteria, determinedly ignoring the brittle atmosphere. Jack planted himself in front of her table.
"When is our trial run?"
Lisa didn't look up from her bowl.
"What are you talking about, Woodward?" "The BRP cohort is getting tested to make sure they don't freak out when they go into cryosleep. When is our turn?"
Lisa's stoic expression didn't change.
"They'll get to you eventually." "Really? The cohort is getting assigned their specific tank numbers soon. Are we?"
"Not my department." "Who did the tanks that malfunctioned last week belong to?" Jack struggled to keep calm, pressure expanding in his chest.
"Who's getting kicked out?"
At last, Lisa set down her spoon and looked straight at him. She didn't say anything, but her expression spoke volumes.
"They're taking our cryotanks, aren't they?" Jack said. "They're not going to give us spots now that there's such a big shortage."
Lisa sighed.
"Jack, I knew it."
Jack paced in front of her, unable to stand still. The rubber soles of his work boots squeaked on the floor. The pressure was becoming so intense he was surprised his nose wasn't bleeding.
"All they care about is their precious cohort. You promised there would be tanks for our crew, But now that they're short, we are the ones. There never were. Jack stopped short. What? There were never tanks for you, Lisa said. That's how it's been since day one. The work crews were never meant to survive. Some of the cohort will be left out if we can't get more tanks. Her words hit him like a bludgeon. He wasn't going into cryosleep. He'd never had a chance. He dropped into the seat across from Lisa, ears ringing faintly. Despite all his suspicions and speculation, part of him had believed all along that it couldn't be true. He was working to save humanity. He and his friends were destined for the New World. We worked for it. They promised us. But why? He asked at last. BRP brought you guys in to do specialized labor. Lisa kept her voice low and cold. We needed your expertise and, frankly, your manpower, or the bunker would never be ready on time. Then why not give us a choice? You could have asked for volunteers to help save humanity. Kyle loves that hero stuff. He probably would have taken the job. Jack didn't add that he thought they were heroes, too. Instead, BRP had made them chums. We couldn't rely on volunteers. A pained expression crossed Lisa's face. You were promised survival so you wouldn't cause trouble. Jack thought of the rifles he'd hidden in an out-of-the-way cryo chamber. There would be trouble, all right. He glared at Lisa. You lied to my brother, to his face. I didn't know about this in the beginning. Is that any way to treat an old friend? You betrayed him for... Lisa slammed her fist on the table, making him jump. In case you didn't notice, Jack, this is bigger than me and Kyle. Listen, Lisa snapped. All the decisions are being made on the fly by dozens of different people. There's no oversight. Most BRP officials probably don't even know someone somewhere hired work crews with lies. I certainly didn't. But you do now, Jack said. I had to dig to find out for sure. I didn't want this to happen, especially to Kyle. Her voice wavered at the end, just a little. Jack's shoulders slumped. This wasn't Lisa's fault, and she really did care about his brother. Apparently, that wasn't enough. He thought of all Rocco's conspiracy theories, his certainty that something dark was happening beneath the surface. Then he pictured Anders on a beach somewhere. Jack should have gone with him. They all could have left weeks ago. Travel would be dangerous now, if the soldiers even let them go, and there was so little time left. Were you ever going to tell us? He asked dully. Or was the plan to let us work until the comet hits and hope we didn't notice? Lisa grimaced. You were going to be told on the last day, after the cohort was safe in their tanks. Right. Jack stood, unable to sit with her any longer. Glad you're looking out for the chosen ones. This isn't up to me, Lisa said as he walked away. I'm following orders. You can't tell anyone about this. Jack. Jack ignored her efforts to call him back. He left the cafeteria, thoughts reeling and spinning, barely paying attention to where he was going. He wanted to hit something, to break down, to find a way to release the terrible pressure in his chest. He wasn't just angry. He felt embarrassed at how naive he'd been. They had suspected this was coming, but they'd kept working anyway, just in case there was a chance, in case there was hope. He stumbled his way to the core and started across it, avoiding the platform where the BRP official was reassuring everyone that the cryo trials would resume soon. He was still promising survival to the select few. They didn't even know how good they had it. What could he and the guys do now? Should they take over some cryo tanks with those rifles? That could go wrong in 100 ways, but it might be their only chance. Or maybe they should just cut their losses and strike out into the unknown beyond the bunker. Maybe they should walk away from Cave Junction and never look back. Jack was so preoccupied that he didn't notice Charlotte until he was 3 steps away from her. She was playing cards with her team, using the top of a cryotank as a table. A guy with black hair and sharp cheekbones said something that made the whole group laugh. Charlotte smiled and swept her curls over her shoulder, as if the world weren't ending around her. Then she caught sight of Jack, and froze. He didn't know what his face looked like right now, but she must have seen that something was very wrong. He tried to smile at her and failed. This wasn't a time for light flirtation. He needed a friend.
Charlotte's forehead wrinkled with concern, and her lips moved silently. "Do you want to talk?" He nodded. She glanced at her companions, then mouthed another message. "1 minute." Jack slowed, giving her a chance to set down her cards and make her excuses. He scrubbed a hand through his hair and straightened his shirt, trying to calm down, at least outwardly. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Charlotte casually leave her teammates and stroll toward the door to Sector K. He gave her a head start, still ordering his thoughts. He hadn't been alone with Charlotte in weeks. She spent most of her time with her cohort, and except for their silly lip-reading exchanges, they hadn't talked since that day by the forklift. His blood raced at the prospect of speaking to her for real. If he and the crew decided to leave, this might be the last time. "It's probably been a minute by now." He wiped his dirty hands on his clothes and headed after her. He didn't want to attract attention given how the gulf between the cohort and everyone else had expanded over the past few days. He tried to act casual even though his insides roiled like the contents of a cement mixer. As he strolled toward the Sector K door, Jack glanced back at Charlotte's team. A tall Asian girl was shuffling a deck of cards, preparing another hand. The football player was absorbed in an animated conversation with the mousy-haired girl with freckles. But the dark-haired fellow with the cheekbones was watching Jack. At that moment, Jack stumbled over a tube running across the aisle between the cryotanks. When he looked back again, Cheekbones was deep in conversation with the serious-looking brunette. Jack must have imagined it. His heart pounded as he left the noisy core for the much quieter Sector K corridor. It was empty. Maybe Charlotte had ditched him. It would serve him right for brushing her off that day by the forklift. He could have misinterpreted her silent invitation, desperate to hear her voice. Jack was about to turn around when a door creaked open and Charlotte's face appeared in the doorway. She glanced up and down the corridor, then beckoned him closer. Jack's heart thudded faster as he followed her into the dimly lit room, a former lab that BRP used for survival training. Stacks of kindling and fire starters were piled on the stainless steel tables, and a faint smoky smell hung in the air. A single desk light provided the only illumination. The shadows made Charlotte's eyes look bigger and brighter, and the light cast a gentle glow on her round cheeks. Jack wondered what it would feel like to cup her face in his hands. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Huh?" Jack blinked. He'd been so busy thinking about touching her that he'd forgotten why they came in here. "You looked like you were about to burst into flames." Charlotte hoisted herself up to sit on a lab table. "Is your brother okay?" "Oh yeah, for now." Jack sighed and leaned against the table across from her. "I finally got a straight answer out of Captain Tuanima. They're not giving the workers cryotanks." Charlotte gasped. "None of you?" "Not after that malfunction last week. We're officially off the survival list." "But that's not fair. Couldn't they hold a lottery or something for the tanks that still work?" "Lots of things aren't fair," Jack said glumly. "Apparently, they never planned to give us tanks in the first place." Charlotte went very still. "What?" "BRP. They wanted you all to go through the same program so you could all be brainwashed together, but they still needed to get the bunker done, so they hired us. We were never part of the master plan." "I don't believe that," Charlotte whispered. "Why not?" Jack asked. "They're hitting a reset button. Might as well be thorough." "But your grandpa probably came up with the idea." Charlotte clutched the edge of the lab table, her fingers turning white. He couldn't." "Welcome to the real world," Jack said dully, "where no one cares about screwing over people they don't know." A flash flood of emotion crossed Charlotte's face. Anger, denial, betrayal, sadness. Then, to Jack's horror, her eyes filled with tears. "Don't cry," Jack said, suddenly panicked. "This isn't your fault." "I shouldn't have accepted a spot in the cohort. I should have been up for random selection like everyone else." "That's not... Look, no one would have done any different." Jack pushed off the other table and approached her, feeling clunky and boorish in his steel-toed boots. "You can't change it anyway. Don't be sad." More tears brimmed and spilled down Charlotte's cheeks. Jack only just stopped himself from reaching out to wipe them away. He wanted to touch her so badly, but if she rejected him, it would break him. Heck, if she accepted him, he might lose the capacity for rational thought. He needed to keep it together, which meant he needed to keep his hands to himself. Charlotte looked up at him, tears glistening on her eyelashes. God, she was beautiful. For a second, he was sure there was an invitation in her eyes, maybe even a plea. But then she frowned. Maybe I can change this. My status has to be good for something. She hopped off the table and stood up straight, so close that Jack could smell her army-issue soap. A new determination shone in her gaze. I'll make this right. You can't just save the day here. Charlotte put her hands on her hips. And why not? Jack hesitated. He believed she wanted to help, and she was far more stubborn than she gave herself credit for. She could make some noise with the BRP higher-ups, but her grandfather hadn't been seen in months. For all they knew, Director Hartland had no influence here now. He might even be dead. Jack couldn't let Charlotte stick her neck out for him. This close to the end, a single misstep could lose Charlotte her spot in the future. Look, this isn't your problem, Jack said. We can take care of ourselves. You don't want my help? No. Not if it puts your survival in jeopardy. He roughened his tone. I'm not some pet project you can use to feel better about getting special treatment. She gasped. That's not what I meant. The hurt on her face ripped at Jack's innards as if he'd swallowed a razor blade, but he had to break this thing between them before it got her in trouble. The bunker was fraying, fragmenting, like a tarp left in the sun too long. She needed the safety of her position, and he and his crew needed to make some hard decisions. He couldn't let his feelings for her complicate them. Good luck with the chosen ones, Charlotte. He headed for the door, knocking a chair out of his path, the metal screeching on the concrete floor. I'll see you around. Jack! He ignored her, feeling like a total jerk. He shouldn't even have met her here. He just wanted to hear her voice. Resisting the urge to look at her one last time, Jack left the lab and slammed the door with a resounding bang. He made it only 3 steps. Then someone grabbed him by the collar and shoved him hard against the corridor wall. Jack's teeth rattled at the impact. Before he could recover, his assailant seized his arm and twisted it behind his back. What do you think you're doing? A low voice spoke right by his ear. Think you can corner a girl against her will and shove off? Jack tried to break free of his attacker and saw it was Cheekbones, the dark-haired fellow from Charlotte's team. I wasn't cornering anybody. I saw you follow her. Jack strained against his grip, pain spiking through his shoulder. It's not like that. Let go of me, you... Levi, what's going on? Charlotte had emerged from the lab. She stared at them in shock, her face red and shiny with tears. Jack could see how this guy, Levi, was it? Might get the wrong idea. But that didn't stop the rage from scorching through him, fast and hot and explosive. Jack was sick and tired of being jerked around, and how dare this guy suggest he would hurt Charlotte? Are you all right? Levi asked, turning to look at her. As soon as Levi was distracted, Jack twisted out of his grasp, drew back a fist, and punched him in the face. The smack of knuckles meeting flesh echoed through the corridor like a gunshot, and Levi lurched back. Jack grinned. It felt good. Damn, it felt good to hit something. Levi recovered quickly and struck at Jack's face in return, snapping his head back. Jack retreated, his eye throbbing, and got his feet under him, fists curling in a familiar way. Here, at last, was someone he could actually fight. Adrenaline rushed through him, and he felt like a jet barreling down a runway, engines on full blast. He advanced and landed a 1-2 combo to the body. Levi grunted, taking the blows like a pro. He tried to hit back, but Jack ducked out of reach. He was broader and heavier than Levi, but they were about the same height. They danced on the balls of their feet, fists raised, testing each other's distance. Then Jack closed the gap between them. He threw more punches, hands whistling through the air, striking, blocking, feinting. Levi responded in kind. Charlotte was shouting at them to stop, but Jack didn't care about that, or that Levi was a pretty skilled boxer. He just wanted to fight and fight until he couldn't feel anything but the pain in his knuckles and the adrenaline in his blood. Jack landed a solid jab to Levi's ribs and got another hit to the face in return. His blood boiled, roaring in his ears. He advanced for another combo, and another. He ate a few punches and tasted blood on his lip, but he didn't care. He felt alive, truly alive for the first time in months. Noise clamored around him, shouts competing with the shuffle of his feet on the concrete. People ran into the corridor from both sides, yelling, stamping their feet. Levi was an island of calm amid the commotion, the only person in the corridor who seemed in control. Jack certainly wasn't. But this, at last, was the release he'd been looking for. The pressure valve opened, the tension loosened, the taut line snapped at last. Jack advanced again, swinging his fists. His muscles burned in the best way, and he relished the sting in his knuckles and the air in his lungs. Hands grabbed at him and he swung his fists wildly to keep them away, still trying to get at his opponent. Levi was mostly on the defensive now. But Jack wasn't done. Nothing could stop him. Then a familiar face appeared in the crowd. Kyle burst through the front line of spectators wearing a fearsome scowl. He seized Jack by the scruff of the neck and hauled him away from Levi. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Kyle roared. "You trying to get kicked out of the bunker?" "It doesn't matter," Jack said raggedly. "It never mattered." "Keep it together." Kyle shook him hard enough to rattle his skull. "Don't go nuts on me now." A note of genuine fear rang in Kyle's voice. At that, the roaring in Jack's ears dulled enough for him to register what was happening, what he was doing. Oh, shit. The corridor was packed, anxious voices competing with each other, echoing around and around. Wide eyes peered at him, all blending into one relentless stare. Except for Charlotte. Her malachite eyes were distinct from the rest, and the reproach in them was devastating. A few paces away, Levi wiped blood from his nose, watching the two brothers warily. His friends gathered around him, many with their fists clenched. Angry mutters filled the corridor. Jack pulled his shirt out of Kyle's grip. "We should never have come here." "Too late for that." Kyle eyed the hostile BRP denizens. Not a single member of their crew was in sight. "This isn't good." Jack's anger was draining away, the first hints of shame replacing it. "Kyle, just get out of here before the officials turn up," Kyle said. "I'll clean up your mess, like always." Jack opened his mouth to protest, but Kyle shot him a death glare, then stepped toward Levi, hands raised in a mix of surrender and placation. Jack would only make things worse. Not daring to look at Charlotte again, he pushed through the unfriendly crowd and headed deeper into the bunker. Chapter 22. Jack. T-minus 1 month and 5 days. Jack went to storage room 3 to cool off. His lip was bleeding and a knot swelled beneath his right eye, narrowing his vision. The adrenaline was dissipating, though, leaving him cold. He'd wanted to fight for months. The tension of the apocalypse had swelled like a blister, and now that it had finally burst, he expected to feel better. Instead, he was ashamed. He'd acted like an angry teenager and demolished Charlotte's good opinion of him, if it had ever existed in the first place. He sat on a box of water purification filters, contemplating how to sneak out of the bunker without speaking to another living soul. So much for being part of a heroic mission. Slinking away in disgrace wasn't how he'd imagined his last days on Earth. As Jack sat alone in this room full of boxes, a new clarity filled him. He was never meant to survive. There was no mission, no destiny, no greater purpose. He was going to die, just like everybody else. The door to the storage room opened, and heavy footsteps approached. Kyle had found him. "I sorted things out," he said gruffly. "Everyone's too busy to waste time punishing you." "What about the other guy?" Kyle handed Jack a handkerchief and an aluminum water bottle. "He looks better than you." Jack touched his lip. The blood was mostly dry. He wet down the handkerchief and began scrubbing it off in flakes.
I shouldn't have lost it. Kyle snorted. No kidding. When has hitting things ever solved more problems than it causes? Never. So why do it?
Jack didn't answer. His brother had asked this question many times during the rough years after their parents died. He couldn't explain the rage that filled him sometimes. He could only express it physically, but that hadn't been acceptable for a long time. Kyle sighed and sat on a nearby box.
None of us are at our best right now.
He sounded tired, defeated. Suddenly, it struck Jack how much Kyle looked like their dad. He was a decade younger than their father had been when he died, but they could be mistaken for the same man in the half-light underground. Neither Jack nor Kyle would reach their 40s. They wouldn't have time to get beer bellies or lose their hair or grouse about the old days. They wouldn't chase each other's kids around or wrestle in the backyard or grill onion burgers on the patio. They wouldn't become the men their dad had wanted them to be. We're going to die soon. Jack studied the bruises on his knuckles.
Yeah, Kyle said. I reckon we are.
He didn't seem surprised. He must have figured everything out sooner than Jack had. He was always the smart one. And yet he'd stayed, continuing to build this ark for people he barely knew. They sat with the truth for a while, quiet in the depths of the earth.
I helped Anders sneak out, Jack said after a while.
Kyle grunted.
Figured someone did. He asked me to go with him, but you didn't.
No. Jack pressed the damp handkerchief to his swollen eye, wincing at the sting.
I still thought we had a chance. I believed the promises. Do the right thing, do the work, and you'll get the prize in the end. And now? I wish I could take it back.
Kyle combed a tangle out of his beard.
Can't say I blame you. Do you think we should all leave?
Jack thought of the rifles hidden in Sector H.
We could probably make it past the guards given how nuts things are now.
Kyle looked at him, his expression somber.
Maybe we could.
Jack took in the lines in his brother's forehead, the determined set to his jaw.
You think we should stay?
What we're doing matters, Kyle said.
We aren't the chosen few who will carry on the human race, but they won't survive this without us.
Jack shook his head.
I can't believe you want to keep working for nothing. Aren't you listening?
Kyle thumped a fist on a stack of boxes, making Jack start.
It's not for nothing. The world is ending, and I want to do something worthwhile.
Sorry, Jack said, surprised at his brother's fervor.
I felt that way too before...
He didn't complete the thought. Before he found out BRP had lied, before he failed so spectacularly to keep his cool, before he learned there was no hope. Kyle rubbed the back of his neck.
Look, I won't make you stay. You can strike out on your own if you want, but I'm in this until the end.
Jack looked up. He'd gotten it wrong. It wasn't true that he and his brother would never become men their dad could be proud of. Kyle already was. He was sacrificing his precious final days for a noble cause. Only Jack was still selfish enough to resist the inevitable, selfish enough to keep fighting.
You won't have to clean up my messes if I go, he said,
trying for a lighter tone.
That should make you happy.
Kyle shrugged.
It helps me pretend things are normal.
Jack shifted to face his brother.
Remember that time you got called into the principal's office and were so friendly he asked you out for a beer? Was that when you picked a fight with 2 football players the week before the state championship game? The team still won without them.
Kyle chuckled.
And I got you out of a suspension if I remember right.
Oh, I still got suspended, Jack said.
You got me out of an assault charge. That's right.
Kyle shook his head ruefully.
The lawyer's fees would have sunk the business before it started, but the football players were dicks to you first and the principal knew it.
Jack laughed, then winced as it pulled his sore lip. They sat in silence for a minute, remembering the rough time they'd had after losing their parents. But they'd come through it stronger than before, strong enough to face the end of the world.
I'm gonna do it,
Jack said, feeling calmer than he had in a long time.
Go outside, maybe stare at some wide-open spaces before the end. I'm done with BRP. I respect that. Kyle thumped him on the back. I won't stop you. Jack was grateful for his brother's understanding, though he didn't feel as proud and independent as he'd hoped. This decision still felt like running away. Fighting wasn't always the right thing to do, but he wasn't sure running was either. He thought of Charlotte, who would live on long after he was Ash. He'd never really stood a chance with her. She didn't need him to watch her back, thanks to her BRP team, and she probably didn't even want his company. He had no reason to stay. Jack got to his feet. Better gather some supplies and see if Rocco wants to leave with me. Fair enough, Kyle said. Tell me before you head out. I'll help with the logistics. Thanks. Good luck, Jack. Jack reached out to shake his brother's hand, but Kyle pulled him into a gruff hug. And just like that, Jack was 10 years old again. He remembered the day Kyle got home from Fort Benning after their parents' accident. The squeak of the front door, the afternoon sunlight cutting a square on the carpet, the thud of a duffel bag hitting the floor. Kyle had charged straight to where Jack huddled on the threadbare couch and hugged him just like this. Kyle had left his dream behind so Jack wouldn't be alone. He had done everything a grieving 18-year-old could for his little brother. But Kyle couldn't save him now. It was time for Jack to set out by himself. He wanted to meet the end of the world on his own 2 feet. Chapter 23. Charlotte, T-minus 28 days. Charlotte kept her head down whenever she entered the Corps now. The gossip about the fistfight had garbled the story so much that many people thought Levi and Jack had scrapped over Charlotte's affections. She endured several days of people looking her up and down, assessing whether she was worth the trouble. She'd gladly get punched in the face herself if it would stop the judgmental looks. The narrative that Levi had saved Charlotte from an assault was even worse than the jealous suitor version, because it deepened the rift between the workers and the rest of the cohort. The cohort accepted the idea that the laborers were dangerous ruffians a little too quickly. Despite his black eye and bruised ribs, Levi came out of the scuffle as the victor in the eyes of the cohort. Everyone already knew him as the dude who'd saved Sydney, and the fight added to his legend. Levi accepted the attention with an effortless cool Charlotte could only dream of. She hoped the whole thing would blow over soon, but with the comet less than a month away, people jumped at any chance for a distraction. Charlotte hadn't spoken to Jack since the fight. She wanted to clear the air, but he turned the other way whenever their paths crossed. No more smiles, no more whispered messages. This thing between them, whether it was a friendship or something more, apparently wasn't strong enough to survive the mad days at the end of the world. By all accounts, it was getting bad out there. Whispers of trouble at the gates spread through the cohort. It wasn't unusual to see soldiers loading into the elevator or dashing for the exit tunnels as if responding to an attack. No one knew exactly what form the attacks took, but they were grateful to be safe underground. Their training became increasingly perfunctory as Silas and the other BRP officials devoted their attention to last-minute logistics. The leaders charged members of the cohort with the day-to-day management of the lessons, exercises, and planning sessions. As Grandpa Hartland had intended, they were taking ownership of their community and bonding with their teams amid the turmoil. Charlotte already felt closer to Yellow Team 1 after Sydney's near miss. Maybe one day they really would feel like a family. She hoped Grandpa Hartland was still traveling between the bunkers, checking on their preparations, offering an encouraging word and a steady hand. Maybe he'd found her mom and they were continuing this work together, bickering over the details, but ultimately finding joy in their reconciliation. Or maybe Casimir had dropped her mom off at another bunker, and she was taking parallel classes, going through cryo trials, and preparing to search for her daughter after the dust and ash settled. Either way, Charlotte no longer truly believed she'd see them again. But one night after dinner, when she was playing cards with Nikyle and Annelle, the elevator doors opened, and Grandpa Hartland strode into the core as if he'd only been gone an hour. "Grandpa!" Charlotte tossed down her cards and ran over to throw her arms around him. The smell of cologne and cigars reminded her of a similar hug on a faraway tarmac.
What are you doing here?
Hello, my dear. I came to make sure you're okay.
At the weariness in his voice, she pulled back to study him. Grandpa Hartland looked defeated. His suit hung loosely on his shrunken frame, and his once thick hair hung limply over his forehead. He had always been larger than life, a statesman and a visionary. Now he looked like a tired old man. "I'm fine," she said. "I was worried about you." A pair of soldiers had accompanied Grandpa Hartland out of the elevator, but Casimir was nowhere in sight. His absence made her grandfather seem even smaller. "Where's Mom? Did Casimir find her?"
Let's speak somewhere private.
Grandpa Hartland glanced around the crowded core, where members of the cohort filled the gaps between the cryotanks, playing cards, studying their notes, or napping after another grueling day of survival classes.
Perhaps in your room?
"I'm in the barracks with the rest of the cohort now." Grandpa Hartland pursed his lips.
Let's go up to the guard station then.
Charlotte followed him back to the elevator, trepidation buzzing through her. Why wouldn't he just answer her question about her mom? She glimpsed Anel and Nikhail watching her in confusion before the elevator doors hissed shut. She'd have to explain why she'd hugged the civil director of BRP later. She hadn't thought as much about hiding her identity lately. She'd become just like everyone else, after all. One of the soldiers tapped in a security code, and the elevator car ascended. Charlotte hadn't been in this metal box since it had carried her down to the bunker 3 months ago. The world on the surface had all but ceased to exist for her. The guard station at the top of the elevator shaft felt different from the last time she'd been here. Then, the soldiers had been eager to please Grandpa Hartland. Their uniforms had been neat, their hair well trimmed, and they'd been on their best behavior. Now, they barely noticed the civil director. They hunched over their consoles, eyes trained on the grainy security monitors showing the pine forest outside the bunker. As soon as their escorts moved out of earshot, Charlotte clutched Grandpa Hartland's hand. "Why have you been gone so long? Did something go wrong at the other bunkers?"
Ah, the other bunkers.
Grandpa Hartland drew in a breath.
The harmony between their leaders is breaking down. 2 groups wouldn't let me through the gates at all.
"Why?"
They didn't want me to see to what extent they've abandoned the program. They've betrayed the commitment to unity they made back at headquarters. Some have thrown out the program guidelines entirely.
Charlotte pictured the officials gathering at the conference table beneath the big digital clock at headquarters. They'd come together under Grandpa Hartland's leadership, even when they didn't agree with each other, doing their best to work in these bizarre and frightening circumstances. What are they doing now if they're not following the program?
Running the cohorts however they please.
Grandpa Hartland cleaned his glasses on a scrap of tissue from his pocket, leaving smudges.
In one bunker, the randomly selected cohort was ousted in favor of the leader's entire extended family. In another, members were required to convert to a single religion or they'd all be kicked out. Yet another bunker padded their membership with people of superior intellect and athletic prowess. They've made a super bunker, according to their standards anyway. And, of course, several are charging entry fees at repulsive rates. All appear to be stockpiling weapons.
Charlotte's stomach lurched. Weapons? Grandpa Hartland bowed his head.
Everything is falling to pieces.
His tone was desolate, the voice of a man who'd given everything to his life's work, his final legacy, and had still failed. BRP's standardized program was supposed to prevent strife between the bunkers, and the ban on weapons was supposed to ensure that any disputes wouldn't result in bloodshed. What would happen in the future now that the agreement was breaking down? Charlotte couldn't help picturing the boxes and boxes of weapons and ammunition she and Jack had hauled away. Rifles, grenades, bullets, the important bits of a disassembled tank. She glanced at the soldiers monitoring the security cameras so intently. Are we in danger from the other cohorts?
Not for now.
Grandpa Hartland pulled out a lank tuft of silver hair.
The best we can hope is that we've stored enough supplies in each bunker. They shouldn't need to fight each other, providing they remain isolated.
Charlotte pictured little tribes spreading across the map, warring with each other when they got too close. No wonder Grandpa Hartland looked stressed. You came back to warn us?
On the contrary, I'm telling the loyal bunker leaders to keep this quiet, Grandpa Hartland said. Many cohorts will go into cryosleep knowing only the ideals we've advocated from the beginning.
Charlotte frowned. Shouldn't we be taking steps to protect ourselves?
You must trust me, Grandpa Hartland said. It's better this way.
Charlotte wasn't so sure about that. They needed to be prepared. She was part of the cohort just like her grandpa wanted. The people inside this bunker would be with her for the rest of her life, her new family, whether she liked it or not. They needed to be ready for the future. She thought of another person she wanted to make it to that future. Grandpa, we don't have enough cryotanks here. Can you get more delivered?
He spread his hands helplessly. There aren't any left in the whole country. It isn't possible.
Charlotte shook her head. She couldn't accept that, not when her grandpa was here in the flesh. He was supposed to be the one with the power. I heard someone at BRP promised cryotanks to the construction workers, never planning to follow through. They're not getting them at all. Is that true? Grandpa Hartland blinked. For a minute, it looked as though he was trying to remember what workers she was talking about.
That. It was necessary.
But they've worked so hard.
Their sacrifice is greatly appreciated.
Grandpa Hartland cleaned his glasses with that dirty tissue again, worsening the smudges.
Most of the soldiers and workers are male. On the whole, they come from a particular demographic. Bringing in too many of them would skew the future population, and not in a desirable direction.
Desirable? Charlotte took a step back, her boots catching on the textured floor. So it was you.
No need to sound outraged, Grandpa Hartland said. It's done, Charlotte. It's too late to change the makeup of the cohorts. We need unity more than ever. The bunker citizens must have the same experiences, the same training. This was always the plan.
Anger unfurled inside her, a companion to the anger she'd seen so many times on Jack's face. She had hoped someone else made that decision, not wanting to believe her grandpa could use Jack and his friends so deliberately. You should have told them, she said. You should look them in the eyes and explain why you lied.
I don't need to answer to them or to you.
Grandpa Hartland drew himself up, looming larger than life again. But the act wouldn't work on Charlotte anymore. It isn't right.
Right?
He scoffed.
What does right or wrong matter now? Yes, I lied, and I'd do it again every time.
His voice grew louder, and a few soldiers looked over, their screens momentarily forgotten.
I have done things you couldn't possibly understand for the sake of this project, and I'm going to finish what I started. I will save humanity. If no other cohort will follow the program, I will make sure this one does.
Charlotte let his words wash over her. She had seen her grandfather as a hero after he swooped in to save her. He'd inspired her, sweeping her up in the torrent of his vision. But he'd made mistakes, too. He was proud and dishonest, often single-minded. Both Grandpa Hartland and her mom were more flawed than she'd ever want to believe, but she wasn't a compliant child who would carry on their legacies without question. As her grandfather lectured her, Charlotte didn't argue or storm off in a huff. She wasn't her mom, but she could be stubborn in her own way. She was the new Charlotte now, the one who wouldn't let anyone push her around. She resolved to tell her cohort the truth about the strife within BRP, regardless of Grandpa Hartland's wishes. Charlotte and her friends would meet the future with eyes wide open, and if the other bunkers weren't following the rules, they didn't have to either. She'd let too many people carry her along like a twig in a current. It was time to become a reed. Grandpa Hartland broke off his rant and peered down at her, perhaps realizing she was no longer absorbing everything he said like a sponge. Then his shoulders sagged, his face crumpling like paper.
I need to tell you something, my dear. It's about your mother.
Charlotte went still. She tried to focus on the smell of rust and boot polish, the tickle of her curls on her neck, the individual lines in her grandfather's face, anything to avoid the dread threatening to overwhelm her.
Your mother had left the house in Portland by the time Casimir arrived, Grandpa Hartland said. He tracked her down at a cabin north of the city. She refused his offer to get her to safety, even when he told her you were waiting in this facility.
Charlotte knew the cabin, a little place on the Columbia River that they rented for a week every summer. exposed ceiling beams, a fireplace of smooth river stones, beds covered in handmade quilts. Her mom had wanted to purchase the cabin and retire there one day. Of course that was where she'd gone.
Casimir offered to stay at her side. She threw the offer back in his face and tossed him out of the cabin.
Grandpa Hartland glanced to the side, as if expecting to see his faithful companion of over 2 decades. Casimir's absence was deafening.
He returned the next morning, intending to bring her here by force. But a band of looters got there first. Such groups are roving the country now, snatching up survival gear and weapons as if the common isn't going to kill them all in a few weeks.
Whispers and rumors of threats. Soldiers rushing into the elevator, training their eyes on the security monitors.
When Casimir arrived, the cabin had been ransacked. Rebecca must have put up a fight, though she was unarmed. He found her in the river.
Grandpa Hartland drew in a shaky breath.
She's gone, my dear.
He kept talking, but Charlotte could no longer follow his words. Her mom always wanted to do everything her way, just like Grandpa Hartland. She lived on her own terms, no matter what her daughter had to say about it, no matter what her daughter needed. And it had gotten her killed.
Charlotte.
She studied her boots, unable to meet Grandpa Hartland's eyes. Because of him, her mom hadn't done everything in her power to get back to her daughter, even when the world was ending. She'd chosen her side of their argument over her family. And now it was too late. "Where's Casimir?" she asked the floor between them.
He left after telling me what happened, Grandpa Hartland said. I don't know where he went.
Charlotte felt like she was watching herself from outside her body. She looked like a stranger trying to wake up from a horrible nightmare. She again tried to focus on physical sensations, touch, scent, sounds, but they slipped from her grasp.
I have to meet with Silas and Captain Tuanima, Grandpa Hartland said. Will you be—
I'm fine. Charlotte jabbed the button on the elevator, though she didn't know the security code. She wanted to be back in the core, that strange underground haven. The people there represented the future. They represented hope. There, she might be able to escape the grief he'd brought her.
He found her in the river.
One of the soldiers gently moved her hands aside and tapped in the security sequence. They rode the elevator back down to the bunker in silence. Charlotte was barely aware of the descent. In the core, Silas and a handful of BRP leaders waited for Director Hartland, along with Lisa, 2 other Army officers, and the head cryotechnician. Levi lounged against a nearby cryotank, managing to look like he was there by chance. Grandpa Hartland greeted them all soberly, donning his civil director demeanor like a cloak.
She's gone, my dear.
Dully, Charlotte watched them walk away. She couldn't comprehend her mom no longer existing in the world. Despite the looming apocalypse, she'd never truly believed her mom would die. Grandpa Hartland was supposed to get her into one bunker or another. They were supposed to reunite after their cryosleep interment. Charlotte tried to picture her mom in an underground world like this one, with its stone ceilings, winding corridors, and stark walls, but it was impossible. Rebecca Hartland belonged at the farmer's market, with a hemp bag on her shoulder, throwing her head back to laugh at the sky. A fog closed in on Charlotte, denser than the mountain overhead. She didn't move for a long time, fighting against the bleakness trying to pull her under.
A band of looters. She was unarmed. He found her in the river.
Charlotte tried to fight off the images that came with the words, tried to stand up to the grief the way she'd tried and failed to stand up to her grandfather. She was drowning, unable to fend off the rolling, consuming fog. Then, like the beam from a lighthouse cutting through the gloom, she saw a familiar face. Jack stood on the opposite side of the core, looking right at her. His right eye was swollen shut, and he had a case of water bottles in his arms. He gave her a half smile, slightly sheepish, as if admitting how silly it had been to avoid her for days, especially when they had so few days left. Charlotte stared back at him, rooted to the floor, barely keeping upright. Jack's smile faded as he took in her expression. Then he dropped the case of water bottles and started toward her, weaving between the bunker kids with a steady gait, his eyes intent on hers. Charlotte stood still, waiting for him to reach her. He had confused and insulted her, He had consumed her thoughts like breaking news, like a catastrophe. But now he was the only person who could help her carry this weight. Chapter 24. Jack. T-minus 28 days. Jack walked toward Charlotte, ignoring the crowds parting around him. Whispers of concern rippled outward. The entire cohort knew him as the guy who'd started a fistfight with one of their own. But he didn't care what they thought. All that mattered was the lost, hurting expression on Charlotte's face. He had avoided her as he prepared supplies to leave the bunker, planning to slip out of her life without bothering her any more than he already had. But he couldn't leave when she was so clearly upset. He'd blown his chances with her, but he could offer her the same comfort she'd given him. A listening ear, a sympathetic smile, calm in the storm. And she was looking at him as if he were a glass of water and she'd just spent 3 days in the desert. Oh, damn. It was too late to walk away. Jack would do anything to be the person Charlotte needed right now. He stopped a few paces away and mouthed, "Talk?" She mouthed something back, and he was too distracted by the way her lips moved to decipher her silent words. He shook his head. "Sorry, say that again." She pursed her lips for a moment. Then she closed the distance between them. "Let's go outside." She hooked her fingers in the front of his shirt, clutching him as if trying to pull herself out of the sea. "Please, you said your friend would let you." "People will see us. I don't care," Charlotte said. "I can't stay underground a second longer." She looked angry, but not at him. That was anger at their world, their reality. He knew it well. People all over the Corps were turning to look at them. A few stood as if they thought they'd need to step in. But Charlotte was the one who had moved forward, the one who'd come to him no matter who was watching. Jack took her hand, lacing their fingers together. "Come with me." It was easier than Jack expected to get Henderson to let them out for a walk. They weren't carrying so much as a backpack, so they clearly weren't planning to venture beyond the outer fence. Henderson simply glanced at Charlotte, gave Jack a knowing eyebrow raise, and turned the other way. Jack and Charlotte walked beneath the stars in silence. The jam-packed dump site formed an alien landscape in the darkness. Jack felt as if they were walking on the surface of the moon. It was late August, and the weather had the heavy, sleepy warmth of the final days of summer. He breathed deeply, the pine scents mixing with the oily smell of discarded weapons. At his side, Charlotte marched through the pine needles, her boots leaving their mark on the earth. A branch caught in her sleeve, and she broke it off more vehemently than was strictly necessary. She didn't speak. "Was that your grandfather?" Jack asked after a while. He'd seen the man striding across the Corps a few seconds before Jack spotted Charlotte looking as if what was left of her world had come crashing down. "Yes," Charlotte said. She didn't elaborate. Director Hartland must have brought news with him, but Jack was afraid to ask about it. There was no such thing as good news these days. Eventually, they reached a clearing, where the pine trees gave way to a bramble patch. As the night sky came into view, Jack noticed a strange star, much brighter than the others, rising just above the trees. Could that be the comet? He felt weirdly calm about it last viewing it with the naked eye. Brandon. Death Star. Bringer of doom, panic, and other nasty shit. It glared down at him, relentlessly bright against the blackness. They'd walked far enough from the tunnel that the guard station lights no longer guided them. A squirrel chattered in the forest beyond the bramble patch. Pine needles crunched beneath their feet. They couldn't go much farther, or they'd run into the perimeter fence where snipers protected the bunker's secrets. Jack should really explore potential exit routes while he was out here, but he couldn't think about leaving the girl at his side right now. Her sadness was palpable, as loud as a scream. He stopped at the far edge of the clearing and turned to face her. "Do you want to talk about it?" "Not really. Yes, no. It's just that talking won't change it." Jack remained quiet, allowing her to find her way through what she wanted to say. "The apocalypse is coming, right?" She tucked a curl behind her ear. "And that means everyone is dying. But it's like my brain can't accept it. I've been worrying about specific individuals and small decisions, and none of it matters. She drew in a deep breath. I just found out my mom died.
Oh.
Jack again took her hand, which was cold as ice, and squeezed it between both of his.
I'm really sorry, Charlotte.
He glanced at the comet burning bright in the sky.
She only would have had a few more weeks.
No, she wouldn't, Charlotte said. My grandpa pulled strings to arrange a cryotank for her, remember? She turned it down. Jack's stomach jolted at the reminder that other people could turn down chances he and his brother were denied. But this wasn't the moment to say so, when Charlotte was holding onto his hand so tight, trying to make sense of her grief. She had a chance other people would kill for, and she didn't take it. She couldn't let my grandpa help her. Charlotte laughed bitterly. Accepting his aid would have proved he'd been right all along. It would have made her whole life of independence into a childish flounce. She's too stubborn, and it got her killed.
That doesn't mean you can't be sad for her.
I'm not sad, Charlotte snapped. I'm angry. Jack winced.
Take it from someone who knows a thing or two about anger. You have a right to feel every bit of it, but if you try to push it down or direct it at the wrong thing, it only gets worse.
Charlotte wiped her eyes with her sleeve and looked up at him. Why are you angry, Jack? The answer seemed obvious at first. He'd been angry about his parents' death for years, angry that he and his brother had to make their own way in the world, angry that they hadn't been as lucky as other people. But time should have healed that particular rage. Grief ebbed and flowed like a tide, and eventually he'd found acceptance. But he'd allowed little fragments of the anger to stay behind, sticking in his skin like shattered glass, and eventually it had become part of him. Anger had made him into a fighter, but he'd used his willingness to fight as a shield against pain. And he knew why.
I'm angry because I can't change it.
He traced the lines on Charlotte's palm.
My parents' death was such a huge, horrible thing that I couldn't undo no matter how good or bad or strong or weak or angry or sorry I was. Nothing I did mattered.
And now it's happening again, Charlotte said. Events we can't control or change, no matter how strong or weak we are, no matter who our families are.
Exactly.
He looked up at her.
I can't stop the comet any more than I could turn back time and prevent my parents' accident.
It was easier to talk about this under the open sky, surrounded by the rustle of the trees, watched over by the comet's unfeeling eye. Jack had been suffocating inside the bunker, and it was easier to think clearly with fresh air in his lungs.
I always thought difficult times were supposed to bring out the best in people,
Jack said, still holding Charlotte's hand.
I saw it with my brother. He gave up his dream to look after me, and even though things weren't always perfect, he rose to the occasion. I hate that I'm not doing the same.
It's not too late, Charlotte said. Jack grimaced.
I've been picking fights and stressing my brother out instead of stepping up.
But you stayed to complete the bunker. Isn't that rising to the occasion?
Not really.
Jack remembered what Kyle had said about making sure the human race survived, about doing something worthwhile.
I'm not the hero my brother is.
Then why did you stick around after learning you don't have a spot? Jack hesitated, not wanting to tell her he was preparing to leave. But he'd delayed his departure for a week for reasons that had nothing to do with travel preparations. He might as well lay it all bare. He tipped her face up toward him. Her malachite eyes shone in the moonlight.
I stayed because of you.
Bullshit. Jack blinked at the word. He'd never heard her swear before. Charlotte took a step back and glared up at him. There's more going on here than you and me. Tell me the truth. Please. He wanted to argue, but she stared at him with such conviction, the grief on her face still so raw, that he couldn't. The end of the world was no place for denial. He rubbed the back of his neck, struggling to form the words.
I still have hope. Why is it so hard to say? I still believe there's a chance to live. I want to wake up every morning and keep breathing and live to a ripe old age no matter what the world is like.
He kicked the pine needles at his feet.
It's stupid.
No, it isn't, Charlotte said. You deserve a chance to live. Everybody does. We can't change the fact that we won't all survive, but hope is never stupid. Neither is fighting for a fair chance.
Fighting creates more problems than it solves, according to Kyle.
Maybe he's wrong, Charlotte said. You need to fight for yourself. It's not too late. Something stirred inside Jack. Not anger, but something deeper. He had a right to want to live. Instead of raging against his lack of control, instead of letting his anger stick to him like broken glass, he could channel it. He didn't have to give up. Everything that had happened to him had trained him to fight for a place in the world.
Okay,
Jack said.
I'll keep fighting.
Charlotte nodded. Good. I'm going to help you.
You can't.
I will. Charlotte still sounded angry, grief making her fierce. My grandpa told me BRP is broken. We're not following their rules anymore. We're going to make sure everyone in this bunker has a fair chance.
What do you mean BRP is broken?
Charlotte grimaced. I'll tell you everything. Then I need your help. The individual groups here need to stop fighting each other. We have worse enemies outside the gates. They sat on a fallen log in the moonlit clearing, and Charlotte described the bunkers that had struck out on their own, each coming up with unique ideas for how the world should be in the future, each finding their own vision and mission. Then she explained her plan for their bunker. As Jack listened, he couldn't help marveling at her rosy cheeks and malachite green eyes, and that beautiful, stubborn conviction. It made him want to believe in her. He hooked his fingers in his tool belt, resisting the urge to drum them, or to reach out to her again. He didn't want Charlotte to take risks for his sake, but there was someone else who deserved to live even more than he did. Kyle. The future needed people like him, and Charlotte's plan just might be the way to save him.
All right, I'm in,
Jack said when she finished speaking. Charlotte blinked. Just like that?
Yes, ma'am. Let's get started on this plan of yours.
Jack didn't know if this would work, but it could give Kyle a chance to survive. Jack would take that chance, even though it meant spending his last days underground after all. When they returned to the bunker, he bid a final farewell to the wide-open sky. Chapter 25. Charlotte, T-minus 27 days. Charlotte could feel the end of the world like a hand on the nape of her neck. It was driving her forward, making her feel vulnerable, and she couldn't shake it loose. But she had a new mission and no time to waste. She recruited her team first, sharing what Grandpa Hartland had told her about the other bunkers forging their own way into the future. Some of them are pretty extreme, she explained as they gathered at tank 112 in the core. They're saving their families or forcing people to follow their religion. Some are bringing in extra smart people or selling cryo-births to the highest bidders. Annelle shuffled her deck of cards thoughtfully. Sounds like a recipe for trouble.
The whole idea behind the bunker program was for everyone to start from the same place.
Levi stood with his arms crossed, looking unhappy but not surprised at the news.
We're supposed to have the same experiences and values. If that's not the case, anything could happen when we all wake up in 200 years.
Josh cracked his knuckles.
Do you think the non-violence thing will stick?
Levi grimaced.
That'll probably be the first thing to go.
The sergeant had disappeared with Grandpa Hartland and the BRP officials yesterday, so he likely knew the situation as well as Charlotte did. She'd considered getting the rest of the team on her side without including him, but Levi was no longer the Casimir-like guard her grandfather had assigned to her. Ever since the incident with Sydney, he had embraced his role as a member of the cohort. Charlotte was a different person than she'd been when all this began, and she was pretty sure Levi had changed too. We need to prepare for the worst, she said. We can't stick our heads in the sand and hope everyone will get along.
Hold on.
Nikal raised his hand.
How do you know about this, Charlie?
My grandfather is the civil director of BRP. She tried not to flinch when they all looked at her in surprise.
You're one of those special cases? Sydney asked. Like the officials who picked the people they wanted for their bunkers?
Yes. Josh shifted his weight, his knobby forehead furrowing.
You weren't randomly selected?
No. And you're related to the top guy himself? Danica asked. Yes. Charlotte had thought about withholding this information, but lying would make things worse in the long run. She needed total transparency to convince them to agree to her plan. They were throwing all the old rules and all the old lies out the window. The others didn't say anything. Danica twisted her fingers around her bracelet tattoo. Mikhail picked at a spot on his chin. Even Louisa was frowning, her usual kind smile conspicuously absent. Sweat beaded on Charlotte's forehead. Maybe I should have waited until after cryosleep to tell the truth. Then Annelle tossed down her deck of cards with a thwack. I'm one of the special cases, too. My parents paid off someone who was randomly selected to get me a spot. Josh's jaw dropped.
Seriously? You too?
Why didn't you tell us? Louisa asked. Annelle shrugged. I didn't want you all to hate me. So that's 2 people just in our group who were given special treatment, Danica said. Wild. Charlotte met Levi's gaze. 3. If there were that many in their group, how many more had been secretly added to the program? 1/4 of the cohort? More? Charlotte was almost impressed at how spectacularly the system had broken down. In a way, it was a relief. Charlotte hadn't liked feeling disloyal as she turned her back on her grandfather's ideals. But no one was bound to the old system anymore. She was part of a new future. I have a proposition. She drew in a deep breath, looking the members of Yellow Team 1 in the eyes. She didn't have Grandpa Hartland's gift for speech-making, and she felt as if she were peeling herself open as she spoke. I say we forget the training sessions and program guidelines and prepare for hostility from the other bunkers. We need to defend ourselves first and foremost.
How do we do that?
Sydney asked. We'll start by building a militia, Charlotte said, and we need to learn everything we can about the other bunkers so we'll be ready for whatever they throw at us.
Makes sense to me,
Mikhail said.
If we're tossing out the rule book, we might as well do it right,
Josh said.
Sign me up, Coach.
Me too, Danica said. We have to protect ourselves. But how? Louisa asked. Isn't all this out of our control? I used to think so, Charlotte said, but we can't sit around pretending everything will be fine. The BRP officials can't stop us. We outnumber them. We need to take control of our future, even if it means mutiny. Josh gave a low whistle at the word, and Annelle and Louisa exchanged nervous glances, but they were listening to her. Charlotte remembered shouting to be heard above a crowd of frightened students so many months ago. She didn't need to shout here, but she wanted to be heard. This cohort was her family now, and she would do everything in her power to prepare them for what was to come. She was beginning to realize she had more power than she thought. She turned to Levi, the one person who could derail all her plans. Well?
I'm in, Charlie,
Levi said simply.
We have 3 weeks. What do we need to do?
Arm ourselves, for starters, Charlotte said.
How?
Josh asked.
Looters have probably cleaned out every gun shop in the country by now.
We have plenty of guns, Charlotte said. They've been here all along. She explained how she'd helped empty the storage rooms of an impressive arsenal, which was waiting for them right outside.
I'll lead the militia, if you have no objections,
Levi said. Charlotte inclined her head, partly to hide her surprise that Levi was deferring to her. She wasn't a natural leader, but someone needed to do it. The next thing we need is to get the rest of the bunker on board, Charlotte said, including the workers, soldiers, and cryotechs. I've enlisted help from a friend on that front. Mikhail raised his hand.
I think you're forgetting there aren't enough cryotanks. People are literally coming to blows over it.
I know, Charlotte said. I have a plan for that, too. What plan? Danica twisted her fingers around her wrist as if trying to wipe off her tattoo. You can't just ask people to sacrifice their lives. People are already sacrificing their lives. Charlotte thought of Jack and his brother, who'd been breaking their backs, and Lisa Tuanima and her comrades, who'd been holding the gates against unseen threats. They deserve a chance at survival, too, and I think a lot of other people will want to give it to them. Oh, come on, Danica said. You think some people will give up their spots willingly? I think people are better than we give them credit for, Charlotte said. If we explain the situation, they'll see how important it is. Danica shook her head. Don't know about that, but I'm with you on the rest. How do we get everyone on board? They discussed how to inform the rest of the cohort of the situation without inciting panic or tipping off the officials. It was almost a relief to abandon the idealistic vision in favor of practicality. They would do what it took to survive, using all the resources they could get their hands on. It was them against the world. Simple. It's a shame, Levi said to Charlotte as everyone dispersed to spread the word about the mutiny. I actually liked that whole nonviolence thing. So did I, Charlotte said. Maybe in the next apocalypse. Chapter 26. Jack. T-minus 21 days. Jack wasted no time in enlisting his crew to help with Charlotte's plan. After so much speculation and worrying over numbers, they were eager to do something about their situation. And you were going to follow Anders outside, Rocco said to Jack as they headed to the Corps for a meeting Charlotte had called. Lucky timing, I guess. There are still no guarantees, Jack reminded him. Your girlfriend's plan is better than nothing, Rocco said. I was starting to think about taking over some tanks by force. We've got plenty of hammers and wrenches around the place. Jack grunted. I actually hid some rifles down in a Sector H cryo chamber in case we needed them. Rocco stopped short. Are you serious? It was just a precaution, Jack said, but we could use them to— We're not using them, Jack said. Anyway, we wouldn't stand a chance against the soldiers here. Rocco didn't answer for a moment, plucking at his scrawny goatee. Still, good to know we have an insurance policy. It won't come to that, Jack said. If this works, we'll have a real chance, and we won't have to hurt anyone. They reached the Corps, where the BRP cohort was gathering instead of rushing to their duties and classes. Jack and the others stopped at the edge of the crowd. The bunker kids shied away from them, squeezing closer together. More people streamed into the Corps from the barracks and cafeteria, filling the spaces between the cryo tanks. Jack scanned the crowd until he spotted a head of blonde curls near the makeshift stage the BRP officials used for announcements. Charlotte was bouncing on her toes, eager to begin. Jack smiled. Charlotte had spent the past week recruiting key people from the different groups to spread the word about today's meeting. She was organized, dividing up the tasks and executing each step in its proper order, as if assembling a complicated piece of furniture. She'd even gotten Lisa Tuanima on board. Kyle came over to join the crew. He hadn't spent much time in their barracks lately. Jack figured he was either skipping sleep entirely to keep working, or he was making the most of his remaining time with Lisa. If Jack had anything to say about it, they'd have plenty more time after the apocalypse. Kyle came over to stand by Jack, arms folded over his chest. I hope you know what you're doing, trusting that girl. We have to try something. Lisa thinks so too, Kyle said. It could get us thrown out by lunchtime, though. Jack shrugged. We have nothing to lose at this point. The murmur of conversation grew louder as people poured into the Corps, some climbing on top of cryotanks for a better view of the stage. Jack drummed his fingers on the nearest tank, hope spreading like a weed in his chest. It's kicking off, Rocco said. Look there. The BRP officials gathered in a tight knot, looking confused at what everyone was doing in here when they were supposed to be at their scheduled activities. Director Hartland himself emerged from the Sector D corridor, frowning at the commotion. He didn't join the other officials by the stage, as if he expected he might need to retreat back to the corridor. The leaders cast nervous glances at him, especially Silas, the big fellow with the handlebar mustache. No one wanted to look bad in front of the boss. Silas climbed the low stage and tapped the microphone. Your lessons were supposed to begin half an hour ago, he said, his mustache quivering with agitation. We have a procedure here, people. Get to it. The crowd quieted, but no one left. Silas glanced at Director Hartland and cleared his throat. You all committed to the rules of this program. That includes putting your very best efforts into your training. Still, no one moved.
Now look here, Silas said, quickly losing patience. Plenty of other people want your spots in this bunker. I can send you all away if you won't follow the rules.
No, you can't, someone shouted from the middle of the crowd. You can't make us do anything, someone else yelled. The official threw up his hands.
Is someone going to tell me what's going on?
We're taking over BRP. A cheer rose in response to this statement. Silas stared, the words seeming to short his circuits. This is a sit-in, someone called.
No, it's a mutiny.
Director Hartland's expression was difficult to read at this distance, but he didn't try to intervene. He ignored Silas's pleading look for assistance, seeming to have lost that big voice of his. Then Charlotte approached the stage and held out a hand for the microphone. Silas stared at her for a moment, then glanced at Director Hartland. Then Silas shrugged, handing her the mic, and stepped back, clearly expecting an explanation. Charlotte climbed onto the stage and faced the crowd. Thank you all for coming, she said. By now, you've heard something of how we propose to govern our cohort going forward. Silas blanched at the word govern and tried to take the mic back, but Charlotte stepped smoothly out of his reach. You've all worked hard to prepare for the apocalypse, she went on, addressing the cohort and ignoring the officials. You've had to take in a lot of information about how to survive after the disaster in a very short time. Well, today I have some unfortunate news. She paused, ignoring Silas frantically gesturing for her to return the mic. We've learned that some bunkers are ignoring BRP's guidelines and amassing weapons. We don't know if they'll give us trouble in the future, but we need to be prepared just in case. This means we need to abandon some of the BRP guidelines we all committed to. The crowd was deathly quiet. Jack had expected murmurs and arguments and movement. Instead, no one so much as whispered a question to their friends as they listened to what Charlotte had to say. The country and the government and all our old allegiances don't exist anymore, she went on. We owe more to the people in this bunker than to anyone outside our gates. We need to join forces right here and now. We need to forget what BRP wants and commit to protecting each other.
How do we do that?
Someone shouted from the crowd. With help, Charlotte said. The soldiers you've seen around here have already been protecting us from outside threats, and the work crews have been getting the bunker ready for us. We need to forget the battle lines we've drawn between us and work together as one cohort. A thrill of pride went through Jack at how Charlotte commanded the crowd's attention. She was soft-spoken and calm, but she was honest, and she wasn't afraid. She was exactly the sort of leader they needed in the future. A boy standing on top of a cryo-tank raised his hand, and Charlotte acknowledged him with a nod.
What outside threats are you talking about?
Charlotte gestured to Lisa, who stood nearby. Captain Tuanima will tell us more. The captain climbed onto the low stage. She wore her dress uniform today, and her hair was pulled back in a fresh bun. She looked formidable. People have been trying to get into the base for the past few weeks, Lisa said into the microphone. Word has gotten out about our location, and people are desperate for cryosleep spots. They have been attempting to break through our perimeter fences, and we've been fighting them off. We'll need to defend our gates right up until the comet hits. Lisa glanced at Charlotte, who nodded encouragingly. I am officially taking volunteers if any of you want to join in the final defense of the bunker.
You mean give up on cryosleep to fight off intruders instead?
Asked the boy on the cryotank. That's correct. Lisa gave the mic back to Charlotte and jumped off the stage without another word, the thud of her combat boots echoing through the core. A moment of silence spread through the crowd. Jack held his breath. Silence was better than scoffing and ridicule. People were taking this seriously. At his side, Kyle was looking at Lisa with shining eyes. He looked prouder than Jack had ever seen him. What do you all think? Charlotte asked. Would anyone like to join the captain?
I'll do it,
said a beefy guy standing over by the elevator doors.
I'd rather hold the gates and see the comet with my own eyes than wake up when everyone I care about is dead.
Well, I'm going into cryosleep, someone else said. I don't want to die. Another voice rose above the crowd. I'd rather die a hero than suffocate. The atmosphere might not even be clear when we wake up.
That's a good point,
someone else called.
This might all be a waste.
The discussion gained steam all over the Corps, making it difficult to distinguish individual voices. For perhaps the first time, people were truly debating how they wanted to spend the rest of their days before the end of the world. BRP had assumed everyone wanted to survive. Cryotank spots had been doled out by an unfeeling algorithm, dumping a hard life on people who might prefer no life at all. The officials kept them busy so they wouldn't dwell on their losses, but the bunker kids hadn't had the chance to puzzle out whether they actually wanted this. Some people were afraid of the future. Some didn't want to endure the loss of the world as they knew it. Some had realized they weren't cut out for survivalist living. Some still didn't believe in their heart of hearts that the disaster would be as bad as they'd been told. And some people wanted to be heroes. The BRP officials looked flummoxed as the bunker kids discussed their options. No matter how hard they tried to be heard, the crowd ignored them. The cohort didn't argue their case with the officials, or the officials would still have authority over them. They simply banded together and made the decisions for themselves. Abruptly, Silas got fed up. He climbed on the stage and wrenched the mic out of Charlotte's hand. She stumbled back a step, looking surprised at the sudden violence. Jack rushed forward, knocking people out of the way as he hurried toward the stage. He wouldn't let anyone treat Charlotte that way.
"You have no right to do this,"
Silas shouted into the microphone. A screeching sound filled the core as he held the mic too close to the portable speaker.
"Get back to your classes and let the experts handle this. We don't have time for games."
Charlotte said something to him, and Silas rounded on her.
"Don't meddle with things you don't understand, you little— Hey!"
Jack reached the stage in a single bound and seized the official's arm.
"Leave her alone."
Silas struggled, but he was no match for Jack's youth and determination. After a short scuffle, Jack bent Silas's wrist back to restrain him and returned the mic to Charlotte. She rewarded him with a dimpled smile, though her cheeks were pale. She looked very nervous up close. Being on stage didn't come naturally to her. Silas tried to pull away, muttering curses, but Jack held him firm. "Why don't you tell us about the workers, Jack?" Charlotte said.
"Huh?"
She gestured to the crowd. "Tell us what your guys have been doing here." Jack realized the entire cohort was staring at him, looking both shocked and impressed at how he'd overpowered the BRP official. Charlotte gave an encouraging nod and held the mic up to his mouth. Jack cleared his throat.
Hello."
His voice boomed over the crowd.
"I'm with the construction crew. We're the ones getting the place cleared out and wired for cryotanks. We still have a lot of work left to get the bunker ready, but we think breaking with BRP's rules and joining forces is a good idea."
Charlotte brought the mic back to her own mouth. "These guys have done so much for us, but they don't have spots in the bunker. I say we give them a chance at some cryotanks." Silas tried to jerk away again, and Jack adjusted his grip to keep control of him. He wouldn't let this fellow interrupt Charlotte until she'd said everything she wanted to say. "We'll make a list of the cohort members who want to help Captain Tuanima and see how many spaces they've freed up," Charlotte went on. "Anyone who wants to offer up their tank for redistribution can do so as well."
"Redistribution?"
Silas spluttered. "That's correct," Charlotte said. "We'll figure out how many tanks are available and how many people still want to be in the bunker, whether they're original cohort members, workers, soldiers, or cryotechnicians. Then we'll hold a lottery. Any extra names will go on a waiting list in case anyone changes their mind." This time, the mutters started immediately. "I know this sounds extreme," Charlotte said, "but I'm willing to offer up my spot to give everyone a fair chance. We get to decide how we want to run our bunker. Treating each other equally and not exploiting anyone seems like a good place to start. Who's in?" No one moved forward. Jack had been skeptical of this part. He could see why some people wanted to join the fight at the gates, but to give up their lives for other people was a big ask. They needed a little push. Jack beckoned to Charlotte, and she held the mic for him again.
"If you don't give us this chance, we're walking out right now," he said. "If you all want electricity running to your cryotanks and walls that won't fall on you, you'll agree to Charlotte's lottery. You need us."
This wasn't part of the plan, but they needed reassurances. Jack was done trusting people to do what they'd promised.
"What if you don't even get picked in this lottery thing?" someone shouted. "We'll still do the work as long as we have a shot," Jack said. "We want a chance just like the rest of you. If we don't get that, we walk."
The flurry of conversation resumed. Some people looked confused, as if they didn't grasp how drastically a worker strike would impact their chances of survival. Others understood all too well. A few people clenched fists and muttered to one another as if thinking about forcing the workers to stay. This could all go very badly. Then Levi stepped to the front of the crowd and raised his voice to be heard without the microphone.
"I'll put my name in," he said. "We need these guys. Let's give them their fair shot."
The football player from Yellow Team 1 sauntered up beside him.
"If Levi does it, I'll do it too."
"Me too," came a voice from the crowd.
"Levi's right," someone else called. "It's only fair."
As the shouts of approval and agreement multiplied through the crowd, Jack caught Levi's eye. The skin around it was still greenish from the bruise Jack had given him, but there was no animosity in his gaze.
"Thanks, man," Jack said.
Levi shrugged.
"Let's do this thing right."
Jack turned to grin at Charlotte over Silas's head. She looked pleased and a little ill. They had set the plan in motion. Now they had to see it through. Charlotte's teammates began collecting the names of people volunteering their cryotanks for the lottery and those giving up their spots altogether to defend the gates. As this process got underway, Director Hartland approached the stage, looking like a school principal who'd just busted up a fight in the cafeteria.
"Will you kindly release Silas, young man?"
Jack figured the BRP official had learned his lesson about causing trouble for Charlotte. He let go of his wrist, and Silas immediately scrambled off the stage. Director Hartland studied Jack.
"I know you," he said quietly.
"We met during your inspection tour," Jack said.
"I told you then my guys deserve to get what you promised them." "Ah, yes, the angry young man. And now you're destroying my program and brainwashing my daughter in retaliation?" "You mean your granddaughter? The mutiny was her idea."
Director Hartland blinked. Then he gave Jack a look of pure venomous hatred, unlike any he'd ever seen. "Grandpa?" Charlotte stepped between them, and the look disappeared from Hartland's face so quickly Jack almost thought he'd imagined it.
"My dear, I am proud to see you taking the initiative like this," he said. "May I say a few words? You are doing a marvelous job of letting everyone have their say."
Charlotte blinked at the compliment, then handed over the microphone. Jack tensed, half expecting Hartland to bash him over the head with it. But the director only smiled coldly at him before turning to the crowd and putting on his best movie president voice.
"Hello, everyone. I am Rutherford J. Hartland, the civil director of the Bunker Reservation Project, the very program you are in the process of dismantling. I would like you all to know I think this is an excellent idea."
Charlotte's eyes widened, and surprise rippled through the crowd. The other officials muttered to each other, trying to figure out if the civil director was joking. But no, Hartland was throwing them under the bus.
"We planned for our cohorts to bond," Director Hartland said. "You are all following the spirit of the program, if not the letter. I approve heartily. You are rising up, as young people have done throughout history. Your actions today will alter the fate of the world, and I am glad to witness it."
The others exchanged glances, unsure what to make of this. Hartland sounded as if he meant it. Jack would be tempted to believe him if he weren't close enough to see a muscle pulsing beneath Hartland's jowls. He was a politician and a chameleon, adapting to the changing current of public opinion to stay relevant.
"I will leave you to your plans," Hartland said. "I'll even provide you with as much information as I can about the other bunkers."
He paused, giving them time to digest this offer.
"I only ask that you reconsider the weapons aspect. The pacifist ideal is dear to my heart, and I believe it will ensure a safer future for you all."
"That's not negotiable, sir," Lisa said. "We have to protect ourselves."
"When has violence ever helped?"
"It might have helped Mom," Charlotte said quietly. Only the people on stage were close enough to hear, but they could all see how Director Hartland froze at his words. He put his palm over the microphone.
"What did you say?"
"Mom, your daughter." Charlotte's voice shook, and Jack stepped closer to her, silently offering support. If she'd been armed, she could have defended herself, and she might still be alive. There's a time and a place for violence. Protecting your family is one of those times. Hartland's confident demeanor crumpled like a collapsing paper sculpture. The politician's mask fell away, revealing a devastated old man beneath it. Charlotte's words had struck deep. The guilt and regret tearing across Hartland's features were enough to make even Jack cringe in sympathy.
"Well, you seem to have figured everything out then."
Hartland gave the microphone back to Charlotte, not quite looking at her, and moved unsteadily toward the edge of the stage. Jack was afraid the old man would hurt himself, so he stepped forward to steady Director Hartland as he climbed off the podium. As soon as Jack touched the soft flesh of his arm, Hartland wrenched away violently.
"Don't touch me. I'm just trying to— You've done enough."
Hartland cast one more hateful look at him, then straightened his back and marched away. The crowd parted before him, remaining silent until his footsteps faded down the Sector D corridor. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Charlotte drew in a shaky breath and raised the microphone once more. "We have work to do," she said. "I think it's time we took a vote." Chapter 27. Charlotte. T-minus 14 days. Charlotte's proposal passed in a landslide, and the cohort officially took control of its own fate. They wasted no time before bringing their weapons stash back into the bunker from the dumping grounds. Jack adopted a handful of cohort members and taught them to drive the forklift so they could help with this task. They seemed eager to lend a hand with something as concrete as moving boxes. Levi worked with several of Lisa's men and another group of enthusiastic volunteers to form a small militia. Danica, Josh, and Nikyle all joined Levi in this group. They would become the early risers, the first to emerge from the bunker and see what the future would be like. If there was trouble, they would fight it. Charlotte stayed busy collecting information about the other bunkers from her grandfather and any BRP officials willing to cooperate. Silas refused outright. He could sometimes be seen wandering the corridors, grumbling about procedures and carefully coordinated exit strategies. Most of the cohort ignored him. The responsibility for delegating the myriad other tasks also fell to Charlotte. She made a point of always asking for volunteers. Instead of randomly selected teams and roles, people were stepping up to take on responsibilities for which they were most suited. She put Louisa, Annelle, and Sydney in charge of keeping the official record of which cryotanks were assigned to which individuals. The original cohort members were given 1 week to decide whether to offer their tanks for redistribution. They could either put their names back in the mix or choose to stay out of cryosleep entirely. On the day of the drawing to reassign the cryotanks, nearly a third of the cohort, including every member of Yellow Team 1, volunteered to gamble their tank assignments. The record-keeping team wrote the available tank numbers on slips of paper and mixed them up in an empty cryoliquid vat along with a fistful of blank slips. Then all the cohort members, workers, and soldiers who wanted a spot gathered in a long line winding across the core. They drew lots one by one, learning once and for all whether they would have a cryotank on the day the comet hit. The leftover names were added to a waiting list that would be posted right next to the elevator. When the last paper had been drawn and the last tank assigned, all of Yellow Team 1 kept their places, except for Louisa. She took the news better than the rest of them.
"I'll give you my place,"
Josh said when Louisa showed them her blank slip. "You can't do that," Louisa said. "We all agreed to risk this." Josh tried to press his cryotank number into her hand.
"Come on, Lou."
"It's okay." Louisa drew a deep breath. "I'm giving up my life for someone else, just like Jesus. It's my calling."
"But
I've made up my mind," Louisa said firmly.
please."
Josh's voice broke, and the others exchanged surprised glances.
"What would you like to do over the next few weeks?"
Levi asked Louisa, saving Josh from attention he wouldn't want.
"Are you sticking around?"
"No, I don't think so," Louisa said. "I'd like to go outside. Maybe I'll—"
"You can't go!"
Josh burst out.
"Stay with me."
Charlotte stared as the burly football player went to one knee and clutched Louisa's freckled hands in both of his. She hadn't noticed that Josh cared for her in particular. Louisa looked less surprised. "I need to go." Josh's voice was hoarse.
"I thought that after cryosleep we could—"
I know. Louisa touched Josh's cheek gently. Charlotte leaned over to whisper to Annelle, "Did you know about this?" "I suspected," Annelle said. "The end of the world is a heck of a time to fall in love." Charlotte tucked a curl behind her ear, thinking about Jack. She was always thinking about Jack these days. His way of speaking without thinking, his passion for protecting the people he cared about, his big shoulders and crooked nose. They'd known each other only a few months, but the apocalypse laid people bare, forcing them to show their true selves, at their best and their worst. It was a heck of a way to get to know someone. But did she love him? Before she could answer that, she needed to know if Jack would even be in her life after the dust from the comet settled. Threatening to take his crew and walk away had convinced the cohort to redistribute the tanks, but had he gotten a spot himself? While the rest of the team began planning a farewell meal for Louisa, Charlotte slipped her bunker assignment, Tank 377, into the pocket of her cardigan and went in search of Jack. All over the Corps, people were reacting to their new bunker assignments with tears and curses and shouts of laughter. Charlotte had quietly asked Lisa and a few soldiers to stand by in case anyone lashed out after not being selected, but everyone whose names had been in that vat knew the risks. The cohort members who hadn't volunteered their tanks lingered at the edge of the crowd. Some looked as if they wished they'd put their tanks in the lottery after all, but they'd been given a choice, and that was the important thing. Charlotte spotted Jack with his crew, all holding fluttering slips of paper. Some of the guys smiled, shoulders sagging in relief. Others shook their heads and congratulated the ones who'd get to survive. Jack's back was to Charlotte, and he was gripping a friend's shoulder, perhaps offering condolences. Charlotte paused a dozen paces away, not wanting to intrude. Then Jack started scanning the crowd, and she knew he was looking for her. Warmth spread through her stomach like a large gulp of hot chocolate. Jack looked calm, even happy. He's smiling. That has to mean he won a tank. Charlotte felt like dancing. She waved to get Jack's attention. As their eyes met, she gave him a big smile. "I'm in," she mouthed, pulling her tank assignment out of her pocket and waving it overhead. His grin widened, sending a flurry through her stomach. Who am I kidding? Of course I love him. She almost told him so. Then Jack shrugged his broad shoulders and mouthed a response. "I'm out." Wait, that didn't make any sense. Charlotte put a hand to her ear in an exaggerated gesture. "What?" "I'm out," he repeated. He put a hand on his chest, pointed at the nearest cryotank, then made a big X with his arms. He was serious. After all that trouble, he didn't have a tank. Charlotte didn't understand why he looked so calm. Jack, of the fistfights and the anger and the perpetual motion, was responding to the news of his death sentence with serenity. Then he pointed at his brother and gave a great big thumbs up. "Kyle is in. He's going to live." Charlotte's heart convulsed at the triumphant look on Jack's face. She'd never considered that he wouldn't actually get a spot in the end. Jack had been the deciding voice that got everyone to side with her. It wasn't fair. Except that it was. That was the whole point. They'd had the fairest selection process they possibly could, giving people a real choice before leaving their fates up to chance. And now Jack was going to die. He started toward her through the crowd, his strides purposeful and swift. Charlotte wanted to watch him walk toward her for the rest of her life. But he wasn't going to be in her life in a few weeks. She should walk away before this got any harder. She had to let him go. But Jack reached her before she could turn away, those long strides closing the gap between them. He cupped her face with both hands, his warmth swallowing her whole, and leaned in to kiss her. Charlotte gasped at the hot, bruising pressure of Jack's lips on hers, the way his fingers tangled in her curls. It was a desperate kiss, with an intensity that was surely only possible for a last kiss, an only kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back, trying to capture every anxious, hopeful, tragic feeling of the end of the world. When they pulled apart uncountable moments later, Jack cupped her face in his hands again, his calloused fingers tracing the curve of her cheeks. Her chin fit perfectly in his palms. She squeezed his wrists gently and pulled his hands from her face. Then she mouthed, "Goodbye, Jack." He smiled, sad and calm and accepting. Older, somehow, than he'd been a moment ago. "Goodbye, Charlotte." Heart aching, she turned away from him and left the core. Charlotte wasn't sure where she was going until she reached Grandpa Hartland's door. He was staying in the old scientist's quarters in Sector D, where she'd slept during her first month in the bunker. She burst through the door without knocking. "Grandpa, I have to talk to you. We need more tanks. Do you have any strings left to—" She stopped in surprise. Grandpa Hartland sat on his bed, shirtless and barefoot, looking about 200 years old. He stared up at her through misty eyes. "You didn't get a tank," he said softly. "I was afraid of this. I couldn't bear to be in the room when—" "No, I got a spot," Charlotte said quickly. She was stunned to see him like this. His chest looked slumped, with tufts of white hair curling over his age-spotted skin. His belly sagged over his belt, somehow making him look more naked than if he were actually naked. He must have been sleeping, and, for an instant, she imagined him curled up in a fetal position. Grandpa Hartland had kept his word about sharing information on the other bunkers and the radically different paths they'd taken. He'd given Charlotte back her beloved tablet and offered suggestions for how to anticipate the other bunkers' movements. But the larger-than-life man himself had become a husk. She sat on the flimsy plastic chair across from him, willing herself not to look away. "I have a tank, Grandpa," she said gently. "I'm going to survive." "Oh." He drew in an unsteady breath. "That's good." They sat in silence for a moment. Grandpa Hartland breathed deeply as if absorbing Charlotte's news. She needed to remember that he loved her. Part of his efforts at BRP had been for her sake. Despite his flaws and mistakes, he was still family. Charlotte was ashamed she hadn't been more understanding of the difficult decisions he'd made. "You were asking about more cryotanks?" Grandpa Hartland said at last. "It's not for me. My friend didn't get one. Him and lots of other people. I just wondered if you could do anything or if you had any contacts left." Grandpa Hartland frowned. "So, you want me to use my influence now after condemning me for it?" "I'm sorry for not understanding," Charlotte said. "You've done the best you can in hard circumstances." She had a better idea of what it was like to bear responsibility for so many after accidentally taking the lead in their rebellion. "I'm grateful for what you did for me. Can you help the people I care about too?" Grandpa Hartland studied her for a moment. Then he put on his dress shirt, which was yellowing at the armpits and collar, and buttoned it up to his neck. Then he put on his tie, which was green silk in the same shade as the eyes they shared, and tied it with practiced hands. At last, he sighed. "I am still in contact with a few people at headquarters. I'll see if they've discovered any additional tanks and try to get them sent here." Charlotte clasped his hand. "Thank you." "I can't promise anything." "I know, but I appreciate you trying, and I know Jack will as well." "Jack?" "Yes?" Charlotte hesitated. "You've met him." "I remember Jack," Grandpa Hartland said. A tense silence beat between them, and Charlotte hoped she hadn't made a fatal mistake. "My friend Louisa didn't get a tank either," she said. "Lots of people would like one more chance, if you can do this." "I make no promises, my dear, but I will see what I can do." Charlotte leaned over to hug him, smelling something sour through his cologne. He'd long since run out of cigars. "Thank you," she said into his shoulder. "Of course, my dear." Grandpa Hartland patted her arm. "Now, I heard a rumor there's a stash of Oreos down in storage room 4. Why don't you go fetch them for us while I make some calls?" Charlotte hugged him again and left him to it. This was a long shot, but a tiny spark of hope burned on in her chest. She wasn't going to give up on Jack yet. Chapter 28. Jack, T-minus 3 days. Jack was getting used to the idea that he wasn't going to live. His name was far enough down on the waiting list that he didn't even bother checking it most days. The knowledge that Kyle and Charlotte both had cryotanks helped, and he truly had a fair shot this time. The system was rigged against them from the beginning, but they'd managed to fix it a little. Eduardo and Cassius also hadn't gotten tanks, so Jack wouldn't be alone. They would make sure Kyle, Rocco, and the others got safely into hibernation. They didn't know how soon the air in the bunker would go bad after the comet struck. Jack vowed to make sure his brother survived, even if he had to stay by Kyle's tank and suffocate when the others sealed the doors. The crew kept their word to continue working. Jack's days were filled with dust and muscle pain, and he entered an almost dreamlike state populated by towers of storage boxes, rainbows of spliced wires, and bubbling vats of cryogel. He wore out the forklift while carting weapons back to the rooms he'd emptied months ago. Then he wore out his steel-toed boots. He didn't mind. He was working for people he knew and loved now, people who deserved a future. Cohort members had stepped up to help the crew, and the labor tied them together in ways their lessons hadn't. The bunker kids weren't so bad once Jack got to know them. They hadn't all come from wealthy families and fancy schools, and even those who had turned out to be all right. The old divisions were bleeding away in the face of the crisis. The bunker was chaotic, but Jack felt calmer than he had in a long time. As the clock counted down, his final work, his life's work, began to consume him. He finally understood what Kyle had talked about. He was doing something worthwhile. This was good work, and he'd make a good end. Then, mere days before the comet was due to strike the Earth, Director Hartland came to see Jack in the barracks. It was the end of another long workday, and Jack was alone. He hadn't spent much time in the barracks lately. They worked into the night and rose early, their beds little more than a blur. He was planning to nap for only a couple of hours before diving back in. He was in such a haze that it took him a minute to realize Director Hartland was really there in the flesh, looking him over with something worse than disdain. He frowned between Jack and the messy bunks as if this was the last place in the whole bunker, or maybe the whole world, that he wanted to be. "A new load of cryotanks has arrived." Jack didn't understand what he meant at first. Almost 100 of the 1,000 tanks still needed to be installed. They were waiting on packing crates crammed into Sector B until they could be carted into position. But each one was numbered and accounted for, the assignments recorded on a big notice board in the core. Jack rubbed his face, feeling slow on the uptake. "You mean the ones in Sector B?" "No, these are extra," Director Hartland said. "Only a half dozen. Your crew can have them." Jack stared at him. "Where did they come from? Does it matter? I want to know. There has to be a catch." "From a facility down in Tucson." Director Hartland adjusted his silver-framed glasses, which had smudges and fingerprints all over them. "It was a cryogenics business that existed before we'd ever heard of the comet. The people inside were scheduled for awakening dates in the near future. They wouldn't have survived if they woke up on their scheduled dates. The atmosphere would choke them in minutes." "So you just kicked them out of their tanks? Sounds a lot like murder." "They'd have died anyway," Director Hartland said impatiently. "There are just enough tanks for the remainder of your crew. You'll get what you were promised." Jack scrubbed a hand through his hair, flaking dust onto his shoulder. He realized he should be expressing gratitude, or at least surprise, but he was far too tired, and he knew when something was too good to be true. "Shouldn't any extra tanks go to the waiting list people first?" Hartland shook his head. "If people believe more tanks are coming in, it'll only complicate things further. I want you to keep this between us." "What about Charlotte?" He hesitated. "I don't want my granddaughter to know what I've done." "She'll ask," Jack said. "The truth is important to her." Hartland grimaced, looking annoyed that Jack wasn't accepting this without question. "Tell her the tanks came in a late delivery from the manufacturer. We thought they'd been lost." He ran a hand through his silver hair, which fell below his ears now, in need of a trim he'd never get. "I'm only doing this for my granddaughter. She cares for you, though I cannot see why." "You're really giving us tanks?" Jack felt like he had whiplash. Hope had been granted and taken away so many times. It was truly disconcerting not knowing whether he'd be alive next week, and he was so tired.
I'm having the cryotechs hook them up in Sector J as we speak.
Heartland glanced at the barracks door, then back at Jack.
Do you want them or not?
Jack felt a little guilty about skipping the waiting list, but this was how the math had always worked. If some people lived, others had to die. These tanks would fulfill the original contract he and the crew had signed, and it seemed important to Heartland to do this too, either because he really did want to please Charlotte, or because he wanted to make things right before the end.
Okay, Jack said. We'll take them. Here are your tank designations.
Heartland held out a piece of paper with a short column of numbers.
See that they go to worthy recipients. Remember, you'll find all these tanks in Sector J.
Sure. There were more numbers than they needed. Maybe they could convince Lisa to join them.
Thank you, sir. And I'll be good to Charlotte if she wants me around.
Heartland's expression went a little sour.
Plenty of time for that in the future. I'm proud of what she's doing with this community, and I won't have her work disrupted. Don't distract her during these crucial final days.
Sure, I get it. The man probably didn't want to see his granddaughter with a ruffian like Jack. Heartland himself wouldn't live to see the future, but he was finally swallowing his pride to make Charlotte happy. Jack fully intended to help with that task. He couldn't wait to tell Charlotte how he felt about her. Thanks to her grandfather, he'd have a whole future in which to do it. This apocalypse could have a happy ending after all. Chapter 29. Charlotte. T-minus 1 day and 11 hours. The comet tumbled nearer, bright in the sky above, but Charlotte couldn't go outside to see it. She spent her ever more precious time making sure everyone was cooperating. The bunker could still fall apart in the final hours before they entered cryosleep. They used the cohort barracks to store the weapons they'd brought back from the dump sites, and everyone camped in the core when they weren't working. They held going-away parties for Louisa and the others who decided to leave when they didn't get tanks. They celebrated 2 weddings and 1 symbolic divorce. They conducted simple funerals for their loved ones, whether the people in question were dead yet or not, and marked the birthdays they would miss in the centuries to come. They wrote dirges and lullabies and sang them to the echoing tunnels. They were developing their own rituals, creating from scratch a culture that would sustain them in the hard days ahead. But the personal moments were tucked in among a whole lot of chaos. The soldiers continued to hold off the attackers outside their boundaries, those unseen hordes trying to get into the bunker. The workers and their helpers rushed about tackling a million essential tasks. The cryotechnicians worked with grim focus, preparing to usher the cohort into hibernation. The end was coming fast, the comet hurtling ever closer. Some people broke down, unable to handle the stress. A slow trickle departed the bunker as more people decided they didn't want to wait around for the final moments. Each desertion meant fewer people remained to hold the gates. Others watched the waiting list get shorter and shorter, hoping their names would rise to the top before the end. Sometimes Charlotte wondered if she should have maintained the BRP policy of shielding the cohort from the chaos, but she was too busy to second-guess herself, too busy even to sleep. The comet would take care of the enemies at the gates anyway. When they emerged from cryosleep, the real fight for survival would begin. They'd send the militia up first to make sure it was safe outside for everyone. If any other cohorts tried to poach their resources, they were in for a surprise. Cave Junction would not be an easy target. Charlotte continued her efforts to learn as much as she could about the other bunkers. She tried to reach out to them directly, but lines of communication were garbled as chaos reigned in the wider world. She couldn't get in touch with a single person she could be certain was really in one of the BRP bunkers. Then, less than 2 days before they entered cryosleep, all that changed. A soldier burst into the core while Charlotte was discussing their defense plans with Levi and Lisa. Jack's friend Dion Henderson was an unflappable specialist who'd won a cryotank in the lottery. He strode over to Lisa and saluted.
"A man at the gates says he's from BRP, Captain."
"We've heard that one before," Lisa said dryly.
"He says he has a message from another bunker. Henderson said. He drove to the lower checkpoint in an old school bus. He knew exactly where to find us. Lisa exchanged glances with Levi, then nodded at Henderson. Let him in. Are you sure that's a good idea? Charlotte asked. If another bunker is willing to talk to us, it can only be a good thing, Lisa said. We'll prepare for the worst, but I'd rather not start the new world with a fight. I agree, Levi said. We're going to need allies. Keep the bus down by the checkpoint, Lisa told Henderson. Bring this BRP fellow here. By the time Henderson returned with their visitor, a crowd had gathered. The newcomer was a thin man in his 50s, with gray hair and a feverish light in his eyes. He was using all his strength to drag a heavy-looking crate covered in burlap behind him. Charlotte recognized the man. She stayed back while the captain met him at the elevator doors. Who are you? Lisa asked. My name is Dr. Stephen Huntington. The newcomer dropped the end of his crate with a thunk and wiped his hands on threadbare wool trousers, a little out of breath. Thanks for letting me in. Lisa didn't smile. You're from BRP? From a BRP bunker in Idaho, Dr. Huntington said. I was dispatched from headquarters to implement the program there. Charlotte remembered how Grandpa Hartland had been called away to help that bunker arrange an alternate training location. They had worried about whether their facility in an old silver mine would be ready in time. You have news for us? Lisa asked. Huntington seemed reluctant to answer, despite how far he'd traveled to be here. He rubbed his hands restlessly, scanning the onlookers as if searching for someone. We followed the program in the beginning, I swear, he said. I believed in it, but I wasn't the only person with authority. Our security manager was a warmonger called Colonel Waters. He tried to overrule me and the civil officials who were training the cohort. Huntington kept surveying the onlookers. He was probably hoping to find Silas or another senior member of BRP, anyone he recognized from their days at headquarters. We were all supposed to be equal, but Waters figured we were at war. Huntington glanced nervously at Lisa's uniform. He still thinks so. He's stockpiling weapons. He plans to use them to take over resources from the other bunkers in the future. Charlotte caught Levi's eye. Here was a first-hand witness to the disintegration her grandpa had told them about. The program had truly broken down. She didn't know this Colonel Waters. She had only a vague impression of hairy hands and a square jaw that could match the description of several of the officers back at HQ. Doesn't the Idaho bunker have its own supplies? Lisa asked. Oh, tunnels and tunnels full of them. But Waters knows it'll be hard in the future, much harder than we think. He also knows how many bunkers are in military facilities like this one. He's not going to sit back and let them take control. We're not going to take control, Lisa said. We followed BRP directives to the letter. We removed the weapons in storage here and replaced them with supplies for the future. For such a straightforward woman, Lisa could lie quite convincingly. Charlotte was impressed. How responsible of you, Dr. Huntington said. Maybe Waters will be the only one who breaks the protocol. He laughed, sounding slightly unhinged. Maybe Idaho will rule us all. Charlotte shivered. This Idaho bunker and its warmonger of a leader were only a few hundred miles from Cave Junction. Levi looked ready to jump into action, but Lisa's expression gave no hint of her thoughts. Why are you here? She asked. I want to join your bunker, Huntington said. I have useful skills and our bunker is full, Doctor, Lisa said, and you're outside the age parameters, even for the experts. That won't stop Waters, Huntington said. He already assigned himself a cryotank, but he wouldn't give me one unless I did everything his way. I couldn't stay there. We can't help you, Lisa said. Dr. Huntington's jaw trembled. He'd left his bunker mere days before the comet hit, believing he had a chance to survive in a different one. It was insane. He'd been in BRP from the beginning. He knew how precious the bunker spots were. Charlotte was glad Lisa wasn't offering him a spot, even on their too-long waiting list. Levi took a step forward, as if he might need to help Henderson restrain the agitated man. But instead of arguing, Dr. Huntington looked at the people who'd gathered to watch the exchange. Then he chuckled. I have gold, he announced. Lots of it. It's yours if you give me your spot.
Gold isn't much use now, Lisa said calmly.
Sure it is. The comet's a lie. Haven't you heard? It's a conspiracy made up to control us all.
Huntington laughed wildly.
Or maybe it isn't and we're all going to die with or without cryosleep. Don't you want to be as rich as sin before the end?
He yanked the burlap off the crate he dragged into the bunker, revealing neat rows of gleaming gold bars.
I can give that to you.
The cohort murmured at the sight of the gold. It looked real, a king's ransom in precious metal. But Lisa was right. Gold wasn't much use now, and that glimmer couldn't hide the desperation in Huntington's eyes. Charlotte looked around to see how the others were reacting. Sidney was in the crowd, frowning at the doctor. Mikhail stood beside him, picking absently at a loose string on his lime-green sleeve. Both looked tempted. Levi must have noticed, too, because he went over to speak quietly to the younger guys. Mikhail nodded at whatever Levi said, but Sidney shook his head and shrugged off Levi's concern, his gaze lingering on Huntington's gold. Charlotte fiddled with her curls. Sidney had grown increasingly moody over the past few weeks. He'd never quite recovered from the cryotank malfunction during his trial. The experience had been horrific, but he couldn't seriously be considering this offer. Could he? Gold wouldn't save him. Dr. Huntington kicked the crate with a metallic thud.
You can't tell me none of you want to take this gamble. The comet will pass us by. You can live a long and triumphant life while the rest of us sleep.
The onlookers muttered to each other, their eyes on the golden shimmer spilling out of the crate at Dr. Huntington's feet. Charlotte didn't understand why they'd even consider the offer, unless they still doubted whether the comet's destruction would be total, even after all this time. She remembered a conversation she and Jack had about her mom's decision to turn down Grandpa Hartland's help. In her heart, her mom had believed the comet would kill everyone. For her, the only question had been where and how she wanted to spend her final days. In the end, it all came down to belief. Whispers laced with skepticism spread through the cohort. Charlotte wished they'd never let Dr. Huntington inside. His news about the hostile leader at the Idaho bunker was useful, but they couldn't afford to flinch. The comet was coming, and they had to stay the course. To Charlotte's relief, no one accepted the offer then and there. Huntington's shoulders slumped in despair when he realized no one was willing to sell their chance at survival. "We can offer you food and shelter until the end," Lisa said, "but you'll have to leave the bunker when we seal it up for the final defense."
"My offer remains open."
Dr. Huntington raised his voice.
"Come and get it when you change your mind."
Henderson stepped forward to lead Dr. Huntington away. He dragged the gold behind him, still muttering, the heavy crate scraping the concrete floor. Those king's riches were worthless. Nothing mattered but plexiglass boxes and wire tubes and well-built walls. After Huntington departed, the members of Yellow Team 1 assembled by Tank 112.
"What do you think about this Colonel Waters?"
Levi asked.
"He sounds like one of General Bradford's guys."
"He could make trouble for us," Charlotte said. "Idaho is the closest bunker to ours."
"You guys are taking that dude seriously?" Josh said. "He's a nut."
"We have to," Levi said.
"I don't think he really believes the comet is a conspiracy. He's trying to get people to take his deal. But if even half of what he says about the Idaho bunker is accurate, we need to be ready."
"We are ready." Charlotte thought of the hours Levi had spent training their little militia and all the weapons they'd returned to the base. They would be weak after cryosleep, vulnerable, but they would not lie down and take whatever the Idaho bunker threw at them. "We can defend ourselves, and we have lots of information about the bunkers thanks to my grandpa. We won't be blindsided."
"I agree," Danica said. "The plan is solid." "I dare Idaho to come for us," Josh said. "They won't know what hit them."
Sidney was still watching the corridor where Dr. Huntington had disappeared. Mikhail nudged him, and Sidney shrugged him off, looking pensive. Charlotte couldn't worry about them right now. These were the final hours, and she had a whole bunker she needed to get safely into the future. Chapter 30. Jack. T-minus 5 hours. The day had come. The apocalypse. The end of life as they knew it. Jack had expected it to be a day of goodbyes and other sappy shit, a day when they all stopped to reckon with the fact that everyone they knew outside the bunker was about to die. But in the end, they were all too busy. They worked right up until it was time to report to their tanks. When the hour arrived, Kyle was still installing extra supports in the control room to protect the ceiling. "Go ahead to the cryo chamber," he told Jack. "I'll meet you there with Lisa." "Has she changed her mind?" "Not yet, but she will." Jack didn't share his brother's conviction. Lisa was determined to protect the cohort until the end, but maybe the final moments would convince her to accept Heartland's extra tank. Maybe she too would decide she wanted to live. Jack had given the remaining extras to Cassius and one of his guys who also hadn't won spots in the lottery. Their crewmates who had tanks already swapped numbers with the bunker kids so they could all be in the same chamber. Together, the crew trooped down to Sector J, where cryotanks and vats full of gel were waiting for them, just as Director Heartland had promised. The machines hissed and gurgled like living things. Jack could hardly believe this was really happening. After being jerked around for months, he was finally staring at a big plexiglass lifeboat all his own. Soon, he would wake into the future, ready to build a new world with Charlotte, Kyle, and all his friends. The Sector J cryo chamber was small, containing only the dozen tanks Heartland had stolen for them. A single cryotech oversaw this chamber, a woman with bird-like features and skin as pale as the moon. She worked methodically, checking that all the tubes were attached to the machines and all the vats were full of gel, barely glancing at the crew until it was time. Then she beckoned to them, a pale witch drawing them toward her mechanical cauldrons. Eduardo climbed into the first cryotank, hunching his bearish shoulders so he'd fit in the narrow bed. Jack planned to go last. He wouldn't get into his tank until Kyle got here. He had a sneaking suspicion Kyle might try to stay with Lisa. Jack would knock him out and stuff him in a tank if that was what it took. They'd be building a new future together, whether Kyle liked it or not. The pale technician attached the tubes to Eduardo's body, not explaining anything she was doing. They hadn't had a chance to do cryo trials, so this would be a first for all of them. "Tell it to me straight, Doc," Eduardo said. "How much is it going to hurt?" "I'm not a doctor," the technician said. "Just a saint," Eduardo said. The cryotech's mouth twitched in a smile. "It won't hurt. The liquid will start pumping in soon. Try not to panic when it covers your head. There's no need to be scared." "Too late for that, Doc." Eduardo put the final tube between his lips and lay back. Jack drummed his fingers on the nearest tank. For once, he wasn't the only fidgety one. The others shifted their feet nervously, Rocco going so far as to bounce on his toes. The tech flipped a switch on the cryotank. There was a sputter and a cough, and a dribble of bluish liquid leaked into the tank. Then nothing. The technician frowned and rearranged the tubes, making sure there were no pinches or bends. Then she tried the switch again. And again, nothing. That wasn't a good sign. Jack's stomach sank. "Let me try another one," the technician said. They tried tank after tank, but it was no use. None of them worked. It could be a malfunction in the electronics, a flaw in the planning, but Jack suspected a different truth. Director Heartland had betrayed them one final time. He'd promised Jack cryotanks, ensuring that he wouldn't be on the waiting list, nor would he try to get spots some other way. Ensuring that Charlotte wouldn't try to give up her spot for him. That's what this is about. Jack knew it as surely as he knew Charlotte's dimples were cute. She had already tried to give up her place for Jack once, and Heartland would do anything to protect her, even kill them all. Regardless of the reason they'd been assigned busted tanks, the consequences were clear. They were doomed. Once, this would have made him angry. But something had changed in Jack during these final days in the bunker. They were doing a good thing here, a worthwhile thing. It was too late to lose his temper or fight or try to change things now, and that was okay. He had tried. He had stepped up. No, he wasn't going to live, but he could finally accept it. T-minus 4 hours.
New plan,
Rocco said. He reached behind a cryogel vat and pulled out a rifle.
I took the liberty of bringing these up from Sector H.
Jack froze. The others reacted to the weapon as if it had gone off. They leapt back, shouting questions, raising their hands reflexively. The pale technician shrank behind Eduardo, who still had a few tubes taped to his skin. Rocco ignored the commotion and continued pulling guns from behind the vat and stacking them on the nearest tank.
Did you steal those?
Eduardo asked.
Not me,
Rocco said.
Jack saved them for us.
Jack winced. He'd forgotten he'd told Rocco where they were a few weeks ago. Cassius frowned at him.
You were going to kill people and take their places?
No, Jack said. That was before we had our fair chance. He glared at Rocco.
We can't use them now. We promised. It's not up to you.
Rocco ignored Jack's furious look and started handing the rifles around.
Most people are going to die anyway. What does it matter if it's them or us?
But we can't kill them.
I agree with Jack.
Eduardo folded his arms over his barrel chest.
I didn't sign up with this. It's our only chance,
Rocco said grimly. He rounded on the cryo-technician, who'd been slowly edging toward the door.
Is there time to fix these tanks?
She flinched as everyone turned to look at her. Doubtful.
See?
Rocco said.
We have to— Hey!
The cryotech broke into a run, sprinting for the door. Rocco leapt forward and seized her by the arm, hauling her back. The cryotech shrieked. Let go!
Hey, man.
Eduardo started forward.
Not cool. She's coming with us,
Rocco said.
Someone needs to get us into cryosleep. I'm not dying down here.
Rocco shook the cryotech hard enough to make her teeth rattle. Then he hoisted the rifle menacingly in his other hand, stopping Eduardo in his tracks. Rocco glared around at the others.
Are you all in or not?
Jack felt like he was watching a scene on his parents' old TV with the volume turned down. The sudden violence shocked him into stillness. This couldn't be happening. This wasn't the Rocco he knew. That Rocco was a little loopy, a little paranoid, but he'd never acted so cruel.
He's desperate.
This is what it really means to face the end of the world. Jack wished Kyle were here. Kyle could stop this.
Well?
Rocco barked.
We don't have much time.
Cassius exchanged glances with the guys from his crew, then picked up a rifle.
Let's go get ourselves some tanks before they're full.
Rocco grinned.
Knew you'd be up for it, man.
Others began to agree as soon as Cassius did. They lifted the rifle straps over their shoulders and filled their pockets with ammunition. Rocco greeted them each with a nod. It was a nightmare, a funhouse version of the moment they'd all decided to accept Kyle's contract and reach for survival. Soon, only Jack and Eduardo hadn't moved.
What do you think, Jack?
Eduardo asked quietly. Jack shook himself. He had to move, to think. He should have known it would come down to this. Many people thought BRP's anti-weapons policy was naive, but the minute the rifles appeared in the chamber, the atmosphere changed entirely. Rocco and the crew had power now. They could take over another cryochamber before the cohort knew what hit them. The future was going to be a violent place after all. It would be no pacifistic utopia. It would be tough. It would be brutal. Just like the real world. Just like the rest of human history. But Jack couldn't force those hopeful, naive bunker kids out of their tanks at gunpoint. He'd never be able to face Kyle or Charlotte again. Besides, he didn't want to be that kind of man.
Sorry, he said.
I'm out.
This was your idea,
Rocco said. I was wrong, Jack said. I shouldn't have told you about those guns.
Come on, guys, you can't do this.
A few of the others exchanged glances, fingers tracing the details of the weapons. Then Rocco cocked his rifle and pointed it at Jack's face.
You gonna stop us?
Jack met his eyes, focusing on Rocco's bloodshot veins instead of the deadly weapon staring at his forehead. The cryotech whimpered in Rocco's grasp.
Don't do this, Jack said quietly. It's my only choice. I don't want to die."
A long silence passed. Sweat trickled down Jack's back, and every second, he expected Rocco's fingers to twitch toward the trigger. They had known each other for years. He wasn't some faceless stranger outside the gates, yet it was still coming to this. Jack braced himself, waiting for the final betrayal. Then Rocco dropped his gaze from Jack's.
"Woodward's out. Let's get this done before we lose our chance."
The others murmured their goodbyes to Jack, their regrets that it had to be this way, but no one met his eyes. Even Eduardo took a rifle from the box and followed the others to the door. A strange calm came over Jack as his friends, his family, left the chamber with their hostage and their weapons. Rocco was his best friend, yet he had brandished a gun in Jack's face. The others were a laid-back bunch, happy to have a beer at the end of the workday and solve disputes with a shouting match at worst. Yet they cocked those rifles and followed Rocco down the corridor, preparing to take lives to save their own. The violent future had already begun. But for once, Jack had chosen to stay out of the fight. When the door closed behind the last armed man, Jack sat down on the floor. He still felt as if the world was tuned to a dead channel. Charlotte had said he deserved to live, and he'd wanted to save Kyle after everything he'd done. He'd wanted a chance to be a better man. Well, at least he wouldn't take a life to save his own. He was making the right choice. Jack drummed his fingers on his knee. So this was it, the end of his life. Maybe he should go outside. Maybe he should climb to the tallest point he could find and pretend he'd finally gotten his wings. But then he thought of Charlotte, who was preparing to enter cryosleep with her cohort. She didn't know the men he had armed were about to wreak havoc on the bunker. Jack vaulted to his feet. He couldn't let the rifles he'd set aside hurt her. He hadn't acted when Rocco was waving a gun in his face, but that didn't mean it was too late. Jack had made the same mistakes over and over again. Fighting, saying the wrong thing, being rash, being selfish. But no matter how many times he screwed up, he'd still picked himself back up and tried again. He didn't have to stand by and let this happen. Jack snatched the last rifle from the box and hurried after his friends. Chapter 31. Charlotte. T-minus 3 hours. Charlotte waited her turn in the core. Her cryotank stood before her, an open grave of shiny metal, white plastic, and plexiglass. Number 377 was near the far end of the core, so she still had a while to wait. Around her, the other BRP participants wore their skin-tight leotards. Despite all the turmoil over the past few weeks, they'd remembered their training. They filed to their tanks in an orderly fashion, and the technicians prepared them for sleep, inserting tubes in their orifices, sending them under. On the mountain above them, Lisa and the volunteer defenders were holding the gates. People were still trying to break in, believing safety waited inside if they could get past the gauntlet of the soldiers, the final small group of heroes who'd pledged to defend the cohort to the last. The outsiders wanted in. They wanted a chance. But the bunker was secure, a locked box in the center of the earth. They wouldn't succeed. And in the sky above them, Brandon was coming. Charlotte tapped her feet, shivering in her leotard. She'd been so busy lately she barely had time to be nervous about entering cryosleep. It was almost her turn. She hoped she could be calm. She hoped the whole event would pass quickly, and she'd wake up again, ready to tackle the new world with her friends. The people climbing into the cryotanks around her were her new family, her future. Their bloodless faces betrayed their nerves. Some stumbled as they entered their tanks, as if their bodies were making one final bid to escape the unnatural process that would keep them in stasis, the unnatural miracle that would ensure the survival of their race. Way over in the 100 section, Levi was reassuring the people nearest the elevator doors as they went to sleep one by one.
"I've done this a few times, remember? You'll hardly feel a thing."
Despite his words, Levi looked nervous. 2 years in cryosleep was very different from 200. Then he was climbing into his tank, the bluish liquid sealing him away. Grandpa Hartland was working his way through the 200 section, speaking to the nervous cohort members as they waited their turn, making one final plea for them to adhere to the program. Most of his BRP colleagues were gone by now if they hadn't won tanks and been absorbed into the new cohort, but Grandpa Hartland still wanted some shred of his vision to endure. He would reach Charlotte soon. Then it would be time to say goodbye. She drew in a steadying breath, trying to focus on the physical sensations, the tight pinch of the elastic on her leotard, the cold concrete beneath her bare feet, the chemical smell of cryo-liquid mixed with sweat. She could do this. Then an unexpected face caught Charlotte's eye in the lower part of the 200 section. Dr. Huntington stood proudly beside a cryo-tank, wearing an ill-fitting leotard of his own. Charlotte hurried over to him. "Excuse me, Doctor, who gave you their cryo-tank?" Dr. Huntington blinked at her for a moment, as if trying to figure out how he knew her. "Young fellow," he said after a minute. "I didn't ask his name." "He took your deal?" "He could be making the best investment of his life." Dread spooled through Charlotte. She remembered how Mikhail and Sydney had stared at his gold, how uncertain they'd been. She scanned the crowds frantically, hoping to catch sight of Sydney's scrawny figure or Mikhail's dark, pimpled face. Where were they? Levi was already asleep, so it was up to her to make sure the rest of Yellow Team 1 survived. "What's up?" Charlotte jumped. Mikhail had come up beside her, wearing his own leotard, which he decorated with patches from his favorite brightly colored shirts. "You're here!" Mikhail blinked. "Where else would I be?" "I was afraid you got cold feet." "Just feeling queasy." Mikhail wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Have you seen Sid? We're supposed to be next to each other in the tanks." Charlotte winced, not wanting to tell the young artist what she suspected about their friend. "Wait, that's his tank," Mikhail said. "That guy's getting into it." Charlotte grabbed his arm before he could charge over there. Dr. Huntington climbed into the tank that was supposed to hold Sydney, and a technician inserted the tubes. Dr. Huntington wore an expression of serene calm as the cryo-liquid began to dribble into his tank. Mikhail lunged forward, but Charlotte held on to him. "It's too late." "We have to find Sid." Tears brimmed in Mikhail's eyes, and he looked like he might throw up again. "I'll look for him," Charlotte said. "You're going into your tank next." Mikhail protested, but a cryotech had arrived at his tank and was methodically preparing the tubes. Charlotte steered Mikhail toward it and helped him climb in, afraid he'd bolt at the last minute. She refused to lose another member of their team. She held his hand, keeping up a constant litany of encouragement until Mikhail calmed down enough for the technician to attach the tubes. He stayed still as the liquid pumped into the tank. Everything worked as it was supposed to, and his eyes drooped shut just before the gel closed over them. When Mikhail was safely asleep, Charlotte looked around the core. It was growing quiet. The hiss and gurgle of the machines slowly overtook the babble of nervous voices. Only about 100 tanks remained empty of the 400 in the core itself. Danica and Josh were asleep, too, ready to assist Levi and the other early risers in protecting the bunker when they awoke. Charlotte still had a little wait before the cryotechnicians reached her tank. She knew some places where Sydney might hide. Her grandfather had found extra cryotanks for Jack and his crew. Maybe he'd have one left. She started toward the Sector C corridor, hoping to find Sydney in the cafeteria. She didn't make it far before Grandpa Hartland intercepted her. "Where are you going, my dear?" "One of my teammates is missing," Charlotte said. "You must stay by your tank." "I have to wait a while before it's my turn anyway." Charlotte tried to step around her grandfather, focused on the corridor ahead. "This'll only take a minute." "Your teammate is responsible for their own life," Grandpa Hartland said, moving into her path. "He made a mistake," Charlotte said. "He listened to Dr. Huntington's lies, but I can change his mind." "If Huntington has taken your friend's tank already, there are none left," Grandpa Hartland said. "Jack might still have one," Charlotte said. Grandpa Hartland blinked. "Jack?" "Yes." Charlotte lowered her voice, not wanting anyone to hear that her grandfather had gotten hold of extra tanks at such a late hour. "He might have a spot left in Sector J if—" "You can't go down there," Grandpa Hartland said sharply. "I have time," Charlotte said. "Don't worry." She started to edge around him, but Grandpa Hartland grabbed her arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Stop. You mustn't." "I'll come back," Charlotte said. "I still want to live." "It's not that." Grandpa Hartland hesitated. "Even if you find your friend, you won't get the spare tank you expect." Charlotte's blood went cold. "What are you saying?" "Don't worry about it, my dear." He didn't meet her eyes. "Please." The truth dawned on her at last. "There were no spares," she whispered. "You lied to Jack. Again." "I couldn't have him tempting you to sacrifice your place for him," Grandpa Hartland said. "I promised to protect you, and I will do it the way I see fit." Charlotte felt sick. How could this be going wrong now, when the technicians were getting closer and closer to her tank, and she really was out of time? She thought her grandpa had fixed things. She hadn't even said a proper goodbye to Jack. "I have to find him." "Time is up," Grandpa Hartland said. "Get in your tank." "No." Charlotte tried to pull her arm out of his grip. She was done keeping the peace with him. She raised her voice, willing it to echo with authority. "Let go of me." "You cannot." He broke off as a faint popping sound reached them, coming from the corridor. It sounded like gunshots. "That didn't come from outside," Grandpa Hartland said. "That was inside the bunker." Charlotte didn't hesitate. While Grandpa Hartland was distracted, she pulled free of his grasp and dashed for the corridor. Chapter 32. Jack. T-minus 2 hours. Jack charged up the hallway, dodging boxes and debris that hadn't found a final storage place before they ran out of time. The cluttered bunker was unrecognizable as the sleek military base he'd entered 9 months ago. Everyone should be at their cryotanks by now, and many would already be asleep. Fortunately, he didn't have to go far to find the crew. Rocco was too smart to try taking over tanks in the core, where they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers, even if Levi's militia didn't stop them. But in the odd corners of the bunker, where cryotanks were tucked in wherever they could fit, Jack's friends had a chance at success. Shouts reached him as he entered Sector G, then rapid-fire gunshots. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He followed the noise to a mid-sized cryo-chamber, only a few corridors from the core. The door was open. He took cover behind the doorframe to assess the situation, the rifle he'd brought with him warming in his hand. Half the tanks inside were filled with gel, their inhabitants floating like science experiments in formaldehyde. A young man lay dead on the floor, ugly black-red holes in his forehead and torso. Rocco stood over him, his weapon trained on the remaining tanks. People hid behind them, gasps and smothered sobs revealing they still lived. Rocco was still holding the pale cryotechnician captive. She whimpered softly, struggling to keep her feet under her. Gun smoke hovered near the ceiling lights, and the coppery smell of blood hung in the air. "Ed, Cassius, you take the right side," Rocco said. "Sweep 'em up. I'll go left with—" Suddenly, another cryotech, with a handgun, popped up from behind a tank. She opened fire on the crew, forcing them to scatter in all directions. Rocco dove behind a tank not far from where Jack hid in the doorway, releasing his hostage in the process. She scrambled away in another direction. Shouts and shots filled the chamber as the crew tried to neutralize the cryotech with the gun. But the woman was quick, popping up from behind tanks to fire at the crew, then diving for cover. One shot hit the tank Rocco was hiding behind and cracked the plexiglass lid, rendering it unusable. "Stop!" Eduardo bellowed. "You're going to destroy the tanks!" But Rocco and the cryotech were caught up in the heat of the firefight. They traded shots, bobbing in and out of each other's range. One of Rocco's retaliations ricocheted into an occupied tank. The machine shuddered and died, and the cryo-liquid leaked out, along with the blood of its occupant. Jack had to stop this. They were going to kill everyone and destroy all the tanks. This wasn't the way to survive. In a brief pause as the combatants reloaded, Jack slung the rifle onto his back and crawled into the room. Every second, he expected a bullet to rip open the top of his head. Adrenaline roared in his blood, so different from the casual rush of a fistfight. This was all too violent, too real. He approached Rocco, who crouched behind another cryotank already pockmarked with holes. It wouldn't save anyone now. They were losing their chances, annihilating their chances. This had to end. "Rocco!" Staying on his knees, Jack raised his rifle so it was inches from his friend's spine. "Put down your gun." Rocco glanced over his shoulder. "Get out of here, Jack. You have to stop." Rocco uttered a guttural snarl. "I want to live." "Me too," Jack said, "but this isn't the way." Another shot rang out, this one passing an inch from Jack's ear. He ducked, his rifle pulling away from Rocco for an instant. The bullet struck the cryotank behind Jack, and the machine sputtered and died. The person inside it thrashed, briefly coming awake. Jack turned back around, but Rocco had slipped away while he was distracted. The cryotech with the handgun still thought Rocco was exactly where Jack stood. More shots rang out, spinning toward him. "Wait!" Jack shouted. "I don't want to hurt anyone." He crouched behind the tank, clutching his rifle. He wouldn't use it, but he needed to get that woman to stop firing. He held his breath and peeked over the edge of the tank. The technician was standing, eyes wild, unloading her weapon at Jack's position. She had to run out of ammo again at some point, then Jack would get her to stand down. He'd use the rifle as a deterrent only. He'd come to stop the violence, not join it. The cryotech's gun clicked, out of ammunition. She reached into her lab coat pocket for more. Jack stood. "We need to stop this." Before he could continue, a round hole appeared in the technician's forehead. She stared blankly for a moment, a thin bead of red dripping down her nose. Then she toppled. Jack whirled around. Kyle stood in the doorway, a look of shock on his face. The gun in his hand was still smoking. "Kyle!" "You okay, Jack?" Kyle's face was pale, and he stared at the woman he'd killed as if expecting her to stand up again. "Yeah," Jack said. Lisa moved into the room beside Kyle, her own weapon trained on the cryochamber, which was filled with gun smoke and steam from the busted cryotanks. "What happened?" she demanded. "It's my fault," Jack said. "I hid some rifles months ago. The cryotanks Heartland gave us didn't work, so the guys decided to take some." "I was afraid this would happen," Lisa said grimly, scanning the room for further threats. "Thought some of my guys would break, not yours." Now that Kyle and Lisa had arrived, the remaining workers stopped trying to fight. They knew it was over. Eduardo had taken a bullet to the arm in the final exchange, right through his Smokey the Bear tattoo. He rested against a cryotank, and the pale cryotechnician crept over to help him stop the bleeding. Cassius set aside his rifle to check the pulse of one of his crew. He shook his head. The surviving members of the cohort slowly emerged from their hiding places now that the captain was here to save them. They exclaimed over the broken tanks, realizing what they meant. "Stay calm, everyone," Lisa said. "Stand by your assigned tank so we can figure out how many are left." Jack approached Kyle, who hadn't moved since he fired that gun. His expression was as bleak as it had been the day they learned about the comet. Kyle was staring at the spot where the woman he'd shot had fallen. The woman he'd killed to save Jack. "I tried to stop it," Jack said. "I didn't want this." "I know," Kyle said. "You did good." Jack reached out to grip his brother's shoulder. Then he sensed movement out of the corner of his eye. Rocco was standing up from behind a cryotank. Jack shouted a warning, but it was too late. Rocco fired, the loud crack drowning out his words. Across the cryochamber, the shot took Lisa in the belly. Kyle let out a roar. He raised his weapon and another shot rang out. Rocco jerked. A satisfied look crossed his face, as if all his paranoia had finally been proved right. Then he fell against the nearest cryotank and slumped to the ground. He didn't rise. Kyle dropped his gun and stumbled across the chamber to Lisa. She was still breathing, her belly gushing blood. Kyle gave a sob of anguish and tried to hold her blood inside her. Jack rushed over, stripping the shirt off his back to press against the wound. But it was no use. The damage was too bad. "It's all falling apart. It wasn't supposed to be like this." Lisa gripped Kyle's sleeve in her strong hands and whispered something in his ear. Then she released her hold and breathed her last. Kyle pressed his face into Lisa's neck, shoulders shuddering, his heaving sobs interrupted only by the hiss of the machines. Jack forced himself to watch. This was the future BRP wanted to avoid. The violence, the bloodshed, the horrible pain of loss. The apocalypse hadn't even happened yet, but they'd crossed the line all by themselves. As Jack stood beside his grieving brother, the surviving cryotechs emerged from hiding to continue their work, moving around Kyle and their fallen leader. They still had a job to do. They would save a few more lives. Soon, the last cohort member climbed into the last intact tank. The technicians gathered around as the cryo-liquid filled it up. Then they sealed the last survivor in to wait for the future. "That's our job done," the pale technician said. She offered a hand to help Eduardo to his feet. "Shall we go outside and look at the comet?" Cassius and the surviving crew members followed the cryotech's lead. They left their stolen weapons behind and filed quietly out of the chamber. Jack didn't move. So this is the end of the world. His time was up. His friends had been stripped away, leaving only him and his brother. This was how it was always meant to be. He wished they'd stayed at home, grilling onion burgers on the patio and watching the sky burn above them. When the last cryotech and crew member departed, Kyle looked up. His eyes were red but determined. "Lisa told me where to find some spare tanks," he said hoarsely. "We don't have much time." Chapter 33. Charlotte. T-minus 30 minutes. Charlotte knew if she didn't get back to the core soon, she wouldn't make it into her tank before the technicians departed. She would die along with the rest of the world. But she needed to find Jack. She ran through the warren of corridors, her feet thudding on the concrete. The bunker's layout had changed dramatically since she'd arrived. She glimpsed rooms full of cryotanks, supplies, and weapons, all waiting for them to awaken and begin their future. But she couldn't find the source of the gunshots. A familiar doorway caught her eye. She ducked through it and descended a steep staircase. The underground river burbled below, its music undisturbed by the chaos above. This shortcut should get her closer to Sector J without having to weave her way through the cluttered corridors. She jogged beside the drop, keeping her hand on the stone wall at her side. Small stones stuck to her bare feet, but she didn't slow down. The lights still burned along the wall, guiding her way. Then she heard footsteps, heavy boots clomping toward her. She skidded to a stop, hoping she wasn't heading straight for whoever had fired those shots. Two large shapes rounded a bend up ahead, and Charlotte gasped. It was Jack and Kyle. Jack wasn't wearing a shirt, and Kyle's hands were covered in blood. "Jack!" Charlotte shouted, racing to meet the brothers. "What happened?" "The tanks didn't work." "They malfunctioned like the others?" "Yes." He hesitated for a beat. "Bad luck." Charlotte couldn't tell if Jack knew Grandpa Hartland had given them faulty tanks on purpose. They probably came from the same group of tanks that had almost swallowed Sydney. She didn't need to bring that up now. "I heard gunshots." "That's over," Jack said, a pained look on his face. Then he gave a start. "Wait a second. What are you doing here, Charlotte?" "I had to find you. You need to get back to your tank." He grabbed her hand. "I'll take you there." "We don't have time," Kyle said. He wiped at the bloodstains on his shirt. Charlotte didn't ask who the blood belonged to. "I can get back myself," she said. "Where are you two going?" "Kyle knows where to find some spare tanks," Jack said. "Lisa was hiding them." Charlotte frowned. That didn't make sense. Lisa would have turned any extra tanks over during the lottery. "Are you sure there's—" "I don't know if they still function," Kyle cut in. "But we have to try." Charlotte blinked. Kyle was hiding something, but there was no time to argue. "I'll go with you," she said. "No." Jack squeezed her hands tighter. "You need to get back to the core. I'll see you on the other side." "Do you promise?" Jack hesitated. "No, I can't promise anything, but I'll hope for it. Even if I'm unconscious, I'll hope for it every minute of the next 200 years. Jack." He pulled her into a hug smelling of sweat and gunpowder. "I'll be okay. You have to go." She didn't want to leave him. She wanted to help, especially after her grandfather had betrayed him. He drew back and brushed a hand through her curls. "Please, Charlotte. I have to tell you, tell me after." She drew in a deep breath. "Okay, I'm going. Take care of each other." She looked at Kyle, still not sure what he was hiding. Tears dampened his face, and despite the similarities in their appearances, there was a stark difference in the brothers' expressions. Jack still hoped to live. Kyle expected not to. But Kyle met her eyes steadily and nodded. And Charlotte understood. Kyle was going to look after his brother, as he had all along. She stood on her toes to kiss Jack briefly on the lips, then she kissed Kyle's cheek, his whiskers tickling her mouth. The music of the underground river played around them. Then she turned back and hurried toward the core and her waiting tank. Only a handful of people were still awake. Hundreds of occupied machines hummed and buzzed like a swarm of bees. The remaining defenders gathered at the elevator doors. As soon as the cryotechs finished their work, they would seal up the bunker and leave the cohort to their slumber. Grandpa Hartland stood with the defenders, offering one final speech, one final thank you, to the men and women giving their lives to save the world. Charlotte didn't have time to go to him. Maybe it was better this way. Despite what Grandpa Hartland had done to Jack and the others, this was how Charlotte wanted to remember him, giving hope through his words, his vision, even in the darkest times. This was the legacy she would carry into the future. She would take the best parts of Grandpa Hartland, of her mom, even of Casimir, and she would leave the rest beneath the earth. The bunker program wasn't her grandfather's legacy alone. It would be the legacies of Lisa and her men, the cryotechs, all the people who didn't have spots in the final count. They'd make a new world in the image of the people who'd sacrificed everything so they could live. Charlotte ran to her tank and climbed inside, her breath coming in frantic gasps. As the technician hooked her up to the machine, she forced herself to calm down. This was the moment she'd been waiting for, the moment so many people had worked to bring about. Her life would be saved when so many were lost. She pictured that look on Kyle's face. Had she interpreted correctly that he had a plan to save Jack, or was he just trying to make his brother feel better by giving him false hope? She wanted so desperately for Jack to live. She wouldn't know if he had until she woke. Chapter 34. Jack. T-minus 15 minutes. Kyle led the way to Sector D. He flung open a door to reveal a small room that had once served as a scientist's living quarters. A picture of the beach hung on the wall, and a Millennium Falcon alarm clock lay on the floor. A cryotank occupied the space where a bed should be. One tank. Jack stopped in the doorway. "No." "It's for you, Jack," Kyle said. "You said there were spares, plural." "Lisa told me Director Hartland set this aside for himself," Kyle said. "He's planning to try to save his own life even though he's way too old. The selfish bastard. It's yours now. I'll keep him away." Jack folded his arms and faced his brother. "I'll only go into cryosleep if you do." "It doesn't work like that," Kyle said. "Lisa is gone and I've made my choice. I pulled off a hell of a job down here and I'm proud of it. That's enough for me." "No," Jack repeated. "You still have Charlotte," Kyle said. "Don't let her down." Jack shook his head. He'd let her down already by giving rifles to his friends and destroying the tenuous peace between the different groups in the bunker. He'd been weak. He'd been selfish. "I don't deserve this." "You will," Kyle said. "That's the thing about having a future. You have plenty of time to improve. Do the work to become a better man. I'm giving you time." "No." Jack tried to walk away, but Kyle grabbed him by the arm. "I know how to hook you up to the tank. You wouldn't be able to put me under if you tried." That was true, but Jack wasn't going to admit it. "I'm sure I could figure—" "Don't take this from me, Jack," Kyle growled. "I've already decided. Get in that tank or I'll knock you out and put you there." Jack glared at him. Kyle had lied, making him think they were going to pull a last-minute save and survive together. Instead, only one of them would see the future. But Jack couldn't spend his and Kyle's last moments together fighting. They'd done enough of that. And Kyle was right. Jack couldn't put him into cryosleep, and he didn't want to let Charlotte down. He grabbed his brother's shoulders. "I love you," Jack said hoarsely. "I'm sorry for being a little shit and making things harder for you than they had to be." "I love you too," Kyle said. "I should have said it more. You gave me a reason to keep going, and I'm proud of you." Jack hugged Kyle as tight as he could. Tears streamed down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. He hugged his brother and vowed to spend every minute of his life, for 200 years and beyond, trying to be worthy of his legacy. Then Kyle clapped him on the back and pushed him toward the cryotank. Jack took off his worn-out steel-toed boots and climbed inside, and Kyle hooked him up to the machine. As Jack lay back, he felt like a tiny baby in the ICU who'd barely survived his birth. In 200 years, he would be born again. "You can do this, bro," Kyle said just before he closed the tank. "Make that new world a better place than this one." Jack nodded, unable to speak with the tube in his mouth. The cryo-liquid started pumping into the tank, oozing around him like motor oil. Kyle closed the lid, sealing Jack inside. He thumped the top of the tank like it was a cab of a truck and went to guard the door. If Heartland came for the tank, Kyle would be ready to meet him. No matter how their lives ended, the future would be free of their quarrel. Jack closed his eyes, trusting his brother to keep him safe through the end, as he had since the beginning. He didn't know what the world would be like after the apocalypse, but he wouldn't waste this second chance. Chapter 35. T-minus 2 minutes. The cryo-liquid dripped into the tanks. The countdown was ending, the comet hurtling ever closer. Soon it would strike. The shockwave would spread around the globe, and everyone would die. Everyone but a chosen few. Inside BRP bunkers all over the country, the cryo-liquid continued its slow drip. The tanks filled, one by one, their complicated machinery engaging, preparing for a long watch. Outside the bunkers, the last defenders guarded their doors, keeping out the desperate hordes. They would hold the gates until the comet obliterated the final threats. As the cryotank inhabitants dropped to sleep, their prayers were a chorus. "Please let this work. I have to survive. I want to see the people I love again. I need to make the sacrifices worth it. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live." In Cave Junction, Oregon bunker, bluish cryogel closed over Charlotte Heartland's face. She glimpsed the world through a film, distorted, out of focus. A bright spark flashed across her vision, burning like a comet, burning like hope. Then, slowly, darkness. Epilogue. Charlotte. T plus 200 years and 1 minute. Awareness returned in a rush. All over the core, the inhabitants awoke. They emerged from their dusty tanks one by one, steadying each other with liquid-coated hands, sharing their confusion. Their bunker had suffered violence in the end, both inside and outside. A final betrayal, a final stand, a final sacrifice. But the evidence of death was long gone. Only life remained beneath the earth. Danger loomed above them, but they were prepared for it thanks to the warnings they'd received. Levi and his militia checked the weapons they'd assembled for their defense. Other bunkers were waking up, other battles coming. They would be ready. But for now, they were alive, and that was a miracle. Charlotte sat on the edge of her cryotank, feeling disoriented. She had gone to sleep wanting something more than she'd ever wanted anything. She raised a trembling hand to her forehead, the shimmering goo sliding down her skin like a layer of oil. She squeezed cryo-liquid out of her hair, trying to remember what she'd been wishing for so intently. Then something made her turn, a silent tug on a tether that had lasted 200 years. She looked across the core. And there, emerging from a side corridor on unsteady feet, was Jack.
"Hey," he mouthed across the distance. "Good morning."
"I missed you," she mouthed back. She had more to say to Jack, so she started across the core toward him, thankful she had all the time in the world to say it. Chapter 34. Jack. T-minus 15 minutes. Kyle led the way to Sector D. He flung open a door to reveal a small room that had once served as a scientist's living quarters. A picture of the beach hung on the wall, and a Millennium Falcon alarm clock lay on the floor. A cryotank occupied the space where a bed should be. One tank. Jack stopped in the doorway.
"No. It's for you, Jack,"
Kyle said.
"You said there were spares, plural."
"Lisa told me Director Hartland set this aside for himself," Kyle said.
"He's planning to try to save his own life even though he's way too old. The selfish bastard. It's yours now. I'll keep him away."
Jack folded his arms and faced his brother.
"I'll only go into cryosleep if you do."
"It doesn't work like that," Kyle said.
"Lisa is gone and I've made my choice. I pulled off a hell of a job down here, and I'm proud of it. That's enough for me."
"No," Jack repeated.
"You still have Charlotte," Kyle said. "Don't let her down."
Jack shook his head. He'd let her down already by giving rifles to his friends and destroying the tenuous peace between the different groups in the bunker. He'd been weak. He'd been selfish.
"I don't deserve this."
"You will," Kyle said.
"That's the thing about having a future. You have plenty of time to improve. Do the work to become a better man. I'm giving you time."
"No." Jack tried to walk away, but Kyle grabbed him by the arm.
"I know how to hook you up to the tank. You wouldn't be able to put me under if you tried."
That was true, but Jack wasn't going to admit it.
"I'm sure I could figure—" "Don't take this from me, Jack," Kyle growled. "I've already decided. Get in that tank or I'll knock you out and put you there."
Jack glared at him. Kyle had lied, making him think they were going to pull a last-minute save and survive together. Instead, only one of them would see the future. But Jack couldn't spend his and Kyle's last moments together fighting. They'd done enough of that. And Kyle was right. Jack couldn't put him into cryosleep, and he didn't want to let Charlotte down. He grabbed his brother's shoulders.
"I love you,"
Jack said hoarsely.
"I'm sorry for being a little shit and making things harder for you than they had to be."
"I love you too," Kyle said.
"I should have said it more. You gave me a reason to keep going, and I'm proud of you."
Jack hugged Kyle as tight as he could. Tears streamed down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. He hugged his brother and vowed to spend every minute of his life, for 200 years and beyond, trying to be worthy of his legacy. Then Kyle clapped him on the back and pushed him toward the cryotank. Jack took off his worn-out steel-toed boots and climbed inside, and Kyle hooked him up to the machine. As Jack lay back, he felt like a tiny baby in the ICU who'd barely survived his birth. In 200 years, he would be born again.
"You can do this, bro,"
Kyle said just before he closed the tank.
"Make that new world a better place than this one."
Jack nodded, unable to speak with the tube in his mouth. The cryo-liquid started pumping into the tank, oozing around him like motor oil. Kyle closed the lid, sealing Jack inside. He thumped the top of the tank like it was a cab of a truck and went to guard the door. If Heartland came for the tank, Kyle would be ready to meet him. No matter how their lives ended, the future would be free of their quarrel. Jack closed his eyes, trusting his brother to keep him safe through the end, as he had since the beginning. He didn't know what the world would be like after the apocalypse, but he wouldn't waste this second chance. Chapter 35. T-minus 2 minutes. The cryo-liquid dripped into the tanks. The countdown was ending, the comet hurtling ever closer. Soon it would strike. The shockwave would spread around the globe, and everyone would die. Everyone but a chosen few. Inside BRP bunkers all over the country, the cryo-liquid continued its slow drip. The tanks filled, one by one, their complicated machinery engaging, preparing for a long watch. Outside the bunkers, the last defenders guarded their doors, keeping out the desperate hordes. They would hold the gates until the comet obliterated the final threats. As the cryotank inhabitants dropped to sleep, their prayers were a chorus. Please let this work. I have to survive. I want to see the people I love again. I need to make the sacrifices worth it. I want to live. I want to live. I want to live. In Cave Junction, Oregon bunker, bluish cryogel closed over Charlotte Heartland's face. She glimpsed the world through a film, distorted, out of focus. A bright spark flashed across her vision, burning like a comet, burning like hope. Then, slowly, darkness. Epilogue. Charlotte. T plus 200 years and 1 minute. Awareness returned in a rush. All over the core, the inhabitants awoke. They emerged from their dusty tanks one by one, steadying each other with liquid-coated hands, sharing their confusion. Their bunker had suffered violence in the end, both inside and outside. A final betrayal, a final stand, a final sacrifice. But the evidence of death was long gone. Only life remained beneath the earth. Danger loomed above them, but they were prepared for it thanks to the warnings they'd received. Levi and his militia checked the weapons they'd assembled for their defense. Other bunkers were waking up, other battles coming. They would be ready. But for now,